Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is What If Naruto Was the Elder Brother of Ruby and Yang in RWBY movie. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. The little boy winced but didn't utter a sound as Summer nursed his scrapes and scratches. He was covered head to toe in small bruises and scratches like this one, but he hadn't whimpered or cried about them at all. If anything, he had tried to hide them from Summer when she noticed them, and that was the moment that the young woman knew something was very wrong. Summer was young, but her team had been hailed as prodigies at Beacon and given missions earlier than most for a reason. She had encountered similar situations before. Never would she have imagined it happening among her team. Never thought that the one woman she considered a sister would do such a horrible thing, but deep down she knew. Raven was a woman driven by two things, fear and ambition. They had a deeply rooted hold over her, and no matter how hard she fought it, or whatever facade she tried to throw up to hide it, those two emotions would always control her. Summer had heard of Naruto's aura and semblance activating at an abnormally early age of 3. However, it was passed off as him being born to two powerful hunters and having a uniquely strong lineage through his mother Raven. The Bronwyns were known for early access to their aura and semblance. It was a given for them to unlock it as soon as possible, being as they had been a semi-nomadic tribe of bandits for the better part of 200 years. Still, Summer supposed she should have suspected a year ago when Naruto unlocked them at only 3. Practically unheard of outside of traumatic events like a Grimm attack or something similar. She had ignored that voice in her head that thought it was suspicious. Taiyang and Raven were her closest friends after all. She had known them since she was 16 years old, and neither would ever harm their child. Then Summer began learning some things she partially wished she hadn't. Raven was taking less missions to raise Naruto, so Taiyang was hardly ever home as he was out on missions all the time. From what she had gathered, Tai hadn't seen Naruto except when the boy was already in bed since he unlocked his aura a year prior. That should have told her something, but right now she supposed she was just happy he wasn't a part of what Raven had been doing. That woman, no, that witch, her supposed best friend, and sister in all but blood, had crossed a line that sickened Summer beyond compare. Here she was nursing a little 4-year-old boy covered in wounds given him by his own mother. Her supposed friend. How could she do this? Summer quietly murmured as she held a small bandage to a thin bloody line along Naruto's little side. He felt so small in her arms as she worked on him. She said it'd make me strong. The little boy said, turning his red eyes, so much like Raven's, up to look at her. There was a sadness there. One that no 4-year-old should know. I see, Summer said solemnly as she continued to care for his injuries. None were life-threatening, but that wasn't the point. Naruto, where is your mommy right now? Summer asked. In the house. She said she had to take a test or something. He replied, peeking up at her through messy blonde locks, so similar to Tai's. Oh okay. Well, why don't you hang out here and I will go talk to her real quick. I want you to stay here though, okay? It's a grown-up conversation, she said with as much false cheer as she could muster. Okay, he said before trotting off toward a small tree swing with a small limp. Never seeing Summer frown lightly at seeing him go. She stood to her full height, which wasn't honestly much of a height, but coupled with her hood and haunting silver eyes made her look like some foul revenant bent on revenge. In a way she supposed she might be. Naruto wasn't totally sure what had made all the changes start from that day on. Maybe it was just that Summer had come. Maybe it was because his mom said he would have a little brother or sister on the way. Maybe it was because his dad was actually around more, though he still didn't do all that much with Naruto. He was always either talking with Summer or yelling at mom. Either way, his training stopped for a while. So that was nice. He didn't mind that it made him stronger, but he wished his mom did it a different way. She always made him hurt somehow and then yelled at him to stop crying and be strong. She always said the world wouldn't let him be happy if he wasn't strong. Mom was strong and so were Dad and Summer and Uncle Kiro, so as far as he knew the only person that wasn't strong in the whole world was him. So he had to get strong. When Mom stopped training him, he started training himself. Until Summer caught him. She had cried for a whole day afterward and Dad had been unhappy and started fighting with Mom again. After that, Summer had taken over his training and it had been different. It made him hurt too, but differently. His muscles were sore but he didn't bleed or have scars and bruises anymore. He liked her training a lot more than mothers. He liked Mom's training a lot more than mothers. That was another new things. Raven was now his mother and Summer was his mom. He knew Summer had only lived with them a few months but evidently she was gonna give him a baby brother or sister too. He wasn't sure what to think about it. At least Dad and Mother fought less then. They hardly talked to one another at all and Dad spent even less time with him. He just wanted to spend time with Mom or he was gone. Mother just looked at him and asked about his training when she was around him. Only Summer really talked and played with him, or Uncle Kiro when he visited. When Yang was born things changed again. Everyone was happy for a little while. A little while. The last time Naruto remembered seeing his mother was as she stood in the doorway to their house and stared outside in the middle of the night. He wasn't sure why he had gotten up and come downstairs but he had and he found her there. She just stared for a while before looking back inside and locking eyes with him. For a long time Naruto would remember neither of them talking. Then she did something he never remembered her doing before and walked up to him and leaned forward like she was going to kiss him. Years later he still wasn't sure if he thought she was going to hit him instead or do something else but he had flinched and she froze immediately. He remembered tears welling up in her eyes before she stepped away from him. "I can't be a mother, Naruto. I did it all wrong with you. Look at you, I didn't make you strong, I just made you afraid like me." The little 5-year-old listened, though he was tired and startled and, well 5, so much of what his mother was telling him went over his head. "I shouldn't have ever had you or Yang. It wasn't right of me. I'm not a mother." She looked back at him one last time as if expecting him to say something. Naruto didn't though. He just stared back at her. He didn't know what to say. What could he say? His mother, no, she said she wasn't a mother, so Raven hadn't really asked him any questions, just said words and stared at him looking for some answer. One he didn't have. Whatever it was she was looking for, she nodded at his silent stare and disappeared out the door. She didn't even bother to close it. Naruto had remembered hearing Yang cry, so he went up to the nursery and just let her hold his finger till she calmed back down. He still didn't know what to say then, but he knew one thing. Raven didn't want them. Said she never should have had them, as if they were mistakes she had made and not people. He thought maybe he was a mistake, but looking at his little sister he knew that Raven was wrong about her. Yang was not a mistake, she was Naruto's precious little sister. Over the next few months things changed again. Dad had seemed extremely sad. He held Yang a lot and even cried sometimes. He once even patted Naruto on the head, but had seemed worse off when Naruto had flinched. Naruto didn't think it was that big of a deal. He'd been to town and met other people a few times now. The only person that didn't make him flinch was Summer, well, her and baby Yang. Soon RWBY was born, his second sister. Only 5 months younger than Yang, she was so much smaller than her. According to Mom she was premature. However, she was strong and would be fine. Naruto wondered how a little baby like her could be strong when Raven had said he wasn't even strong. When his mom and dad asked who had told him that, he said Raven had when she was leaving. Afterward they made him tell them everything about that night. So he did and told them everything. Even when she tried to give him a kiss on the head but changed her mind. "Why did you?" Tai mumbled, rubbing his hands down his face before standing and leaving the room without looking back. Mom just hugged Naruto close to her and the girls. He left a little while after because she said she needed to feed them. He didn't really get it at the time, but when he grew older he would understand she meant breastfeeding both his sisters, and it made him love her as his mother even more. She fed Yang like she had come from her own body, just like RWBY. That was the kind of woman and mother Summer Rose was. The next few years were some of the happiest of Naruto's life. Summer was everything a child could want in a mother. Doting, affectionate, and loving. She was always there. She even continued to help with his training to make sure he didn't hurt himself, and it was mainly her stories about helping people as a huntress that made him want to be a huntsman. That and Kiro had killed some Grimm that had wandered near their house once while he was visiting. He had looked so cool. Naruto was certain he had to grow up just like Kiro someday. His uncle had gotten red and smiled really brightly when he had told him to. Sadly, when Naruto was about 10 years old, Summer had to take part in some sort of special mission despite being retired for 5 years by that point. She evidently had some special ability, which Naruto wasn't all that surprised by. Of course his mom had some special ability. She was the greatest person he knew in the world. The strongest there was. That was probably why it hurt so much when she never came back. Uncle Kiro said they had found her blood and weapon in some torn clothes. Likely meaning she had been overrun and eaten by Grimm. Ruby and Yang had cried for days on end and Dad had disappeared into his room, only ever coming out to eat or drink more alcohol. It went on like that for several months. To the point they had celebrated both the girls' 5th birthdays without either of their parents present. Kiro had been stuck on several missions and hadn't visited since right after Summer had died. Naruto had to do his best to keep their family afloat. He did his best. He was strong like Summer was. Or at least he tried to be strong like her. She made everything look effortless. She moved and the world reacted to her rather than her reacting to it. Naruto tried his very best though and he kept things relatively maintained. At least better than any other 10-year-old boy would have done in his place. He fed and cleaned up after Yang and Ruby, and their man-child father too. Slowly Taiyang had become Taiyang, and not dad for the boy. Just like Raven. On top of that he did his best to keep up with schoolwork, even while walking the girls to school himself and picking them up after. He also had to keep up with the training program that Summer had drilled into him. It wasn't long before he had been run ragged. Exhausted he was a bit out of it when the girls were asking him all sorts of questions one night. Things about their family. Like how come Yang and Naruto had blonde hair but Ruby didn't, or how come Ruby had silver eyes and Yang had violet, and Naruto had red. That one had confused them at first. He had to explain to them that day about Raven. As best he could. Sadly how does a protective 10-year-old brother even hope to properly explain the situation surrounding their parents to 2 5-year-old little girls? He again, did his very best. Then sent them to bed. Thankfully the next day was a Saturday and Naruto enjoyed sleeping in for an extra hour. Then he was up and at making breakfast for the girls who were soon watching TV in the living room. Taiyang was still in his room, like always, and probably wouldn't come out unless his bedside bottle was empty when he woke up around noon. As Naruto worked making pancakes for himself and the girls, Taiyang could eat whatever leftovers they had. He stared up at the photo of himself, Ruby, and Yang wrapped up in a hug by Summer on Summer's birthday one year. Taiyang had taken the picture and Naruto felt his eyes moisten at the sight of his mom's smiling face. He missed her so much, but he forced the tears back down when he noticed a crow with red eyes flap into the room. He almost smiled as he saw it settle on the floor before transforming into Kiro, who shot him a small smirk. "It's been a long time, Naruto," Kiro said as he reached over and tousled the boy's hair. "I've been here, where have you been?" Naruto said, playing up the act of his pout. Kiro chuckled. "Oh, all over, but mostly here and there, you know," he said, getting a scoff from the boy. "How did you get in? Girls managed to get the window open or something?" Naruto asked as he handed a plate of flapjacks to his uncle. "Front door," the man said as he dug in. Naruto groaned and stepped into the living room to tell the girls to close the door and not leave it hanging open. As Naruto walked into the room though he found neither hide nor hair of the girls in there. Feeling worry creep into his chest he fought for control of himself as he stepped back into the kitchen. "Uncle Kiro, did you see the girls when you flew in here?" Naruto asked. "Huh, no, I assumed they were up in their rooms," he said, suddenly standing, worry creeping into him just like with his nephew. "No, I would have heard them going up the stairs at some point," Naruto answered. "Shit. The door," Kiro hissed, getting a nod from Naruto as they both bolted back into the living room. "Where is Tai?" "In bed, drunk like always," Naruto said as he pulled on his shoes and jacket and made for the door. Kiro blinked before practically growling as his confused expression shifted to that of fury. He practically kicked Taiyang's door off its hinges as he made his way in looking for his brother-in-law. He found the man sprawled across his mattress in sweatpants only, with empty bottles and pieces of trash laying in a circle around the bed. Kiro sneered down at the man he had considered one of his closest friends for so long and reached out to wrap his hands around the blonde's neck. This shit was coming to an end today, he hadn't realized how bad things had gotten here since Summer died. First thing was first though. He needed to get Taiyang around so they could look for the two. Kiro realized then that he needed to now look for 3 children as Naruto had already left in search of his little sisters. "Tai, I want to hurt you so bad right now," Kiro growled as he forced a shirt onto the man. Naruto wasn't a tracker by any stretch of the imagination, but it had been pretty rainy the last few weeks and Patch was a damp island in the first place, so mud was pretty typical. Ruby and Yang's footprints were plenty easy even for him to pick out and he made good time tracing their steps. He could be thankful they didn't have too much of a head start on him or very long legs yet because he was already closing in on them. He wasn't the only thing closing in on them though. A small pack of young Beowulfs circled the girls. Poor Ruby had already fainted from the fright. She had always been the more frail and timid of the 2 girls. Yang tried her best to look defiant and strong, but she was a 5-year-old little girl standing before 7 nightmarish wolf-like monsters. She was terrified and her entire body shook in fright and tears ran down her face. The girl was far too frightened to move as the evident leader of the pack lunged at her. The felt herself be knocked down and beside Ruby, but realized when she fell she wasn't being attacked by the monster like she expected. Instead her eyes widened in terror once more as her big brother screamed out in pain in front of her. Deep slashes from the top right side of his head down the side and front, nearly taking his eye and leaving a trail across his forehead and down his cheek, were now present. Yang was fully crying by that point. As she watched her brother take a wound meant for her and still stand protecting her and Ruby. He roared in pain, Naruto did. Almost like the monster had when it had gone for Yang. He launched himself at the creature, seemingly taking it by surprise as much as Yang was. Naruto slammed his small fist into the beast's bony faceplate, pushing it back slightly but doing nothing but bloodying his fist before his other hand swung around in a wide haymaker, catching the still stunned Grimm in the side of the head. This time there was a different reaction. The black substance that made up the Grimm seemed to cave under his fist as it impacted. Bringing a knee up into its jaw with a scream of rage and pain, Naruto shattered the thin bone that sent the beast to the ground, reeling from the sudden strikes and surprise of this turn of events. Naruto didn't stop. He had tunnel vision as the rest of the world drained away. Nothing else mattered besides the creature that had just tried to kill his precious little sisters. He stomped on it as it tried to stand back up. Again and again and again. He screamed and howled as he pounded his foot down onto the creature until it stopped trying to fight or escape or even move. It simply sizzled and began to dissolve into the typical mist that Grimm converted to when they were killed. As he stopped and looked around, Naruto realized 6 more of the massive wolves had now circled in closer to him and the girls. Each looking more gnarly and dangerous than the last. It was sudden when they died. A spiraling pair of men. One slamming gauntleted fists into the creatures and tearing them apart and the other swinging a sword with nearly inhuman quickness and grace. Kiro and Taiyang cleared out the remaining Grimm with ease only known to veteran huntsmen of a certain prestige and skill. Then suddenly Yang and Ruby were in their father's arms and Kiro was worrying over the deep wounds on Naruto's head. Even after finding both girls were fine, Tai remained focused on them, despite Kiro telling him how bad Naruto's injury was. The Bronwyn could only narrow his eyes and do what he could. He would be checking in more often now though. He wouldn't stand by and let Tai slip up like this again. Over the next year Kiro had slowly grown more and more unhappy with the situation at the Xiaolong household. Tai had become clearly uncomfortable around Naruto, especially when on the scarred side of the boy. Steadily he began distancing himself from and avoiding Naruto. His own son. He took the girls out often while giving Naruto money to enjoy himself as a big boy didn't need his father hovering over him. Or so he said. Kiro saw it for what it was. Tai didn't want to even look at his son. At some point in the last year that discomfort and awkwardness had begun to shift to resentment. Tai became snappish with Naruto over the tiniest things and was harder and harder on him for small or sometimes simply perceived mistakes. He often came back to apologize, but the bouncing between avoidance, hostility, and apologetic was obviously taking a toll on Naruto. Naruto had begun to distance himself from the girls. He seemed worried that whatever had made Tai begin to resent him would rub off on them and they would lose their last parental figure. The girls were less than pleased, only adding to Tai's resentment of his son as his daughters wanted to spend time with Naruto more than they did their father. Kiro saw all this and realized that it was only a matter of time before something sparked the powder keg that the Xiaolong household had become. He had to intervene and keep the kids safe, even from their own parent. After the discovery of Raven's actions all those years ago, he wouldn't let that happen again. So that led him here. On the front porch at 11 at night, sitting across Taiyang in a pair of wicker patio chairs. It was awkward, but both sat and drank a beer quietly, knowing that a tense conversation was about to take place that would likely affect the already strained relationship the two former best friends had. The Bronwyn was a bit surprised when Tai spoke first, already on the topic he had in mind. He however quickly grew angry over the words his former friend chose. "I need you to take Naruto with you when you leave this time," Tai said before knocking back the rest of his bottle. "What?" Kiro asked after stammering for a moment. "I need you to," Tai began, only to be interrupted by his brother-in-law. "I heard what you said. What I'm trying to ask is what the hell you are thinking. The wilds are no place for a kid. Are you nuts?" Kiro snapped. "Kiro, you grew up out there," Tai argued. "No Tai, I survived out there, and only because I had an entire tribe of murderous cutthroats that regarded me and my sister like a prince and princess. It's not even close to the same thing," Kiro stated as he slapped his empty bottle onto the table with a hollow clunk. The pair were silent for a moment before Kiro chuckled and looked away. Tai was confused, and slowly the Bronwyn turned to regard him with judging eyes. "I guess Naruto is a lot stronger than I was at the time. I mean, it's not like he ever got to be a kid, right, Tai?" Kiro asked pointedly, getting a scowl from the blonde man. "I did my best, that wasn't all my fault, you know that." Tai defended himself. "Your best is piss poor, and I know it wasn't all your fault. In the end though, plenty of it was though, wasn't it?" Kiro barked, causing Tai to drop back into his chai and rub a hand down his face. The two men slipped back into silence. Kiro finished his second bottle and took Tai's second unopened beer for himself despite the mild glare from the blonde. They seemed to go out of their way to avoid looking at one another. It was odd. They had once been so close and friendly, now they struggled to even look at one another. One out of disappointment and the other out of shame. "Do you seriously think it's a good idea to pull him and the girls apart?" Kiro asked, suddenly breaking the silence and causing Tai to scrunch his face up in a conflicted expression. "I just can't stand having him around anymore," Tai admitted with a heavy sigh. Kiro narrowed his eyes at the other man. "What the fuck did you just say? You want me to admit why he needs to go with you, Kiro? I can't even look at him. He's practically every big mistake and bad decision in my life wrapped into one. He has Raven's eyes. I see her glaring at me every time he looks at me. And those scars. They remind me of how I fucked up and of Summer and what almost happened to the girls all at once. How am I supposed to move on if I keep getting reminded of it all every time I happen to glance in his direction?" Tai ranted, only to be interrupted by Kiro swinging forward and slamming a fist in his face. Tai tumbled backward out of his chair and blinked in shock as he felt blood gush from his busted nose. He didn't get a chance to react before he was yanked up off of the ground and hit again, this time against the temple, sending him crumpling to the ground again, only for Kiro to hoist him up by his collar a third time and plant a fist into the blonde's jaw, rattling his teeth and cutting his cheek and lips on them, spraying more blood across Kiro's hand and Tai's face. "Stop!" Tai choked out between bloody teeth, but Kiro didn't listen. Instead he straddled the downed man and grabbed a fistful of his collar. He hit him 3 more times in brutally quick succession before yanking the battered and bloodied Taiyang up to look at him in the eye. "My sister might disgust me more than you still, but I just realized you're more pathetic than that bitch could ever be," Kiro snarled. He slammed Tai backward, back into the concrete porch, bouncing him slightly and making the blonde's head spin even worse than it already was. As Kiro stood, Tai rolled over onto his side and coughed up a mix of blood, spit and beer. He moaned pitifully at the pain swimming through his face and head. Kiro meanwhile stared up at a tree filled with black birds, a peculiar raven among them, making him briefly think of his sister. He wondered what had led them all to where they were now. Were they all destined to end up messes like this, or could they have prevented it and ended up as good examples for the kids despite their own fucked up childhoods? He supposed now was a final chance to find out. "I'll take Naruto," Kiro said as Tai pushed himself up into a sitting position. "I'll adopt him. He'll be my son since you were never really a father to him anyway. I'm also going to be checking in on the girls at least once a month, and if I, or whoever I have check in my place if I'm on a mission, finds even the slightest thing wrong, I'll take them too," Kiro said as he stared down at the other man with contempt. "Thank you," Tai said as blood dripped from his busted lips. "Don't thank me, it's not for you, it's because of you and for them," Kiro said before actually spitting on the man he had once called brother. He then spun around and went inside to collect his son. Tai slowly lowered himself to laying on the porch again and glanced over at a tree where a black bird seemed to glare down at him before it took off into the sky. That just caused him to sigh again. It had been a long time since he tasted his blood, or had been roughed up so bad. Sometimes he forgot that he might be a better hand-to-hand fighter than Kiro was technically, but Kiro was born and raised a Bronwyn of the wilds. He was far from a slouch in a fist fight. Not that what had just happened could be called a fight. Naruto hated it when his little sisters were upset. They had never been more upset the next morning when they found he and Kiro, no, it was Dad now, had packed up his things. Most of it had to be left behind, they were only taking clothes and a few personal items. Dad said he would learn to properly travel light with experience. Yang and Ruby had broken out into tears the moment they saw him standing beside the bags next to the door. It was kind of like even they had known this was coming. Naruto had immediately wrapped them in tight hugs and kisses at their cheeks and on their heads to calm them down. It hadn't worked. They clung to him and refused to let go. They even had to be pried off by Tai and Kiro. The two little girls struggled in their arms and shouted at the men. Kiro seemed to be glaring at Tai throughout the entire ordeal. Finally though, Kiro calmed them down by telling them they would see him again. That as soon as they were big enough to go out on their own and leave Tai's house they would see Naruto again. It calmed them both down though Tai glared at Kiro for the way he had worded it. He didn't say anything though. If the beating last night had shown him anything, it was that Kiro wasn't about to listen to anything he had to say. Eventually they left, setting out for the local airport to take an airship to Vale and from there begin their journey. The journey was harsh once they left the city of Vale. The wilds were just as they sounded, wild. This region spanned every continent of remnant between the settlements and colonies of the four great kingdoms and menagerie. It was lawless and primarily populated by Grimm, with large numbers of bandits, fugitives, and generally desperate and dangerous people who preferred to kill first and never ask questions. This was the place Naruto spent the next 3 years. He left home a young boy of 11. More skilled than most his age but still naive and unprepared for the harsh reality of the world outside of Patch. Kiro guided and trained his adoptive son dutifully, and by the time the boy was 14 he had become something else entirely. When most 14-year-olds were looking to start their first pre-academy schooling, perhaps learning to forge their weapons and being taught the best methods of killing Grimm and defending themselves, Naruto was already finished with his first-hand education. Kiro had done what Raven wanted without abusing and mistreating Naruto. He had made him strong. Strong enough to step off of the airship at the docks at Beacon alongside student hopefuls all 3 years or more his senior. The youngest applicant to Beacon in history. To any Huntsman Academy, truthfully. Naruto could only assume he was a bit of a sight as several student hopefuls stared at him. It wasn't a shock. He knew that he would have been a comical sight in most circumstances with his massive sword across his back, taller than he was when fully formed. He was sure the only reason he wasn't being teased or questioned was because of the rest of his appearance. Naruto was tall for his age, and muscular. Years of rough training and survival in the bush of the wilds had led to him developing ahead of his age physically. He also sported innumerable small scars across his exposed arms as well as the 4 large claw slashes down the right side of his face. His current attire made it clear that despite being younger than any other applicants, Naruto had likely experienced more of the actual threats that Remnant had to offer than most of them had. He wore a snug black tank top with a magnetized bandolier on a cross strap. Loose-fitting pants and rugged shoes completed his utilitarian look, and with his bright red eyes and golden blonde hair, Naruto drew plenty of eyes. Still, the crowd of other students only stared and stepped out of the way of the intense-looking teen as he walked toward the main auditorium. Beacon was more or less what Naruto had expected of a huntsman academy. It looked like a warped version of the castles many settlements had popularly used in the centuries prior to the Great War. That being said, it seemed to lack any real defenses beyond the staff and students themselves. Maybe the mountainous terrain or something else kept the Grimm to a smaller issue here than they would have been in the wilds. Joining the other students in the main auditorium of the academy, he watched as the headmaster Ozpin and his deputy headmistress, the same woman who had given their orientation video on the ride in a Glinda Goodwitch if he recalled, stepped onto the stage. Welcome Hunter hopefuls to the Beacon Academy orientation and initiation. By the end of this weekend, some of you will be taking the first steps to becoming official hunters of Remnant. Others of you will be returning home to look for a different path, and still others will sadly never leave the Forever Fall Forest again. Ozpin said while staring blankly down at the assembled teenagers. I wish you all the best of luck. Ozpin simply said before pivoting and walking away, leaving the student hopefuls shocked. Glinda stepped forward and adjusted her glasses as she peered down at her audience. She lingered on Naruto for a moment, something passing in her eyes before she continued on. For those of you not comfortable with facing possible death over the next 2 days, please leave now. You will not have another opportunity, and the result of death is a very real possibility during this test. She said. The room hesitated, but soon a single student walked out of the doors to the room, followed by another and another until less than 50 remained. Naruto was shocked. The simple threat of death had made more than 2/3 of the room clear out just like that. Still, he noticed Glinda seemed to watch him in particular before she straightened herself to address him and the others that had remained. In 1 hour, you will be dropped into the Forever Fall Forest, where you must strive to survive for the next 2 days. However, that is not all that you must do. The first fellow student you make eye contact with upon landing will be your partner for the next 4 years of your time here at Beacon. I recommend you try to find someone you can work well with. She explained crisply. The students began to murmur among each other at that. A feeling of worry descended on them, even more so than when they were told they could die. Good, it meant they had hunters' priorities. For their line of work, things like death were an inevitability and not something to worry over. As much as she disliked sending such children to their deaths, she knew they were also going to become the defenders of civilization, and that required certain abilities and personalities. That is not all though. She began again, quieting the crowd. While in the forest, each student hopeful must find and defeat and collect the mask of 3 different Grimm. I mean, of course, a partnered pair will need 3 masks between them. I wish all of you good luck. I will see you at Dock Epsilon. Those who now wish to leave like their earlier peers can proceed to Docks Alpha, Beta, and Gamma, the airships there will take you back to Vale. With that, Glinda Goodwitch simply strode off of the stage with a series of resounding clicks from her heels. The students murmured among one another again, but slowly began making their way toward the exits. She was sure hot and all, but everyone is acting all upset about this test, huh sis? One student's words caught Naruto's attention. A petite girl with a large sword, though not near as large as Naruto's own, was talking to an abnormally busty one that shared her coloring and features. The speaker wore a red jacket along with extremely short cut-off denim shorts and what amounted to a sports bra as she walked beside the larger girl. Mordred, I know you're excited to jump into fighting the Grimm, but take this seriously. That's what the others are doing. They aren't upset, the bustier girl said. Unlike her apparent sister, she wore a white shirt with blue jeans that weren't cut off just past the crotch like the first sisters. She also had a black jacket on over her clothes, looking older than he expected she truly was. Unlike the younger sister's bright blonde hair and green eyes, this older sister had paler blonde hair with honey-colored eyes. He assumed she was 17, but her attire simply made her seem more mature. Like the smaller sister, she also had a weapon, though hers was a longer and thinner sword than Mordred's. Gah, Artoria, there you go, acting like mom again. Really, I don't need you talking down to me all the time. Mordred grumbled as the pair passed by Naruto. They started into an argument with the now named Artoria picking out little things that Mordred was doing wrong, even mentioning that her dressing as she had would have a greater effect if he had a more womanly body, causing Mordred to make a scene among the students and yelling at her about just wearing them because they were comfortable and not trying to catch others' eyes like some cow-titted slut. At that, Naruto shifted his attention away. He was only 14 after all, He didn't really plan on being caught staring at the revealing clothes of the petite sister or the natural gifts of the other. Slipping out the door he kept to himself. He wasn't the most sociable of teens now, in part thanks to living in the wilds and in part having not gone to an actual school since he was 11 years old. It was probably in his best interest to simply avoid his possible future classmates and focus on what it was he was good at. Fighting. Especially Grimm. Naruto chuckled as he caught the balled-up shirt fired at his head. His partner and team leader was far too easy to tease. Even now, 3 years along the path to becoming official hunters, she could be so prudish when it came to him. Always caught between acting like a peer and a big sister, at least that's what Naruto assumed. He also knew there was another element that had recently entered into their relationship. After all, Naruto was no longer that little teen she had encountered in the Forever Fall Forest during the initiation. No, 3 years had passed by like nothing since Naruto first came to Beacon, and he was finally the age most first years were when entering. 17. The boy had grown to be a strong 3 inches over the 6-foot mark, and his harsh training and multiple missions alongside his teammates had further carved his already impressive physique into that of a warrior. He knew the effect he had started having on his teammates. He'd always had a special place among the team as the youngest and the only boy. They were protective of him, often overly so, but nowadays it was different. "Are you sure you want me to cover up Urza?" Naruto asked jokingly as he caught the annoyed roll of her eyes and faint blush on her cheeks. "Just get dressed, we have a mission brief in 10 minutes and I still have to wrangle the other two," she said as she stood up and slipped on her jacket over her school uniform. Naruto chuckled at his partner's words. She was an amazing person and he couldn't imagine having a different partner or let alone a better one. However, she was a strict type, part of the reason she got along so well with their team mentor, Professor Goodwitch. She was a bit awkward though in dealing with others despite being a natural leader and efficient huntress in training. She could come off as abrasive to some, but he knew her roughshod method was because she was always trying to push the ones she cared about down the right path. He had picked up on that the first time they met. Flashback. The brief overview given before the students were loaded up and taken to the forest was pretty much just a rehashing of the same things Glinda had said in the auditorium. They would be dropped into the forest to survive for the next 2 days, and the first fellow student they encountered would become their partner. Then between the two of them they had to defeat 3 different species of Grimm and collect a trophy from the bones that remained once the majority of their body disintegrated. Sounded easy enough to Naruto and the others. Most changed their minds when 4th years gleefully chucked them off the back ramp of the bullhead as they flew over the forest. Naruto and a handful of others hadn't waited to be manhandled out of the craft, instead sprinting out the doors and aiming for a safe and stable landing in the woods below. Naruto had crashed through the tree branches roughly and slammed into the ground with a small crater and loud thump. His aura, thanks to the nature of his semblance, would almost always dwarf those around it and easily absorb the shock and damage such a fall would have normally given him. Rising to his feet and drawing Bane off of his back, Naruto scanned the woods around him. He had already seen the black and white blurs moving in the trees the moment the first students had been tossed from the aircraft. It wouldn't be hard to find targets to hunt here. No, his primary focus at the moment was to find shelter to last a couple days. Preferably somewhere with nice solid rock outcroppings to protect him from surprise attacks at night. As he set out toward the west, hoping to come across exactly what he was looking for, he first walked into the path of a pack of beowulfs. Nearly 15 in total, he felt almost disappointed such a common species were his opponents. It was a strange hobby according to Kiro, but Naruto had taken to cataloging as much information about the various types of Grimm he encountered and defeated. Everything from looks, habits, and abilities to the best way to kill them. Kiro often told him he would make an excellent professor one day if he kept it up. That didn't sound bad, but Naruto was sure it was something he'd only do several years into his career or after he retired from the field fully. The blonde stood waiting for the Grimm to come for him. Usual tactics when outnumbered. He wasn't disappointed as 2 of the creatures hurled themselves at him only to miss as he spun around them, bringing his oversized blade around and up in a wide cleaving motion. It severed one of the monster's heads while chopping the second in half. As was usual upon seeing some of their fellows killed, the rest of the Grimm worked up into a frenzy and rushed at him. Naruto though had fought packs easily twice this size and had become especially skilled at fighting them. It was a far different fight than the day one had given him the scars down the side of his face. Same thing with every Beowulf pack. He grumbled as another Beowulf lunged at him only for Naruto to impale it on his blade and hurl it back off the blade into a charging second member of the pack, sending both tumbling to the ground. Over and over, how does every pack only do the same old pack tactics? Naruto wondered aloud as he removed 3 Grimm heads at once. He had yet to move from the small circle he continued pivoting in to face his foes. The next 4 Grimm died as easily as the rest and Naruto was honestly disappointed. Hopefully the forest would have some decent challenges, otherwise he was worried the next 2 days, let alone the next 4 years, would all be a real drag. Just as he was about to turn to surprise the Beowulf charging at his back, a blade shot out of the sky and embedded through its mask, pinning it to the ground. The sudden action surprised him and the handful of surviving pack members. Even more so when several more swords matching the first burst from the trees and turned the last of the Grimm into pincushions. He wasn't sure exactly how whoever had done that did it, but he knew it had to have something to do with a semblance. Whatever it was definitely impressive. Whoever was behind it was bound to be his partner too, so he hoped they continued to impress. A tall red-headed girl dropped from a treetop in front of him with another 2 swords in her hands to go with the 6 embedded in the various disintegrating Grimm corpses. She wore a breastplate with a blue combat skirt and armored boots. The various swords that had embedded into the Beowulfs dislodged themselves and took a hovering pattern around the girl as she confidently strode over toward Naruto with an appraising look in her eyes. "I had that under control," Naruto said as she crossed across the forest floor over to him. "I saw. You're strong, especially for someone your age. What are you, 16? She asked. 14, Naruto replied, getting her eyes to widen. "If you knew I had it, why did you interfere? I was having a good time." Her eyes filled with humor and she reached out to rub Naruto's head, causing him to scowl at her. As he batted away her hand, she chuckled and began sheathing her swords. "You looked bored to me," she said with a small giggle, but shook her head and looked him up and down with another appraising look. "I jumped in though because I wasn't sure that it would count for both of us if I didn't help fight the pack. We are partners now after all." She smirked. Naruto was silent for a moment but put away his sword, folding it into its carrying form and connecting it to the magnetic bandolier he wore. That was fair. He was more bored than anything with this pack of typical Beowulfs. Plus she was right, they were partners now and it might not count for points if they didn't both kill the Beowulfs. "I'm Naruto Bronwyn then, I guess," he said awkwardly, not really sure how to introduce himself. Nikos, nice to meet you, partner. That really was some impressive fighting you did with the pack of Grimm. I thought I was going to have to help out, but I guess you are here so early for a reason," she said with a friendly tone as she bent down to pick up the mask of one of the dead Beowulfs. "Thanks, that was a pretty cool move there at the end too," he replied as they began walking westward, no real destination in mind beyond the rocky cliffs in the same direction. "That was my semblance in play. Magnetism. I can magnetize metal objects I touch and control them like that from then on. Or at least until I sleep next. What about you?" she asked. "Mine's not really great for immediate combat. Essentially my aura just grows exponentially stronger and at faster rates than others," he explained. So the fact you can swing that giant hunk of metal around like nothing, just lots of training?" she asked, not totally believing him. "Well, it also helps strengthen my body and heal me faster," he answered, clearly done talking about it. Backed off at the boy's changing demeanor. She didn't need to pry too much all at once. They'd be partners for years after all if everything worked out well enough. "Well, let's go," she commanded, and Naruto, seeing no reason not to, just nodded as he followed. The 2 students eventually made it to the rocks and began scaling the rugged cliffside to get a better vantage point of their surrounding area. Naruto was impressed that his partner kept up their fast pace as well as she did. She clearly wasn't raised in the frontier and wilds like he was, but whatever training she had received was top-notch. Just like he considered his own. It wasn't long before they had made a good way up the rock face and found a deep crevice that could make for excellent shelter. They just had to clear out whatever Grimm lived within and were making that deep buzzing noise. I really hate the bug types. Urza scowled. Huh, for me it's the snake ones. Just not a fan, Naruto replied, getting a shrug from the redhead as if to say, to each their own. With that the pair drew their weapons and cautiously made their way inside. End flashback. The partners left their dorm room headed for the cafeteria, no doubt that their teammates would be there somewhere. Likely hoping to get a bit of breakfast before having to deal with whatever they were being assigned to for this mission. We're going to be late. Urza grumbled as they walked down the hallway and Naruto chuckled even as he nodded. I told you to keep an eye on them, O fearless leader. He joked, getting only a sideways glare from the beautiful redhead as a reply. As they neared the cafeteria they could hear the telltale clattering and shouting of another of their teammates, episodes. Really the two only ever got along in the middle of a fight. Urza sighed lightly beside him but she wasn't that bothered. She tried to run a tight ship with their team but after 3 years she knew there was no changing some aspects of her teammates. Come on, we better get in there before they make too much of a mess. Urza said as she kicked the double doors to the room open revealing the pair of blondes with weapons drawn in the center of a circle beside an overturned table covered in a mixture of milk, cereal, eggs and what looked like biscuits and gravy. On one side the more petite of the two stood with her sword held in front of her in a guard position. She was roughly the size Naruto had been when he started at Beacon despite being 19 now. She wore the school uniform though left her jacket open and the tip 3 buttons of her shirt undone revealing what cleavage she had, as if trying to confirm she was in fact a woman. Opposite her was her twin, though it was usually hard to tell they were in fact twins. She was taller than even Urza and far more, developed in the chest area. She had the same 3 buttons undone on her shirt that her sister did but simply because she couldn't actually button them because her chest was simply too large. Where the first sister had light blonde hair and green eyes this one's were a muted blonde and her eyes were a yellowish golden color, giving her a mature and intense look. Mordred. Artoria. Enough, we're late. Urza shouted into the room causing both girls to freeze and turn to look at their teammates at the door. Damn it. Mordred shouted but still put away her sword and moved to join the rest of Team Emna. I'm glad I didn't have to send that letter after all. Artoria said as she stepped alongside her sister folding her lance back into its sword form and sheathing it as well. Letter? Naruto asked getting a nod from Artoria. Yes, the one I keep in my desk for when Mordred finally does something so stupid she gets herself killed. Artoria said with a completely stoic and serious tone. Shut your fat mouth. Mordred scowled. Naruto, do you think I'm fat? Artoria asked as she leaned into his side, pressing her thick hips and soft boobs into him. The younger boy blushed faintly but by now was used to Artoria using him to pick on Mordred. Leave him out of this. Besides, a good boy like Naruto would never fall for you, he needs more than boobs to be happy, bitch. Mordred snarled. Artoria tapped her bottom lip in mock thought for a moment before tapping a fist into her palm as if realizing something. Good thing I have an ass for him to fall for too. Unlike the twiggy brat that keeps running her mouth. Artoria said with the faintest of grins at her sister. Naruto sent a mental thanks to whatever god there was watching over him when Urza snatched up his wrist and yanked him out from between the two sisters, simultaneously breaking up their fight and rescuing her partner from her teammates. Naruto chuckled as she began to lecture them on how to act better. As usual Mordred crossed her arms and huffed while Artoria stared at Urza with half-lidded eyes, both not really listening to their team leader but too used to her lectures to argue. Flashback. Naruto and Urza made their way out of their makeshift shelter the second morning of the initiation exam for Beacon with an additional bone mask from the Lancers that had turned the caverns inside into a sort of hive or nest. Both had a new appreciation for their partner. Naruto had suspected Urza had excellent control of her semblance but actually watching her use it was something else entirely. Seeing the accuracy and speed she picked off any Lancers either outside his range or slipping around him, Naruto was a little surprised she hadn't gone into the academy at an earlier age like he himself was. Urza likewise had realized just how prodigious her younger partner was. His strength and skill had been obvious earlier when he cleaned out an entire Beowulf pack. Now though she had been getting an excellent presentation of just how agile and quick he was. Even with his massive heavy weapon. Both had realized just how perfectly they complemented one another in combat. Urza was no slouch in close-in fighting, but her semblance made her a terror of an opponent at range and perfect for covering the blistering fast and powerful force of nature that was Naruto. So with Naruto in the face of the Lancer Grimm and Urza providing support and cover with her floating blades, they were a nightmare to try and fight. After wiping out the Lancers, the two had bedded down for the night, taking turns for lookout. A small breakfast of rations Naruto had thankfully kept on his person, and they were setting out to find their final target. They traveled for most of the day, disappointingly finding mostly only the bony remains of other Grimm taken out by students. They also found a great many of their fellow student hopefuls. All dead, most cold, having not made it past the first day. Such a waste, Urza said sadly. Only the strongest can be hunters, Naruto replied. He was saddened, of course, but the amount of similar sights, not to mention the method in which he'd had been raised, had largely numbed him to such things. Still, there has to be a better way, she argued as she closed the eyes of a blue-haired girl and did her best to cover her modesty after her outfit had been nearly torn off along with whatever took her arm. Maybe, but it's a proven method. Same one the nomad tribes use. Strong survive and defend, weak either die or serve from the safety of the strong, Naruto said with a shrug. That's pretty cynical, Naruto, Urza said as she glanced over at him a bit sadly. The scars on his face and arms made her realize he must have been forced to become strong from a very young age. She could understand that to an extent. Her own childhood had been anything but easy. Then again, she wasn't covered head to toe in scars and entering a school for trained killers at 14. The pair continued on in silence for a while. The forest was awfully quiet. Eerily quiet. It was odd, being as the place truly was beautiful, but the creepy quiet and lack of animal sounds along with the occasional corpses or grim remains and spent shell casings made it a surreal experience. It even had Naruto on edge. In the end, this place was different than the frontiers and wilds. There were many Grimm there, but they were wide open places. It took till now to settle in that Forever Fall was in effect an inescapable basin filled to the brim with Grimm of many kinds. Urza noticed the shift in her younger companion. He had already been cautious and alert, but now he was tense and seemed to have surrendered some sort of restraint. As if he had noticed something. Naruto, what is it? She asked the boy. Nothing yet, but that's kind of the problem. This whole place is one giant nest. It's a training ground for a reason. How come we are hardly encountering any Grimm right now? He asked. Maybe most of them have gone after louder groups, or they got wiped out in this area, Urza suggested. All of them, even with all the dead students we found, Naruto suggested back. Urza followed his example and became even more cautious and on edge as they crept through the forest. Occasionally the eerie silence would be interrupted by a distant scream or bout of gunfire. Once even a strange red bolt of lightning from around a mile east of Naruto and Urza had blasted through the canopy of the forest. They decided it was a risk, but possibly an acceptable one, to at least investigate what that was. Both hoped it was a semblance of some kind. Naruto wanted to fight unique Grimm, but he wasn't really all that interested in a hard fight against some crazy powerful monster spitting out lightning. Despite their worries, the chance that it was other students that could be teamed up with for the final 20 or so hours of the test was too good to pass up. So they changed course and made their way toward the possible fight. It didn't take long for them to begin hearing more common sounds of a battle with Grimm. The snarls and harsh bark-like sounds they often made among the more common variants filled the once silent woods, along with the sound of slicing blades and a pair of other students carving up a pack of Ursa like it was an everyday chore. Urza stopped Naruto from interfering as the two girls ahead of them carved up the last of their opponents. Unlike with Naruto, Urza wasn't sure if partners could share kills with other partnered pairs. Best to let the other two get the prize they had done most of the work to acquire. As they watched on, the two girls continued to wrap up their work. Naruto remembered them from the auditorium. The sisters that had been making a bit of a scene while arguing with one another. The red sister, Mordred if he remembered, had red lightning arcing up and down her broadsword, and she took the Grimm head on. She fought somewhat similar to how Naruto did, though she was honestly a bit less of a berserker than he was. She was more agile and faster though, which helped keep her well ahead of the large forms of the Ursa. The black-clad sister, Artoria, had a lance-like weapon that crackled with dust-generated energy, ending the Ursa she pierced with the tip of her weapon easily in different elemental attacks. Any that drew too close, however, she smoothly shifted her weapon into a sword form and cleanly slew them as they drew in for their attack. "They're quite skilled," Ursa said as she watched the two girls fight. "I wonder who's better, us or them," Naruto said before glancing up at his red-headed companion, catching the smirk on her face as she winked at him. He cursed mentally as he blushed and looked away, hearing the tinkling laughter of his partner ring out beside him. He wasn't the only one, as both of the women they had been watching had just finished the last of their Grimm opponents and had heard the laughter. They turned to Naruto and Ursa and after a brief moment of hesitation returned their weapons to their sheaths before slowly approaching the newcomers. "Enjoy the show?" Artoria asked with a raised eyebrow and a hand still on the hilt of her weapon. "We simply didn't want to accidentally steal your kills," Ursa replied while raising her hands in a placating manner. Mordred grinned at that while Artoria seemed to again hesitate, as if thinking before slowly nodding and releasing her hand from her blade. "Sue, why are you hanging around then? Want to change partners? That sounds like a plan. Artoria, you can have the squirt. You always were good at babysitting John back home." Mordred rattled off quickly as she walked toward Ursa with her hand extended in greeting. "Squirt? I'm bigger than you," Naruto said with a quirked eyebrow, getting a small smile from Artoria and another small laugh from Ursa. Mordred froze before glancing over at Naruto and finally really sizing up. It didn't take long before her grin spread wide and she practically latched her hand onto Naruto's in greeting. She pulled him in close and even gave him a sideways hug, causing him to go rigid in her grasp, not that she seemed to mind that much as she quickly released him. "I changed my mind, you get red, I want the mouthy one," Mordred said with a look toward her sister. "You're the mouthy one though," Artoria said simply as she brushed past the squawking Mordred to shake Naruto and Ursa's hands herself. "I'm Artoria Ark, this is my little sister Mordred," Artoria began only to be interrupted by her little sister. "Twin. We're twins," Mordred said sharply, glaring lightly at Artoria. "I specifically said little, not younger, even though I am 9 minutes older," Artoria said blandly, though the amusement in her eyes was easy to see for Naruto and Ursa as they all watched Mordred twitch slightly at her sister's teasing. "Oh, you think you're so big and bad?" Mordred began, only for Ursa to step between them, causing the argument to end before it truly could wind up. "Enough, this is hardly the place to argue like little kids. We have an exam to finish," Ursa said. Both sisters looked at one another before turning to Ursa with heat in their eyes. Naruto cringed faintly. He knew this was about to suck. Just some basic natural instinct told him that he wasn't going to like this. He ended up being very right as the three girls all began tearing into one another. Ursa demanded they both stop fighting and listen to her. Artoria sniping out initially at only Ursa but occasionally at Mordred too, seemingly just for the hell of it. Lastly, Mordred was shouting at Ursa, asking who exactly she seemed to think she was. Especially benign as she and the squirt hadn't even introduced themselves yet. Naruto sighed as the conversation spiraled and he knew better than to step into the middle of it. It was better to let it run its course, he assumed. Sadly, as should be expected in a forest filled with beings that were drawn to negative intent, an argument between three strong-willed people was something of a dinner bell. The ground rumbled ominously and a piercing shriek cut through the sound of the group arguing. "They're coming," Naruto said as he suddenly drew Bane and it reassembled into the massive blade. "Right, Artoria, with me we'll provide cover for them. Mordred, you got whatever made that noise, and Naruto, whatever is about to come out of the ground is yours." "Who put you in charge?" Mordred snapped. "Just do what she says. You have a swarm," Naruto hissed. Mordred followed his eyes with her own gaze, locating the appropriately dubbed swarm of harpy-like razorwings. Naruto turned his attention back to the quickly forming depression ahead of them. The ground sank before blossoming up almost like the earth itself had taken in a big breath. Then it exploded outward with a massive worm-like monster tearing through the ground and twisting before diving down toward the group of students. "Change of plan. Mordred and I will take the razorwings, you two handle the blindworm," Ursa called. There were no arguments this time, just four well-trained hunters in training snapping to what they knew best. Naruto covered the ground between him and his target quickly. He was soon swinging his sword against the thick armored hide of their opponent, leaving deep gashes and grooves in its armored exterior. He easily avoided the creature's attempts to catch him in its maw, but even with his strength and sharp blade of bane he wasn't hurting the creature in front of him. It's some sort of mutation. The harder ground in Vale over the loose sands of Vacuo made this thing's armor almost impenetrable. Artoria called out as she unloaded several dust rounds into it with her transformed anti-material rifle. Naruto nearly shouted back that he could tell. But just as he was about to, a second section of ground dipped and then began to swell. "Shit, another one," he shouted before diving out of the way. "We don't have the tools for this," Artoria cried as she danced around the worm's barbed tail that had ripped out of the ground beside her. "We need to," Naruto began, only for Urza to interrupt and finish his sentence for him. Again, with almost unnatural fluidity for a group that had just met, the foursome changed targets. Naruto activated the mechashift function on Bane, transforming the massive blade into a chain gun. He let the feral grin spread onto his face as he planted his feet in a solid base and angled his weapon upward at the swarm of razor wings. The deafening roar of his gun as it burped a continuous series of rounds into the aerial targets was music to his ears. The standard rounds he had loaded were more than enough to chew through the little creatures, but still he had to make it quick. He didn't have unlimited ammunition, and while Bane held enough to normally outfit 7 hunters, it also ate through its supply faster than all 7 could hope to keep up with. He wasn't the only one unloading on the enemy though. Artoria's rifle was honestly overkill for the light frames of the Grimm they were killing at the moment. Her rounds turned even the bony armored portions of the little monsters to a fine powdery mist upon impact. Nearby, Urza kept one worm busy while using her blades to create a floating staircase for Mordred, who wielded his own transformed weapon. Now armed with a rocket launcher, the petite blonde lined herself up with the mouth of the beast before squeezing the triggers and sending a high explosive rocket with fire dust added straight down its throat. "Eat that, you big bastard," she hollered as the explosion sent her further up into the air and allowed her to line up a shot on the second Grimm worm. It tried to close its gaping maw to prevent a similar date to its sibling, but the explosives Mordred was packing didn't actually need to be inside the creature to bypass its armor. They were rockets after all. A massive blast took the creature's entire head off and tossed Mordred down roughly against the forest floor next to her sister and impromptu comrades. The 4 hunters in training were silent for a while, each of them catching their breaths and waiting for the next set of Grimm trying their luck. It never came, and slowly the silence grew into Mordred chuckling, followed by the others one by one joining in until all 4 were laughing. "That was amazing," Urza said with a smile, getting bods and grins from the others. "We make a good team," Naruto added in, getting agreements from the others. "Yeah, about that, who are you two?" Mordred asked, causing Naruto and Urza to realize they hadn't actually introduced themselves yet. They broke into laughter once again before introducing themselves to their new friends. End flashback. Following that, the group had simply passed the day by the king back toward the cliffs so they could return to Beacon. Artoria and Mordred had evidently already collected a mask prior to Naruto and Urza running into them, and while one mask of the worm was gone for good, the second went to the sisters while there were more than enough Razorwing masks to go around. They had been more than happy to be placed together on a team. Urza was made their leader, and the rest, as they say, was history. Now they were perhaps the most well-known team at Beacon. The quartet of juniors were Team Emna. Team Eminence, though Naruto and Mordred often complained that it didn't fit properly. Still, the word Eminence got them extremely well. They all had a certain air of authority and confidence about them. Even more so than other accomplished teams. Team Emna had been the first to be given their mentor and the first to begin escorted missions under Glinda Goodwich's mentorship. They had also been the first to begin missions without a mentor. Most not doing so until their 3rd year, but Team Emna beginning only a month into their 2nd year. That was enough to give them a sort of celebrity status among their peers, but for Headmaster Ozpin, it was time to begin taking the steps beyond that. He knew Team Emna was meant for astounding things in the world. Their pedigree was impeccable and their skills were already proven. However, to ease the worries of his right hand, the team's own mentor and den mother, Glinda, he decided on a final test to prove it to her. She would ride out with them and observe from a bullhead as the team handled their job and grade their performance. She had been still rather salty about how soon the team, especially its youngest member, were taking part in an A-class cleansing. Few fourth years even took such jobs without their mentor, but Ozpin had reminded his assistant that Eminence was anything but an ordinary team of students. Each of them had started down their path as hunters as children, in different ways perhaps, but they were literally born and raised for this, and Ozpin did ever so wasting resources in his war against Salem and her grim hordes. After today, new symbols of hope would be seen across Remnant. It was what he had once wanted for Team STRQ, but he was sure this time things would work out. After all, Naruto and Mordred had stacked the deck in the team's favor on any mission since the start of their third year. The headmaster almost wanted to tag along to see their creations in action firsthand. As Team Emna walked into the room, Ozpin glanced over at Glinda, who eyed her protégés with her typical piercing gaze. He had to hide the smile behind the brim of his mug as the 14 simply smiled back at her and warmly greeted her, cracking through her cold stern exterior more easily than even he could. Glinda stepped over to the 4 students and laid a hand on Urza's shoulder while she adjusted the collar of Naruto's uniform. "Why is it that only Urza ever properly wears the uniform?" she asked with mild humor, already knowing the answers. "Feels like a leash," Naruto said nonchalantly. "I have to be free and open somewhat. I run hot," Mordred said as she crossed her arms under her modest bust. "Too tight," Artoria shrugged, causing the headmaster to ensure his eyes were averted. Naruto didn't hold such standards though, and received a small flick to the nose from his mentor while Artoria sent him a small grin. "I have told you to get bigger shirts," Glinda said with some annoyance toward her fellow blonde. She hadn't expected a response, and neither had she gotten one. "How do you all feel? There is no shame in allowing a more experienced team to handle this?" Glinda asked. Her voice lacked any obvious worry, but they had grown used to her fiddling nature when worrying for someone when she began straightening Mordred's uniform. "We're ready, I think. Naruto and Mordred's project worked just as they planned in all the field tests, and we even used it on a pair of missions into the frontier recently," Urza said. She was always confident in her team. Her partner and Mordred had a gift for mechashift weaponry. They had been working on some revolutionary items almost since they started at the academy. Now those items were fully functioning and she couldn't feel safer or more proud of them. "That may be so, Miss Nikos, but I have yet to even tell you the mission rating." Ozpin broke into the conversation, making the room turn to look at him. "So, it's something big then?" Mordred asked bluntly. Ozpin chuckled as Urza and Glinda both sighed. "Yes, it's big. Team Emna, I am hereby offering you your first unsupported A-class cleansing mission. Glinda will accompany you to observe but not interfere unless your demise is certain. However, you know how quickly a Grimm can kill, so do not count on her to rescue you from your mistakes. This is the closest to a full-blown field mission as a qualified hunter any student has ever taken. Do not take it lightly," Ozpin said before calmly sipping at his coffee. He grinned behind his cup as the expressions of the 4 students didn't grow worried or pale or any typical example of fear most would show it, being told they would be taking an A-class mission and possibly dying. All as a teenager. Instead, as he had predicted, their faces hardened and their eyes all but glowed with determination. "What is the mission, headmaster?" Urza asked after glancing to ensure her team was as invested as she was. The silver-haired man withdrew his scroll and tapped on an application, activating the large screen on one side of the room with detailed maps and diagrams. The group stepped closer as Ozpin himself began to point at the material. "This is an aerial view of the town of Greenmarket. It sits on the crossroad of 5 important roadways and a rail line near Vale's frontier perimeter. 6 days ago a protest march for faunus rights moved through the town as it has a sizable Schnee Dust Company supply depot. 2 days afterward a scuffle between SDC security and the White Fang protesters left one protester in the hospital and the entire town on the brink of violence. While the majority of White Fang marchers have moved on, a massive buildup of Grimm from the event has been identified north and west of the town. As of this morning the Grimm number in excess of 100 creatures, primarily Beowulfs and Ursa, but larger, more dangerous variants are also present. They will be upon the town's defenses by tomorrow night, at the latest." The headmaster briefed them. The students were silent. A bit shocked not only by the actual situation and seriousness of the mission but by the way it was all being laid out before them clearly. That only lasted a moment though before they began approaching the screen to get a better look at the exact situation. Grimm gave off an energy signature that, at some point, they had developed technology to detect similar to thermal imaging. The black spots on the map were so close together and so built up that the imagery for the region looked as if a storm cloud was sweeping in on weather radar. What's more, the diagrams showed that the town's defenses were formidable. That is, they were formidable for normally sized packs of Grimm. A fully fledged horde like this was something else though. The shirt-thin walls and defensive turrets and cannon wouldn't hold them off long enough for the populace to properly evacuate. That was without so many news crews and remaining White Fang members present. Evacuation? Urza asked. Already started. You can see that it will take time though. Best case scenario is you divert the horde and the people can be safely evacuated till the military can purge the whole region. If that fails, you are to distract the horde long enough for us to provide temporary shelters to those who can't be evacuated in time. Then an air campaign can begin to clear the valley with minimized risk to remaining civilians. Ozpin explained. But, then the town would be destroyed. All those homes and the livestock, the community would never recover again. Artorias said. Yes, was all the man said as he clicked on a marker and the screen shifted to show a picture of a faunus family. The man of the family was a large broad-shouldered panther faunus. He didn't really need an introduction. Gira Belladonna was the leader and practically the embodiment of the White Fang movement. A pacifist at heart that believed in peaceful change, he was not afraid to defend his people from violence if he absolutely had to. The woman beside him was a beautiful cat faunus and was well enough known for her own part in the movement that she too needed. No introduction. This is the Belladonna family. No doubt you are more than aware of the power couple that is Gira and Kali. They led and organized the White Fang, and it is thanks to them that things in Green Market didn't spin further out of control. Gira has been helping prepare the defenses of the town and even bolstering it with White Fang members. Kali has helped to organize the evacuation of families and elderly as well as the local hospital. However, the important part of this photo is this girl here. Ozpin said as he pointed at the couple's daughter. This is 12-year-old Blake Belladonna. Her parents have largely kept her from the spotlight, but she has long participated in the White Fang's cause. She has yet to be evacuated along with several other children and families currently staying at the local high school. I am showing you this because that girl is in effect the princess of White Fang and legitimately the princess of Menagerie. This girl and dozens more like her are why you will not fail this mission. Understood? Ozpin asked with a more stern and commanding voice than any, even Glinda had heard before. Understood. It was Naruto who answered. The group turned to the only boy of Team Emna as he began to walk out the room. They gave him a questioning glance. He smirked back at them confidently. You said it yourself, Headmaster, we will not fail this mission. We need as much time as we can get though, so it's best we suit up and hurry out there as soon as possible. He then swept out of the room without a look back, already knowing Team Emna was close behind him. Ozpin and Glinda stared after them as they disappeared. Ozpin felt pride and joy swell inside him as his plan was coming together. Glinda felt similarly, though less for Ozpin's plan and more for the fact that the team she had mentored was coming along so well. She was only their senior by 8 years, 11 in Naruto's case, but still they had long moved beyond the typical mentor and student relationship. Which is why her expression suddenly darkened considerably and she turned to look at her leader. For the record, I dislike you using them like this. I know you didn't orchestrate the whole thing, but you stranded those new screws and the children there on purpose to get publicity for Eminence. It's crossing a line, Ozpin. She scowled at him harshly. It's war, Glinda. We have been over this. They will inspire hope in all of Vale and eventually all of Remnant. That is the greatest weapon against her and the Grimm, he said as he turned away from her and returned to his desk. Glinda frowned at the dismissal but knew there was no more conversation to be had. She made a decision as she left the room though. Eventually, Eminence would realize Ozpin was too manipulative for his own good and she was ready to take their side when that break eventually came. She knew she wasn't the only one as well. The time to armor up took practically no time at all. Naruto and Mordred had ensured that feature in the earliest incarnations of their design. After all, they knew their team would have to be able to suit up quickly and on the move. Now Glinda looked across the airship's cargo hold as the team ran final checks on one another. They looked menacing and heroic in equal measure. Urza, their leader, had the most traveling set. Her face left clearly exposed and gaps showing off her well-developed figure peeked through the shining silvery armor. Connected to her back a sectioned set of feather-like armor plates shifted and clicked as they moved almost like wings. Each one was controlled by Urza mentally. They could move to any part of her body and protect it or if desperate, be disconnected and used as a small blade. Completing her look was a thin sharp halo-styled crown made to carry on the feathered look of her armor. Mordred similarly had shining armor, though hers was white and red in color. Much bulkier and more protective than Urza's, Mordred's armor was more traditionally knight-like though it bore horns like a bull. While not the whole set would shift around like Urza's feathers, Mordred's helmet and gorget could be retracted and locked into place on her torso with a specific series of facial movements. Her armor's specialized function allowed her to use her semblance to overcharge it just like her weapon and increase her strength and speed immensely. Artoria's was similar to her sister's. However, where Mordred's was white, Artoria's was an obsidian black. Her armor was the bulkiest among the girls, largely due to needing to compensate for the additional size of Artoria herself. Like Mordred's, hers easily retracted as she desired, though she had ensured Naruto allowed for her legs and cleavage to be revealed when she did so, insisting that she needed those sections of her body to be able to breathe. Mordred disagreed, but as much as she helped, the mechashift aspect of the armor project was primarily Naruto's wheelhouse. Finally, Naruto himself was easily the largest of the team, despite being the youngest. His beast-like armor was a darker black than even Artoria's. Where hers seemed to shimmer and had red designs like veins crisscrossing the armor, Naruto's was a matte black with the only variation being the helm, which looked like an abstract version of a snarling Beowulf. It was menacing and honestly he looked far from any kind of hero, especially when coupled with the massive bane he carried over his shoulder. His armor was sharp with even the gauntlets ending in sharp claw-like fingers. As disturbing as Naruto's armor appeared, the truly horrific part was the design that was to interact with his semblance. A proper order of facial twitches and small protrusions would inject themselves into Naruto's body, bypassing his aura and jump-starting the secondary aspect of his semblance, giving him a boost of strength and power to keep fighting. "Professor Goodwitch, we're ready," Urza said as she approached the woman. Glinda looked at the young redhead's face before taking the look of the entire team side by side again. Urza and Naruto beside one another and the twins on either side of them. She hated how much she could see what Ozpin saw. A new symbol. Just what he wanted. She just hoped they were as ready as they looked. "Alright, good luck to all of you. If things get out of hand, call for support immediately. I am here to help you if you absolutely need it," she said, getting a series of nods or a thumbs up in Naruto's case. With that, she popped the release and hit the button engaging the cargo bay doors. Wind screamed into the aircraft as the 14s readied themselves to launch out into the air. Below them they could see the horde of Grimm they would drop onto, rushing through the woods toward the walls of Greenmarket. "They are far closer to the town than predicted. We need to make a big impact to slow them down." Urza's voice crackled over her communicator as her helmet slid into place, looking like the face of an angelic woman. "Roger that," Mordred responded. Naruto stepped up beside her and the two tanks of Team Emna hurled themselves into the great blue yonder. As the pair fell through the air, they prepared for their entrance on what would soon become their battlefield. Mordred began building up the power of her semblance, red arcs of electricity crackling along her armor and sword as she screamed through the air toward the horde below. Naruto lacked the direct combat ability that his teammates' semblance offered. Instead, a mixture of wind, lightning, and gravity dust ran through conduits built into his armor and weapon as he fell. Similar to Mordred, crackles of lightning and pulses of pure black energy wafted off of him, leaving a trail of black smoke behind him as he went. The trip down was short. Their transport hadn't dropped them from too terribly high, only slightly higher than those during the initiation to Beacon 3 years prior. Still, the drop coupled with the prepared blast from their armors created an explosion as the pair of students impacted the ground. A ring of forest along with the Grimm that scrambled through it was destroyed in a sudden explosion. Naruto stiffly stood back up from the braced position he had impacted the earth with. Mordred likewise shook out the stiffness from the rough landing. The pair took only a second to look around at the surroundings. Several yards of forest had been replaced with a sizable pair of craters and the wood smoldered with fresh flames. Those Grimm nearby but far enough away to be spared the blast slowly regained their senses and turned to size up the new arrivals to the forest. Snarls and a semblance of barks began to echo through the horde as the creatures turned from their original paths toward this new possible threat that had suddenly arrived in their midst. Just as Urza had wanted, the horde slowed to combat this new threat to its existence. Already creatures streamed into the newly made clearings to confront Naruto and Mordred. They were met with rockets and bullets from the pair's respective weapons before the two tanks of the team charged forward in their own assault blades at the ready and carved into the ranks of the Grimm monsters. From the steel walls of Greenmarket, the people at first watched in shock as the two hunters suddenly appeared from the heavens and began slaughtering the Grimm. Their shock didn't last long though, as they watched the pair of hunters in training work. Cheers and sobs of relief that hunters had come began to spark up and down the defenses of the town as people called out their support to their saviors who had seemingly appeared like angels sent from above. Their cheers died down as a third figure slammed dropped just outside their walls, covered in dark armor and armed with a long high-powered rifle. The figure was clearly a woman as her armor was partially receded back, showing off her figure and head. She took aim at some of the largest and most dangerous of the Grimm, squeezing off deadly accurate high-explosive rounds intended to drop a Grimm with a single blow. She only held their attention for a short time before a fourth and final figure approached. Where they had initially compared their reinforcements to angels sent from above, this final figure truly fit such a description. Shining silvery armor coupled with flawless pale skin on a very womanly physique and long flowing red hair, she was beautiful as she seemed to glide down on wings made of steel. It really was like they were being rescued by angels given form as the battle picked up pace behind them, and they watched with awe as the floating woman used pieces of her armored wings and multiple floating swords to stab and slice members of the Grimm horde bold enough to continue on toward the town. She didn't move a muscle the entire time, simply held her hands out as her weapons and semblance did their job. "They're amazing," one voice whispered. "So these are what hunters are like?" another asked. "No, these four are something on a whole other level from the usual hunter," a deep voice replied, catching the attention of a handful of the wall's protectors. "Chief Belladonna," one of the White Fang members said, standing in a semblance of attention at the approach of the White Fang's leader and ruler of Menagerie. "Relax, I'm here to see what these four can do as much as the rest of you. If their entrance is anything to go off of, though, I would guess we are about to see something for the history books," Gira Belladonna said with a grin as he watched the four warriors work. A part of him hoped that one would be a Faunus. He wouldn't hold it against them if none were, but the publicity his cause could get if he won them over, no, even better. If they were all human and saved this town, perhaps he could get them onto the White Fang's side and finally make some real progress. "We should lend a hand. Get the guns trained away from the hunters and give them some support," Gira bellowed. Even those not part of the White Fang obeyed. Things had changed in Greenmarket since this whole mess had started, and side by side the people of the town and White Fang were ready to work together if it meant survival. Up above, Glinda watched from the circling bullhead as her students tore into their targets. Some would think the four of them were reckless in their approach. Naruto and Mordred essentially placed themselves at the heart of the Grimm horde, while Urza and Artoria acted as a first line of defense between the Greenmarket walls and the monsters outside. The deputy headmistress kept an eye on her tablet as she monitored the statistics of the four down there, as well as the news feeds of the handful of camera crews still recording what should have been the fall of the town of Greenmarket. Ozpin's plan was working astonishingly well. Every major network was showing one thing only. Soon an anonymous tip from one of her fellow professors would start to tip off the crews as to who exactly was doing all the work out there, and four new legends would enter the tales of the people of Remnant. Watching below as Naruto flipped over a charging dread hind, she smiled lightly as he snatched a hand onto the antlers of the massive beast and yanked its head to the side, giving him all the space he needed to bury the blade of Bane into the monster's throat and force it into the ground. As if in perpetual motion, he rolled with the momentum of the dying creature's collapse and rose back up while swinging the blade in a wide arc, cleaving a pair of unlucky Ursas in half and taking the limb of a third. Mordred similarly tore through her opposition, aided by well-aimed shots from her elder twin that kept anything from catching her with her back turned. By now the horde of Grimm had stopped advancing on Greenmarket. The renewed hope and optimism of the defenders coupled with the sudden devastating attacks from within their own ranks had turned the mass of death into a confused circus. Easy pickings for the likes of Team Eminence. That being said, the horde was still massive in scale compared to the students. In the hours it had taken to fly to the town, the mass of Grimm had grown to nearly double what their early estimates had shown. This had helped to slow the mass down in its movement toward Greenmarket. However, the horde had grown so large that the center of the swarm no longer needed to sweep into the town to break its defenses. Matchlight 1 to Hunter Operations, a voice called over the communicators, briefly drowning out the small amounts of chatter of the 4 students coordinating their fight below. Glinda quickly took over the communications center from the Veil Trooper that normally manned it. "This is Huntress Operation Commander, go ahead Matchlight," Glinda said calmly, though she was beyond pleased that the air support was close enough to run direct transmission rather than bouncing communications through one of the CCT support towers. "Matchlight 1 with Matchlights 2 through 5 en route to your AO to engage in a bombing run on direct request from Ozpin and the National Council. Clear your team out of the target zone, 1 minute out." The fighter-bomber pilot responded. That wasn't a lot of time, but it would be enough. It had to be enough. "Understood," Glinda simply replied before keying up the headpiece that ran the communications for Team Emna. "Team, air support is 1 minute out, you need to pull back to the town now. They will be dropping a payload on the entire horde." She took a sterner tone to get her point across and was pleased by the simple agreements from the teens. They quickly began retreating toward the town walls. Naruto gradually backpedaling as he unloaded his chain gun with every 12th round either an incendiary or explosive dust round. The Grimm were kept at bay as his team scaled the short walls of the town and joined with the defenders there, receding their helmets, allowing for the citizens of Greenmarket to see for the first time just how young their saviors were. Finally, just as the aircraft began to scream past them in the sky above, Naruto reached the walls and leapt up to join his team, receding his own helmets and armor to allow him some freedom of the stuffy environment of his menacing armor. The surprise among the defenders of Greenmarket at the young-looking women was doubled by the scarred youth that stood beside them. Shaking off his surprise, Kiro approached the teens and greeted them warmly, shaking their hands. As far as he could tell, they were all human. Still, they seemed completely unbothered by the fact he was Faunus. These 4 were the future he was working toward. Humans able to interact with Faunus as easily as their own race. He looked forward to Callie and Blake meeting the 4 of them. Just as he opened his mouth to ask for their names, the ground-shaking thump of missiles and bombs impacting the forest floor where the Grimm stood pulled everyone's attention back to the woods beyond Greenmarket's walls. A roaring cacophony of the first set of explosions was drowned out by the second and third and so on. 5 times, one after another, the forest exploded into fire and smoke, taking the horde of Grimm with it as it turned to ash. "A little overkill," one of the townspeople manning the wall with an old rifle commented with a slight frown. "It's never overkill with Grimm," Urza said as she and her team checked one another over for any damage or injuries. "We'll need to head out and mop up any stragglers, but after that an hour earlier assault most of the horde is gone for good," Artoria added. "I'll call Glinda to check with the scans," Urza said, stepping away from the group briefly as Gira and the others closed in to properly run introductions with their reinforcements. 6 hours later and the last packs of surviving Grimm had finally been eliminated by Team Emna, on camera no less. The situation had quickly become a strange one for the 4 teens. The moment the camera crews had caught wind of the 4 hunters who, saved, Greenmarket were mopping up the remaining Grimm, they demanded to follow along to catch more footage of them in action. To the team's shock, Glinda had agreed and escorted the news teams herself. What was more, Gira and his family had practically glued themselves to their side since they had introduced themselves to him. He had practically tossed his daughter at them. The girl was around Naruto's sister's age, and likewise his teammates' younger siblings' ages as well. It was kind of nice to have her asking all the childish little questions someone her age usually had for hunters. They really felt like full-fledged hunters, with the little girl timidly asking for stories about what it was like to be hunters and on a team together. By the time they piled back onto the bullhead headed for Beacon, they were getting alerts on their scrolls from news headlines all focused around them. The so-called Knights of Beacon, as they had been dubbed, were being lauded as the newest heroes of Remnant. Something that didn't sit very well with the team. Each of them feeling as if the bombers had been what had done the job and not they themselves. Glinda had eased some of the worries, saying they had made a huge impact on the Horde by themselves and that those same bombers would have been unable to do anything at all if they hadn't kept the Horde from moving out of the target area. By the time they reached Beacon, evidently Ozpin had already held a brief press conference speaking nothing but Team EMNA's praises. Now they were not only the Knights of Beacon but were getting monikers of their own, largely based on their armor and abilities. Naruto was suddenly the Beast of Beacon. Pictures of his ferocious armor and weapon mid-use and his face with focus on his red eyes and scars made him out as some sort of bad boy rough and tumble warrior. Urza, as if to be his complete opposite, had become the Angel of Beacon. Her revealing but beautiful armor had made the connection easy, not to mention her semblance seeming to levitate her off the ground and multiple blades. She had quickly gained her own following of fanboys and girls across Vale who wanted her or wanted to be her. Mordred was the Storm of Beacon. Her red lightning and aggressive assaults in the fight, plus her brief and bold personality in the short meeting with the townspeople, had made her out as a tomboy. Something she seemed conflicted by, but Naruto felt was perfectly fitting for her. Lastly, Artoria had become the Shadow of Beacon. She had slipped away from most conversations with the townsfolk of Greenmarket and likewise with the news crews. However, her mysterious and mature appearance and dark armor, not to mention her attractive figure, had easily made her as popular as Urza and her sister among the populace of Vale. Everything had gone just as Ozpin had hoped. Better, in fact. The headmaster had already been contacted by Kali and Gira to organize the knights to lend a hand to Menagerie in exchange for some negotiations with the Vale Council regarding trade policy. Another chance to increase the potency of his newest weapon against Salem had practically fallen into his lap, and he looked forward to seeing just how powerful of a tool Team Eminence would prove to be. In the months following the rescue of Greenmarket, as the event had been dubbed, Naruto and his fellow members of Team Eminence had learned how much they hated fame. Hunters had always been treated with a sort of mythical reverence by the populace. Like storybook heroes. That wasn't what they were dealing with, though. A full-blown celebrity lifestyle had pretty swiftly taken over every aspect of what they had once considered normal. The four hardly even attended classes at Beacon now, despite being dubbed the Knights of Beacon, in all manner of news articles. Naruto never really expected to be in a position to be turning down talk show interviews and the like. It was all disturbing to him. The attention that he was getting. He didn't so much mind when people were paying attention to him, but this was a new level of invasive that he disliked. Urza and the others disagreed, especially when a popular talk show had recently spent nearly 45 minutes rating the most attractive physical features of all of them. The girls were huge hits across Vale, and Naruto himself had become the crush of teenage girls across the whole country. Even when they tried to downplay their part in the Greenmarket crisis, it didn't get better. The team had come forward saying all they had done was stall the Horde and that Vale's Air Force was truly responsible for saving the town. That had backfired somehow, as now the team were considered such humble and noble knights. Urza had snapped her scroll and had to buy another after reading that article. At first the four of them had hoped Beacon would provide some sort of refuge from their new public lives. Instead, the headmaster seemed especially insistent that they conduct relatively frequent Q&A segments online for young hunter hopefuls. That wasn't all either. Their fellow students had separated themselves from the team and treated them such awe that it was like they didn't even know each other, despite being peers for at least 3 years for their seniors and fellow third years. They weren't the worst though. That honor lay with the paparazzi creeps that somehow could even get inside their dorm room. Naruto and the girls had already had to bodily throw them out on 3 separate occasions. After the first, they had learned to also sweep the room for cameras and other devices. Thankfully they hadn't gotten anything too revealing, though there was now evidently a war online between different groups of fans arguing for Naruto to date this teammate or the other after a clip of him applying muscle relaxer to the girls' backs for them and them doing the same for him surfaced. All this, plus the pressure from the headmaster, led to Team Emna being almost perpetually on missions. It was practically the only way they could get a moment's peace. Well, as close to peace as killing Grimm and bandits could be. That had led them to take a mission to go searching for a lost team of prospectors in the mountains east of Vale. The single foreman, 4 prospectors, single cook, and 9 guards had been essentially written off by authorities after their vehicles and base camp had been found. They had ventured a ways into a series of caverns, but the Grimm inside had forced them back out, and the officials in charge, several Schnee Dust Company pencil pusher types, had declared the team killed. They had paid large amounts to the families and even financed their funerals, but the families themselves had wanted to know without a shadow of a doubt their loved ones were gone. So Team Emna had taken the mission, pro bono. The SDC security team at the campsite had been unhappy, but with a news crew somehow arriving at the same time as the 4 hunters, their bosses had made the smart decision to let them pass. Naruto and the others were at least pleased that the film crew had chosen to stay with the large amount of armed and armored guards and heavily armored vehicles rather than venture into the dark maze of tunnels with the knights. I hate tunnel missions, it's always bugs, or snake types, or the slimy ones. Mordred complained. At least we're away from those vultures. Urza replied as the team descended into the caves. Who are the vultures, the SDC or the camera guys? Naruto asked as he carefully ducked under a low ceiling and shuffled through a narrow section. Both, Urza replied, pulling some needed laughter from the team. They continued on for roughly 10 minutes before finding the last known location of the prospecting team. Several damaged floodlights and a generator that had been ripped into pieces were scattered on the floor next to some shell casings and the bone remnants of a handful of Grimm. Naruto whistled at the sight. Well, I can't say they labeled the team as dead without good reason. That is at least something on par with a Beowulf Alpha. The shape is familiar, but I just can't remember the exact type. Naruto said. He was a bit disappointed he couldn't identify what they were dealing with like normal. Just meant it was one of the rarer types though. Which usually meant more dangerous. Maybe, but if these skull masks are anything to go off of, that isn't what we are dealing with at all. Artoria said as she lifted one of the skull-like shapes up. Pretty average in size but long and slender. Makes sense if it had to move in the narrower passageways. Urza thought out loud. We might have more than one type we are dealing with. Nothing that size on record should be able to rip one of those dust generators apart like that. Damn thing is made of the same stuff that our weapons and armor are. Mordred added in. That's a comforting thought, Artoria pointed out sarcastically. Relax, Naruto said as he placed a hand on Artoria's arm. She isn't serious. That might be the same materials, but there is a lot more that went into making our armor durable than that generator. Artoria shot a look at her sister. The smaller girl was trying hard not to catch her eye or break out into a smile. The golden-eye twin had a small smirk twitch onto her face before she turned back to face Naruto. Thanks, I was worried, Artoria said before pressing a kiss to Naruto's cheek. Well, on the corner of his mouth. 2 birds, 1 stone. Artoria thought as she saw the shocked look pass through his red eyes. Stepping away, the woman nearly laughed at the furious look on her sister, though the frigid glare from Urza had her a little worried. Their team leader was not above abusing her position to punish Artoria for a perceived slight, like moving in on her territory. Enough playing around, let's continue. Urza snapped. The group got more serious once again, though in the back of their minds all 4 recognized that pressure had been building between them for the past year. Naruto also had to acknowledge that he felt part of it was his fault. He knew things with his teammates were on the cusp of romance, but each of them was very possessive of him in their own ways. Urza, the most blatant and blunt of the 3 women, practically already treated him like they were a couple, though it could be seen perhaps as simply very close partners. They all knew better though. Mordred shared most of the same interests that he had and acted like a best friend might. However, she also became very handsy while working on a project with him. Often hanging off of him or pressing closely against him. Artoria was the most confusing of the 3. She could be a bit handsy like Mordred, however she primarily teased him or used him to tease Mordred. Over the last few months though, things had taken a change. Her teasing became far more aggressive and she had started taking things a bit beyond playful and into seductive on more than one occasion. Like earlier in the week when she asked Naruto if her chest had grown. He'd been caught off guard and she simply made it worse by grabbing his hands and essentially fondling herself with his body. He wasn't about to complain, but it didn't so much seem like her playing with him anymore. As it was, this cave system most definitely was not the place to try and hash things between his teammates out. He pushed the thoughts about his relationship with his teammates out of his mind and focused on the objective of their mission. "There's a fork in the caves," Urza said. "We'd have to split up to search both properly," Artoria said stoically. There was a brief pause before the group burst into light laughter, shaking their head and enjoying a moment of humor together. "Can you imagine?" Artoria asked aloud. "Oh, I bet that's exactly what those SDC clowns were going to do," Mordred said through chuckles. "Splitting up in Grimm-infested caves without the ability to properly reach one another quickly. That would be so dumb." "Still, which way?" Naruto asked. "Right for now, I'll mark this spot, and if need be we can backtrack to here and try the other path later," Urza said as she pulled a small metal can and drew out a piece of chalk to mark the passage. The four hunters continued deeper and deeper into the caves. Unlike they had expected, the caverns widened out rather than grew narrow, the deeper they went. "Something carved these out," Naruto commented as he ran an armored hand along the smooth rock of the cave wall. "Something of pretty good size too," Urza added from beside him. "That's worrisome, but I'm more concerned by the fact that we have been searching for hours and we haven't seen even a hint of the prospector team since the wrecked generator and lights," Artoria added. The team was quiet as they let Urza think about the best course of action for the team as a whole. They could double back and try the other pathway. Perhaps find at least a trail to where the prospectors had been killed. Or they could continue on and see if they found whatever Grimm had carved out the rock, and hopefully kill them. "We continue on. Chances are the team was killed and eaten by whatever carved out these tunnels, so we'll eliminate it first and then look for signs of the team," she finally informed them. "Sounds like a plan," Naruto said, taking up a point position and moving down the tunnel. Once more they continued their descent into the darkness of the caves. Deeper and deeper. Slowly the tunnels grew warmer and warmer, to the point they were covered in sweat and panting slightly. "Maybe these pass close to some sort of underground lava flow or something," Artoria suggested. "Doubtful. For all the bad representative that the SDC gets on safety of its worksites, it wouldn't risk losing an entire future mining operation to lava," Urza answered. "Plus I think I get why these walls are so smooth," Naruto said with narrowed eyes. "Bug type?" Urza asked her partner with a slightly sickened look. "Worse than that. This is a new one," Naruto replied, checking his ammo and engaging his helmet. His armor word to liken the armor plates of his helmet clicked into shape around his head before locking into place with a metallic thunk. The rest of his team followed his lead and activated their heavier armored versions, locking every bit of their bodies behind the protective layer of augmented metals. "I don't recommend we test how well this stands up to the heat of whatever melted out this stone. Be ready to fight or flee on my order." Urza's voice crackled over the comm units of the team, getting a clear yes from each team member. More cautiously they descended, ever deeper into the depths of the mountain. The heat would have been unbearable now if not for their armor, and there in the cave halls wavered from the temperature. The further they crept, the less they could hear their footsteps and own movements against the stone. Instead, a deep distant rumble filled the caves. Slow and groaning, it built up and then was released. Time and again, all four were confused until Naruto finally realized what it was. "Breathing," he spoke softly through a shudder, realizing now that the caves had widened out to easily 40 foot wide. "What did you say?" Mordred asked. Naruto swallowed stiffly before changing his weapon from its firearm form to its sword form. "It's breathing. That is what is making that sound," Naruto explained. "But, it's actually shaking the walls a little," Artoria replied. She tightened her grip on her weapon. "It must be massive," Urza added in. "It is, but we have to kill it now." Naruto was resolute in his words. The others were not. "The hell do you mean we have to kill it? It is big enough to shake a mountain breathing. We can't kill that, our weapons would be toothpicks," Mordred fired back. "It's not as big as you think. The sound and force of the air is amplified by the caves, going off of the width of the tunnel, maybe 60 foot at its widest points. Shoulders and hips. It would need space to turn around." Naruto was almost rambling now. "That's great and all, but do you want to clue us in on what we are dealing with here?" Artoria asked. All three of the girls were waiting on his answer. Among Team Emna, Naruto had the most hunter-focused hobbies, though obsessions would better fit. His first was one he shared with his sister and with Mordred as well. A love of mechanics and weapon craft. The second was his true passion though. He learned and analyzed all he could of various Grimm species, especially their abilities in a fight and behaviors. His obsession and knowledge had already reached a point that Ozpin had suggested to Professor Port to perhaps begin grooming Naruto for one day teaching Grimm studies courses of his own. Naruto, what are we dealing with here? Urza asked, a bit of trepidation in her voice. It's not as bad as it could be, but we really do have to kill it now. It's a Helldrake. At his words the entire team took a step back toward the way they had come. Helldrake were among the rarest but most powerful and dangerous Grimm in the world. It's still incubating though. That's why we have to kill it now while it's sleeping. He insisted, causing them to turn back to him. Despite the faceplates of their helmets he knew they were looking at him with a mix of baffled and outraged expressions. Asleep or not, that's a job for an army or maybe like 20 full-fledged hunters. This is beyond us, Urza replied. We don't know when it will finish incubating. We have to kill it while we have a chance. When Helldrake initially form they are in pack of 10 or more reavers. That is the mask we found earlier. Eventually one of the pack becomes dominant, then the alpha. It tracks down a cave system nearby to a small settlement and burrows deep. The rest of the pack then begin feeding it with prey as it grows and transforms into a Helldrake. Once it's finished it will be strong enough to burn through the top of this mountain and all the nearby mining towns will just feed it and make it bigger. By the time the military goes after it with how close as it is to the city, Naruto trailed off. He didn't need to tell them what would happen then. Veil would repel the creature, but the attack itself would draw more and more Grimm. Helldrakes were in a class of Grimm nicknamed colony killers for a reason. We can't do this, Artoria insisted as she stepped toward Naruto. Not alone. We need to get in touch with Glindar, the headmaster. Sis, we can't get through to them from down here anyway. And if it has been carving out tunnels like this, Mordred trailed off. The team fell into silence after that. Artoria sighed loudly but moved forward, taking the forefront of the group. The others didn't hesitate for long before they followed after her. Coming round a bend they came into a massive cavern with a few channels of molten rock running down the far side of the floor. The room was lit with an eerie orange light that silhouetted the monstrous form of the Helldrake at the cavern's center. It's already been burning at the walls to weaken them. It's close to finishing its incubation, Naruto advised, causing the group as a whole to steel their resolve. Be alert for the reavers. Naruto, how do we kill it? Urza asked. Remember that mutated worm from our initiation? Naruto asked. Mordred, how many high explosive rounds do you have? The heat won't do anything, but the explosion itself, if it's big enough, should kill it in one blow as long as it's from the inside. Oh, that's great. So who exactly is claiming inside the giant killing machine? It's not gonna be me, Mordred said as she crossed her arms. How many? Naruto demanded. Well, only 3, but I got 4 frag that could help, Mordred answered. More than enough for detonating inside it. Let me see them, Naruto said, holding out his hand behind him while still focused on the Helldrake in the center of the cavern. After a long pause of not being handed the explosives, he turned to see his 3 teammates staring back at him from behind the face plates of their armor. What are you doing? He asked. That's what we want to ask you, Urza said with a harsh bite in her tone. Lecture me after we stop this thing from living up to the title colony killer. Naruto growled as he snatched the explosives from Mordred. There has to be a safer way. This whole idea is nuts, Artoria pointed out. It's the best we have with what we've got, Naruto insisted. You trust me, right? The silence he got from the 3 women was deafening. He sighed heavily at their response, or rather lack of response, and set to work prepping his explosives. Whether the girls wished to accept it or not, this was best scenario possible. We trust you, Naruto, but Mordred was uncharacteristically lost for words. We will be talking about things after this mission. You can bet on that, Urza said with heat in her voice. She was very clearly not happy at the moment. She couldn't do anything about it though, and that lack of control bothered her even more. Slowly the team separated. Urza and Mordred would be keeping an eye on everything from the entrance they had just used come out of. They didn't want to be jumped from behind by the remaining Reaver Grimm. Artoria had shifted her weapon into its high-powered rifle form and was watching over Naruto as he cautiously approached the massive Grimm in the center of the room. She kept the weapon itself trained on the creature's large eyes. The moment the flickered open, she planned to dump an entire magazine of soda-sized shells into its eye socket. If that happened, maybe Naruto would have to climb into the thing's throat to begin with. Wishful thinking. When he made it to the gaping maw of the beast, Naruto found himself pausing and asking himself if he was actually about to climb into the mouth of a giant Grimm. He could practically feel the incoming lecture from the girls when they got to Beacon. That wasn't including what would be waiting for him when they inevitably told Glinda of what had happened. For being only 8 years older than Naruto, she sure mothered the whole team a lot. Swallowing thickly as he took in the appearance of the mouth he was about to climb into, Naruto felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine looking into the throat of the creature. "My own plans are always our worst plans," he said as he began crawling inside. The mouth of the Helldrake was spongier than he expected. That combined with the much warmer temperature meant that even inside his armor Naruto was beginning to grow uncomfortable. Crawling further and further, and he could tell the creature was beginning to stir from his intrusion. "Fuck, gotta be quick," he thought aloud, letting the rest of the team know things were starting to become a problem. "Plant your bomb and get out," Urza ordered. "No argument here, Captain," he replied as he wedged the improvised bomb between the gland that produced the fuel for the Helldrake's molten breath and a collection of muscles that worked the creature's lower jaw. "I sure hope that holds," he mentally worried as he slowly backed out of the creature's mouth, only for the temperature to suddenly spike to actually painful levels. "It's waking up," Artoria called over the comms. "Naruto, get the hell out of there." Urza barked at him, and once more he found himself happy to follow her orders. The Helldrake had begun to lift its head as he began to wriggle free of its jaws. As it did so, its eyes began to open. That provided a perfect target for Artoria, who opened fire with pinpoint accuracy, easily destroying its right eye. The beast screeched in pain, disorienting Naruto as he continued his escape before it began to flail about. The sudden jerking of its head flung the male member of Team Eminence across the cavern, only to slam roughly and very painfully into the stone wall of the cavern. As if realizing its home was not safe, the Helldrake took to the air, smashing itself into the roof of the cavern, where it soon began spewing its molten breath and began melting through the top of the cavern. "If this cavern caves in, all the tunnels above it will come down. We need to move," Mordred shouted. "Naruto," Urza called. "I'm coming, but my knee is messed up. I could use a hand," he replied. The redhead was by his side in a moment. She slung one of his arms over her shoulder and started helping him limp run for the exit. "It's a long way out the way we came. The Reavers had to have multiple exits though," Naruto said as the 4 hunters rushed down the tunnel. "The path we passed. We'll have to take it and hope for the best," Urza said. They soon found themselves at the path and headed down it, far faster and less carefully than they had on their way down in the first place. This proved to make it impossible for them to see the sudden drop before it was too late. Easily 10 foot into a shallow pool of water, one filled with the remnants of the prospector team's gear. "Well, we know for sure what happened to the prospectors now," Mordred said as she held up a shattered guard helmet covered in old blood. "How long until the bomb?" Artoria began to ask, only for the mountain to suddenly begin shaking violently and a deep explosion sounded throughout the tunnel system. "That was it. At least we didn't have to fight that thing," Naruto groaned. The girls all agreed heartily. Taking a second to recollect their bearings, the group slowly made their way back up to their feet, only for a handful of enraged screeches to reach them from the tunnel network. "I forgot about them," Mordred moaned in annoyance. Naruto began struggling to stand. Thankfully his armor helped him and he could just manage to move on it. "Here, let me," Artoria offered. Pressing her hand against his knee, he felt a wave of relief sweep through him. He knew it was a temporary fix. Artoria's semblance primarily allowed her to lift another's burdens so she could heal the injury to an extent, but the main function was to lessen the pain he was suffering from. It was an extremely versatile semblance, but the aura cost in exchange for its use was massive. That was why rather than healing Naruto fully she only mended what she had to and releases his pain as best she could. That's good for now. Probably best you stick to ranged combat though. We don't want to injure it worse than it is. Artorias said. If you say so. Naruto replied, transforming Bane into its chaingun form. 2 hours later the ragged-looking Team Eminence rejoined the gaggle of people outside the mouth of the cave system. The number of people had grown by quite a few new people since they had descended inside the mines. The SDC guards had quadrupled in number, probably in response to the additional camera crews and the families of the missing prospectors. They all looked especially worried as there had been an explosion and the top of the mountain had suddenly begun collapsing in on itself. Off to the side of the worried people was a very disgruntled-looking businessman surrounded by another collection of guards, simpering subordinate businessmen, and oddly enough a girl perhaps around Ruby and Yang's age if Naruto were to guess. That's Jacques Schnee. Things are about to get very annoying. Urza announced to the team. Spectacular. Naruto groaned. By now the pain in his knee had stopped adding to his semblance's power and the relief offered by Artoria was only doing so much. Just as they expected, the moment everyone saw them there was a sudden shout and everyone pressed forward. Naruto never expected to be thankful for SDC security, but they kept the reporters back so it was somewhat of a relief. Unfortunately they weren't about to keep their boss at bay as well. I have to wonder who exactly it was that gave you the wherewithal to just wander into my mine, and drop the mountain on top of it. The Schnee man said with a sneer, causing the team to brace having to handle a verbal battle with him. All of those involved were completely aware that cameras were rolling. More than that, they knew everything done and said in the next few moments would spread across the CCT network within a couple hours' time. That was a generous estimate too. We are officially licensed hunters of Remnant recognized by the Vital Treaty. We are advanced students of Beacon and operate with the full rights and authorities of a graduated team of hunters. Please direct any and all complaints and grievances toward either our direct handler Glinda Goodwitch, Deputy Headmistress of Beacon Academy, or toward Headmaster Ozpin himself. Urza rattled off with quite literally practiced ease. The girl glanced awkwardly between the man who was obviously her father and the woman who had just politely told him to go away. The man himself grew purple in his face, furious at even the appearance of being told no. You have no reason to have been on my property. I demand you explain yourselves. He roared out. Gladly. You see, we took a mission to search for the missing members of your prospector team. We succeeded by the team all succumbed to Grimm attacks while trapped inside. Urza explained, causing a few members of the crowd to break out into sobs. Most remained in control though. They had known what to expect. Still they had all held a small glimmer of hope that their loved ones might make it. While doing so, my team discovered a Helldrake deep within your mountain that was nearly complete in its incubation process. Thankfully my teammate, at cost of bodily harm and risk to his life, quite literally climbed into the monster's mouth to plant the explosives that toppled your mountain top. I wonder how good it would have been for your company to have failed to hire a hunter team to clear the cave system for your workers first and missed a colony killer hidden inside. Urza was tapping the man on the chest with an extended finger by this point. The camera crews were eating every moment of this up. No one paid any attention to the arrival of a pair of bullheads nearby or the passengers that disembarked. The girl grabbed hold of her father's hand, suddenly drawing both his and the team's attention. Father, I believe the Knights of Beacon have managed to save us all from a terrible disaster. Perhaps we should be applauding their commitment to their duty rather than worried about the damage to your mining prospect. She tried to convince him. It seemed Jacques even thought about it for a moment before scoffing and roughly pulling his hand free of his grasp. He pivoted back to face Urza, eager to open his mouth and likely berate her again, only for a clearing of someone's throat to interrupt him. As one, the group turned to those who had interrupted them. They were surprised they had somehow missed the arrival of not only Ozpin and Glinda but also the Atlesian General Ironwood. Jacques, if you would talk with me for just a moment I would be grateful. Ironwood said politely but with no room for argument. Very well, James, the Schnee Patriarch said before giving a final sneer to Team Eminence. He doesn't really care at all about his public image, does he? Mordred said with a scoff. It's not that, a young voice said. The group turned to see the young Schnee still present. Father really does care about his image, or well the family and company image. It's just so much has happened between him and the White Fang recently. He's worried that things will become violent soon and he will be blamed by everyone. He thinks that if they see him as a villain already, why even try, the girl explained. Plus he isn't really all that mad at your team. He was actually saying he was happy someone found out about the Grimm before more people got hurt. He even fired the manager that cut corners and didn't hire hunters to check it. So please don't judge him too harshly. She continued. The group was silent for a moment before Urza leaned down and held out her hand. The rest of the team followed suit, Naruto activating his armor retraction. Catching the girl's eyes. Well, you are very well spoken, miss, Urza trailed off. Oh, forgive me, I am Weiss Schnee. I recently was declared father's heir to the company, so I have been accompanying him as he manages business. Weiss introduced herself. Well, it is a pleasure, Weiss. We will surely be taking what you said into consideration before we judge your father one way or another. Anyway, I'm Urza Nikos, this is Artoria and Mordred Ark, and this is Naruto Bronwyn. Urza introduced each of them. Weiss shook each of their hands, blushing slightly as she shook them, especially Naruto's, causing small grins to spread on the girls' faces at the sight. Weiss, her father called. We're going home. Coming, father. Weiss called back before turning to Team Eminence one last time and giving a curtsy. It's been an honor to meet you all. With that, the team, their mentor, and their headmaster all watched as the girl raced off to catch up with her father and his entourage. The team gave a quick rundown to Ozpin and Glinda of what happened during the mission before Ozpin walked over to Ironwood and explained everything. The team watched them gather up the crowd of civilians and reporters and hold an impromptu press conference. Team Eminence collectively grimaced as they realized this was only going to fuel their popularity even more. The only four-man team in history to defeat a Helldrake, and not even fourth-year students. I want you all to realize that getting rid of Schnee comes at a price. Glinda suddenly said. What do you mean? Urza asked. All things have a price. That includes getting people to do the right thing. Never forget that, she said seriously. The team was quiet briefly as her words sank in. The notion was something none of them liked but all already knew to be true. They had just never confronted it before. So what was the price for this? Naruto asked. Glinda stared at him briefly. He always seemed to grasp the serious situations like this so easily. It was often easy to forget how young he was until one looked at his face. Even then, with his scarred visage and red eyes, he was a mature-looking and imposing man. That was the key word. Naruto was no boy. His teammates were also no girls. They were all adults. I wasn't supposed to tell you all of this, but, to be honest, lately I have questioned some things. Like my loyalty, she answered. She rose a hand to stop their questions as they opened their mouths. Another time for that topic. I want you to focus on what I'm going to say. As it stands, as long as you are students of Beacon, you work for Ozpin, just like me. I can't bring myself to really consider you all students these days. More like colleagues or peers. However, due to Ozpin's dealings with James Ironwood, Glinda said the man's name with no small amount of distaste. You now owe General Ironwood a favor. That's something he always collects on. Be wary. Glinda finished speaking just as Ironwood and Ozpin rejoined the group. Well, excellent. I am glad to meet the famous Knights of Beacon. No doubt Glinda here has been telling you all about me. Ironwood introduced while politely shaking the hands of each member of the team. Another time, James. The team needs to receive medical care and get some rest. They have been through quite the ordeal. Ozpin said as he ushered the team and Glinda away. Of course. Just remember what we spoke about on the flight. Ironwood said. There was a small hint of a threat in his voice. I have been accused of many things, James. Never have one of those things been forgetful. Ozpin simply replied with no change in voice or demeanor. With that, the group bound for Beacon departed. All of Team Eminence looked forward to some time to recuperate from the ordeal of their mission. Sadly, it would have to wait until after Glinda finished hauling them in to be fixed up at Beacon's infirmary. Knights of Beacon slay dragon. It wasn't even a dragon-type Grimm. Naruto complained as he adjusted the pressure wrap on his knee. It was pretty much a dragon. Mordred said with a laugh from her bedside desk where she had read the article title out loud. Not even close. Dragon Grimm are seen maybe once a century, or more. They can level cities. We would have had no chance. Naruto corrected as he tested his leg out to make sure the wrap wasn't too tight. I'm with Mordred on this one actually. Artoria threw in her opinion from where she lay sprawled across Naruto's bed behind him. Why are you on my bed? Naruto asked only to be ignored as Mordred's amused cackle drowned out his words. CRT even agrees with me and that pretty much never happens cause she is spiteful. So that means I have to be right. Mordred crowed. Urza, you gonna tell them it was in no shape or form a dragon? Naruto asked. Urza hummed as the rest of the team looked over to where she sat cleaning her swords at her desk. Well, it breathed fire, could fly, and looked kinda like a lizard. I think I have to agree it was pretty much a dragon. Urza said. She couldn't stop the broad smile that spread across her face at seeing the annoyed eye roll. After all the fame, advanced courses, and early missions, sometimes it was important to just unwind and relax together. Or even more than that, tease one another and bicker playfully. Whatever. I'm just saying that whenever Vale gets attacked by a dragon and the whole country is looking at us expecting us to handle it, remember that I told you so cause I probably won't live long enough to tell you myself. Naruto said as he began circling the room. The girls watched as he tested out the leg to make sure everything was working fine. The medical technology of Remnant was advanced enough that a busted knee like Naruto's was a relatively minor operation. The damage wasn't too extensive thankfully and he would be fully functional soon enough. That being said, after taking nearly non-stop missions lately, the last few weeks of nothing had been a bit of a drag. That is to say it had been for Naruto. His teammates had to disagree. They were happy for some peace and quiet for it. Then again they hadn't been cooped up in bed or on crutches for the last couple weeks either. Back in action, Naruto cheered lightly getting a groan from Mordred. What, aren't you ready to jump into some missions as well? He asked. I guess, but we have been going and going and going. I want to relax. I even put in for a temporary release to visit my family. Ozpin denied it though, which feels like bullshit because he lets us run off on crazy dangerous missions but not go see the folks. Mordred complained. Artoria nearly slapped her palm to her forehead at her sister's insensitivity. They knew family was a rough issue for Urza and Naruto. Urza had a tenuous relationship with her parents and distant one with her younger sibling, whereas Naruto never spoke about his family at all. He never really outright said he refused to talk about it, but the way he became tense during such discussions told them enough. What Mordred is really wanting to do is stick her nose in the drama going on at home right now. Artoria said, getting a flip of the bird from Mordred. What's going on? Urza asked. Our dad and one of our moms are fighting with the others about John again. Mordred said easily. That was another difference between their families. Well, at least with Urza's. Naruto supposed at one point his family had been the same. Plus in the wilds he noticed it was a pretty common practice due to the frequent deaths leading to parents needing someone to watch over their children. That practice of course being polygamy. Uther Ark had no less than 5 wives, 4 now due to a Grimm attack roughly 6 years prior. He also had 8 children. Only one of which, the youngest, was a son. John. The Ark family was an old traditional frontier family in Vale. They held large farm lands right at the edge of the wilds. While both Mordred and Artoria had followed in their father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and etc. footsteps, Uther never took as much interest in their accomplishments as his only son. That wasn't to say that he was at all similar to Taiyang had been with Naruto. John had received only the slightest amount of more attention and it had almost all been unpleasant for the boy. Unluckily for him, that out of 8 children he would be the only one able to pass the Ark name on to his children. So Uther was adamant that his son become a strong huntsman, often using both Mordred and Artoria for examples. You know, I'm probably fit enough to handle a mission, Naruto said, getting odd looks from the others. Something easy of course that won't endanger my knee at all. Maybe like mentoring an aspiring huntsman or helping around a farm or something. He suggested. Urza caught on quickly. You know, I think I had one. The mission request was just improperly filled out. I'll fill a new request myself and accept it, then send the report to Glinda after we get back. I love it when you guys bend rules for the team. You act like those cop characters in a movie where they let the hero get away in the end by leading the search party in the wrong direction. Mordred cheered, getting laughter from the room. Alright then, I'll go get suited up and grab Bane, Naruto said, starting toward the door. Hold up. We need to have a couple more discussions. We said we would wait when you were up and around again. Look at you. Time to talk, Urza said as she stood up, hands solidly placed on hips. Yeah, should have figured. Naruto sighed out. Let's go get some food from the cafeteria and bring it back up. This could take a while. Mordred added. I kind of feel like you guys already talked and have been waiting to ambush me with this, Naruto said as the girls passed through the door. You're always so perceptive, Artoria said as she snagged his wrist and pulled him along behind him. The atmosphere of the Eminence dorm room was, to put it lightly, awkward. The confidence that Urza, Artoria, and Mordred had while dragging him to the cafeteria and back seemed to have disappeared. Naruto knew better than to initiate the conversation though. He had an idea of what they wanted to talk about. It was hard not to figure it out with how normally willful his teammates were. That being said, while he wouldn't be opening the discussion with a topic himself, he preferred getting things going. So, he prodded. This seemed so much easier when we talked it out together, Urza said, a bit flustered. Naruto remained quiet as he waited for them to find their words. He noticed the way that Artoria seemed annoyed by Urza. The three must have agreed to let Urza handle the talking. Mordred looked ready to burst while trying not to jump in. I mean, I kinda have an idea of what you want to talk about. Naruto said with a long drawn-out sigh. This choice could really mess up our team dynamic, you know, he insisted. All three girls paused at that and frowned. The sudden agonized looks on their faces stabbed at his heart. He pressed on though. I couldn't do it anyway. I care about all three of you more than probably anyone in my life, but I couldn't pick one of you out. It goes against my very being. He tried to explain himself without sounding like what he imagined some pompous dick would. The girls blinked for a moment before openly laughing as one. A sick feeling settled into his stomach as Naruto realized they had not in fact pulled him aside to talk about him picking one of them to date. He wanted to rewind time, or just be swallowed up by the floor. What made you think that was what we wanted? Mordred asked between laughter. Naruto groaned and dropped his head into his hands. It's just I thought all the flirting between you and me, or the teasing from Artoria, and Urza always coming up with an excuse for alone time and being so much touchier than she used to be, I thought we were all sort of dancing around each other. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions. Wait, you were only partially wrong, Naruto, Artoria said, stopping him from continuing down that line of thought. What? He asked, confused again. Well, you know how you sort of mentioned your dad was with two women in a relationship at one time, right? Urza asked. Naruto nodded. He could tell this was probably a bad time to bring up that it was a technicality. Then again, he had grown up in the wilds with Kiro. He knew his adoptive father had at least 3 long-term relationships, all happening at once, with each of the women knowing of one another. Those relationships had been pretty much entirely devoted to sex though. Friends with benefits with a little bit of additional affection after the fact. Still, the wilds were brutal, and gender roles were a bit more old school out there and in the frontier, leading to a distinct numerical advantage in the female population. That had led to polygamy maybe not becoming exactly the norm, but it was far from rare. That was out there though. Beacon was their home and it was pretty much a day's hike from Vale's walls. Naruto, we told you about our family, right? Mordred offered. Ah, that was right. The Ark family was one of the oldest frontier family and typically practiced polygamy. They had even told him their father at one time had a total of 5 wives, though sadly Grimm had claimed one of their mother figures. Yeah, but I never really thought that you all would be willing to do that, he explained. I wonder why. I mean, we all practically live out on the frontier with the missions we do. If anything, I thought you would realize what we intended shortly after we talked about it between the 3 of us, Urza said. Yeah, usually you are so much more perceptive, Artoria said with a small teasing smile. Haha, laugh all you want, but you have to realize it's not really every day you are essentially offered a harem with the women you have lived with for the last 3 years, Naruto said. He tried to pout, but as the realization of his words set in, he couldn't help but grin. Urza, Artoria, and Mordred were the most beautiful students in Beacon, and he was being given literally the golden ticket. Kiro was going to be so proud and jealous when they talked next. The thought of bragging to his adoptive dad was a pleasant one. Just nowhere near as pleasant as the sudden thought of his teammates all curled up with him in bed, or the thoughts on their activities prior to curling up together. I think we lost him, Mordred said with a giggle as she brought Naruto back to the real world by snapping her fingers in front of his eyes. Sorry, it's just, I can't believe I'm asking this, but are you sure? I mean, would you prefer a guy your age or older than you? Naruto asked. He was 3 years their junior after all. Honestly, I haven't really ever been all that interested in relationships. You and these two are more or less the only ones I have ever been attracted to beyond a passing interest. Well, and Glinda, but that woman is sex on legs, even if she pretends otherwise. Artoria explained. For me, it was more like I was too busy with all the school stuff and developing the armor sets with you to ever really notice anyone else. Plus, I think you're supposed to get together with your best friend according to all those rom-coms I've seen. You are definitely my best friend. Not to mention I helped create the armor. I know your measurements. All of them. She finished with a laugh at his slight blush. Urza, Naruto asked, turning his attention to the redhead. Her easy smile warmed something inside him up considerably. She really looked every bit the angel of Beacon with the sunlight from the window filtering through her hair. Simple. After 3 weeks as teammates, I knew I was waiting on you to grow up a little to try my luck. You are my partner after all, she said simply. However, he knew there was a bit more to it. He wouldn't push her in front of the others though. So you three really had a conversation and decided to, what? Ambush me about all dating one another? He asked. Cool your jets there, buddy. We will all be dating you. I refuse to acknowledge my relationship extending to my twin sister in any fashion, Mordred said firmly. Likewise, Artoria added. Wait, 'cause she is your twin, a girl, or because you don't want to be with another person? He asked. If it was any of those, it kinda killed some of his favorite fantasies that had just recently become a real possibility. That would be heartbreaking. Oh, no, it's just 'cause it's Artoria, Mordred said, causing Naruto to laugh as he realized what she meant. You two really take sibling rivalry too far, Urza said with a fond grin. Her words though had Naruto slipping into another fantasy that portrayed both rivals competing for something only for Urza to join in to show them how it was done. We lost him again, Artoria said. I think it might take a while for him to get used to this, Urza said as she giggled slightly. She was a bit excited to start down this new path in her life herself. Well, with that handled, let's get this vacation mission set up so we can visit your family farm, Urza said to the girls. It'll be great to see everyone again. It's been so long, Mordred commented. I just hope we don't get sucked into the drama with John and Dad. I need less stress, not more, Artoria replied. The town of Arkswell was minuscule. Really nothing more than a depot for the trains and aircraft stopping by to fuel up or load or offload cargo. It made Greenmarket seem like a city in comparison. Still, it was the closest stop to the Ark family farm. Actually, it was technically on Ark family land. Hence the whole Arkswell name. It was founded around a well dug by a previous Ark and used by the family's literal army of workers over the years. There is our mom, Mordred pointed out a woman. She was similar to both girls, but her hair was much longer and much paler blonde. Nearly white. As they approached, Naruto realized that Mordred was definitely the most physically similar to their mother. The woman was very petite, just as she was. Like both sisters, though, Naruto couldn't help but recognize that she was beautiful. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet the two of you. Not just because of the game you all have now. I am happy to meet Artoria and Mordred's teammates, the woman said as they shook her hand, and their two daughters lightly hugged her. The pleasure is ours. I'm Urza and this is Naruto, the team leader introduced. I know, dear. Morty and Artie have told me a lot about you too, including a certain new development, she said with a smile, causing Urza to blush faintly while Naruto struggled to keep his own blush in check. Mom, Mordred hissed. Oh, fine, fine. Just so you know, from everything they told me, you have my full support and I haven't told anyone else in the family yet. she said as she began to lead them toward her vehicle. I'm Morgan, mother of these two little troublemakers, she said as she bumped hips with both of her daughters, causing Mordred to whine about this trip actually being a terrible idea and Artoria to sigh. Taking up the rear as everyone began climbing into the car, Naruto and Urza shared a small smile as they planned to enjoy this time to its fullest. Despite already being on the Ark family's lands, it was a pretty lengthy drive back to the estate itself. The actual manor was much closer to the border of the wilds than Arkswell. The trip gave the Ark twins to catch up with their mom and Naruto and Era to get to know the woman as well. I know why you wanted to come out so suddenly, Mordred. Morgan half scolded, but there was no heat in her voice and Naruto got the impression she was the sort to have done the same thing if in their shoes. Well, I guess John's been falling behind at school, so Uther has been harder on him than ever before. They always seem to be off training together or Uther is shouting at him to study when they are home. Morgan didn't seem very happy about that. In his seat, Naruto narrowed his eyes at that thought, recalling his own training when he was little. The specialized painful training his birth mother seemed so fond of. He felt resentment toward this, Uther arc already building inside him. Noticing their male teammate becoming agitated and on edge, the girls changed topic, bringing up that they didn't want Naruto and Urza to really feel like extra wheels and it was their turn to have a date. That seems pretty rude though. I don't want to make a bad impression on your family. I am dating you two as well, right? He asked. Oh, he is so much sweeter than he looks. Morgan cut in. They are right though. After introductions, why don't you two go for a hike in some of the meadows west of the house? I used to drag the girl's father off to have picnics and sometimes more out there. It's beautiful. That's a great idea, Mom. You two can do that while we catch up. Besides, you'll be there for dinner and we aren't heading back to Beacon until Sunday morning, Artoria said, reminding them of the 3-day time frame they had. If you're sure, Urza said hesitantly. It did really sound nice spending some time on a walk or just sitting in the grass with her partner though. She would need to make sure the twins each had a good opportunity like this when their chance came. Oh look, there's the house, Morgan said as the car came around a bend in the road and passed through the trees to reveal a huge house surrounded by numerous outbuildings, barns, grain silos, and plenty more arrayed atop a set of green hills. It's like looking at a picture. It almost doesn't look real, Naruto commented. The family takes great pride in it. Generations of Arks have called these hills home. Before the Kingdom of Vale was even an idea, the Ark family ruled this land here, Morgan said, sounding a bit like a tour guide. Impressive, Naruto commented as the car began to slow and pulled through an old gate and up the final stretch to the circled driveway of the manor. While Naruto took in the sights, Artoria pulled Mordred and Urza close enough to whisper. While out with him, try to figure out what spoiled his mood a moment ago. We need to try and start helping him through things if we make it as a relationship. That seems a bit soon to try fixing his troubles for him, Urza said hesitantly. No, we've all been close for 3 years. Just because we only just started being more doesn't mean we just started to care. Find out what's wrong and we can work together to help him, Mordred argued. All right, I'll do it, Urza agreed. Is that the rest of the family? Naruto asked. Most of it, I guess, Morgan commented. Let's get you all introduced. The group climbed out of the car and Naruto and Urza could stop their laughter as girls who were obviously their teammates' sisters charged them and wrapped them into a group hug. Morgan chuckled as she saw her daughters blushing and her sister wives approached. I'm happy to see that they were missed, Urza chuckled. Oh, that's not the half of it. They're going to be smothered in affection over the weekend you all are here, one of the approaching women said as she stuck out her hand. I'm Elizabeth. Saffron is mine, the little one wrapped around Artie's hips. I'm Matilda, Gwen and Brigid are mine, the second woman said as she pointed out the 2 more reserved daughters who stood a little more beside the group hug than actually part of it. Their bright eyes and big smiles said they were extremely happy to see their sisters all the same. And I'm Vera. Mine is Isabella, the last woman introduced as she pointed out the single sister with darker hair. It was still blonde but it neared brown while her sisters were all much lighter shades. Where is Barghest? Morgan asked, her other daughter and eldest of the Ark children. She got a call from one of the steaders out on the old Argent Road. She went to give them a hand but she should be back by dinner. Vera replied. She had better be. Artie and Morty never get to visit anymore. Not since this whole Knights of Beacon thing got started. Elizabeth pouted. Well, this weekend will be like having the family together again, Morgan said with a grin. Almost, Matilda quietly said, causing the other women to shoot her a look, one filled with compassion and understanding. Still, they didn't want to bring down the mood, so they went back to chatting with half of Team Emna. Why don't you two go on ahead? I think it will take the girls some time to catch up. You can go down to that meadow I told you about, just be back by 6:30, we'll be sitting down for dinner then, Morgan said. Urza wasted no time before taking Naruto with her as they headed off toward the fields and meadows that the Arks had told them about. They had been right, hiking through the area, just the two of them. It was extremely nice. The weather was perfect and both of them really enjoyed the atmosphere that the fresh green grass and handful of wildflowers managed to help produce. The pair simply walked and enjoyed the sound of wind and the occasional bird. Gradually they began to talk. Comfortable, the conversation just slowly built naturally and they calmly enjoyed one another's company. It's just so peaceful. No feeling of Grimm waiting around every tree and no busy city noise. Just nice, Urza said, taking in a deep breath. Yeah, it is. I think we needed this more than we realized. The missions aren't that bad, but now even between missions there's not really a break. Those vultures never leave us alone, Naruto said, referring to the never-ending fans and paparazzi. Urza nodded. She hummed before realizing she kind of wished Artoria and Mordred were with them. They spent so much time together it felt a little off without them there. It wasn't too bad though. She didn't mind just being here with her partner. It's cool to see them with their family again, Naruto commented. Yeah, Artoria surprised me more than Mordred. I thought she would hate all that hugging and stuff, Urza said. When it's from your loved ones it's hard to hate that kind of thing, Naruto said, thinking of his sisters and Summer. I guess, Urza quietly commented, no longer feeling as happy as she had. Naruto picked up on it immediately and stopped making Urza do the same. What's wrong? She asked. You tell me. Talking about families is bumming you out. I know we never really talk about them ourselves but maybe we should, he said. Urza stared into his ruby-colored eyes as they stared right back before she finally sighed and nodded. You know, neither of us like to talk about our families but I think it's time we finally started opening up a bit. At least to each other, Urza said. Well, not a lot of pleasant things we haven't said before, so I guess all that is left is the parts we don't want to think about. Let alone talk about, Naruto replied. Right, well so what are we doing then? Urza asked. You are avoiding the topic, Naruto said with a nod. Guilty, she sighed. Fine, where do I start? Wait, why am I going first? Ladies first or age before beauty, take your pick, Naruto joked, getting her to chuckle. Okay, she said. Urza, stop stalling. I know you need to get your family off your chest. Let me help a little bit, Naruto said a bit more gruffly at first before shifting his tone to a soft, tender one. Help how? She asked. Simple. We've been partners for 3 years. I used to think that I knew you better than anyone. Already anyone besides your parents or other family. I noticed how you avoid talking about them. Like you are trying to imagine they don't exist but also hate that. I dunno, it's just an odd thing I guess. Like you were looking for belonging maybe, Naruto said, drawing on all he knew about her. Every past interaction, every conversation, every memory at his disposal. Urza stared at him shocked. She couldn't believe how much he had managed to understand her without her ever directly bringing it up. No more than that, with her actively avoiding the subject he had all but hit the nail on the head. This just reminded her why she had known she wanted him. 3 weeks into their partnership and she had known she would wait for him to be old enough and she wouldn't hold back. He just so easily understood her, and more often than not she understood him too. You know how I said that 3 weeks into our partnership I knew I would be waiting for you? She asked. Yeah, when you 3 ambushed me with the harem idea, he said, forcing down the goofy smile and dreamy thoughts of his 3 girlfriends and himself enjoying some time together privately. Urza giggled knowing exactly what was running through his head. Well, I said that because the truth is I got something my family never gave me with you. With Eminence. I am the team leader, but without you three I don't think I would be okay. She explained, revealing her vulnerable side to her boyfriend. Naruto remained silent as he let her continue explaining. When I was little, my father was harsh. Demanding, I guess. He wanted more from me ever since I unlocked my aura. Testing me, pushing me into training and just running my life like a boot camp. It wasn't terrible really. He was like a drill instructor at times, but he gave me plenty of attention and care too, and my mom doted on me. Urza began. Things started to change though. In all the articles they post about us they always talk about how powerful my semblance is. About how great it must be to wield something like that. You know, just like I do, that's not how it works. I worked my ass off to get my skis to where they are. But for my dad it wasn't enough. She began to slowly shift into a rant, all the while Naruto listened intently. It wasn't her fault, Kiro was just born better in Dad's eyes. When she unlocked her semblance it was so similar to mine except for one thing. She had complete polarity. I have to touch something to magnetize it. Have to mark it as mine. Not her though. She can just control metal with her mind. It's hardly even conscious thought, I think. She just can do it. So suddenly all that training, all the time and effort I spent pleasing my father was pointless. Every bit of his devotion and attention went to her. She was going to make him wealthy. He was already talking about this tournament or that one when she was 5 years old. He didn't even look at me anymore. At least not really. Urza was close to tears now and Naruto slipped an arm around her to comfort her. It makes it worse because it wasn't Kira that did anything, but I started avoiding her or being rude to her when she just wanted my attention. I feel so bad about that, but I think I was jealous and angry and I took it out on her because even if I said something to him my dad just ignored me. It didn't bother him at all. And my mom was practically silent, following him around and doing as told while giving me nothing but pitying looks and weak apologies. Urza leaned heavily against the younger man's chest. I became so perfect, to try and win his attention again. God, I acted so fake to try and make him really love me. And then I was at Beacon. And it just took 3 weeks with you and the twins. 3 weeks and I didn't pretend anymore. I was just me, she said, finally coming down from her burst of emotions. Naruto continued to hold her close, a bit stunned by the sudden emotional storm he had just experienced, but he remained supportive before turning his partner and girlfriend so that she was looking him in the face. I'm glad then. The real Urza is the one I like. I'd hate to have started falling for fake Urza. Naruto said, getting a tearful giggle from the redhead. I'm sorry, I just started talking and then I dumped that on you. That wasn't very fair, she said. It's fine. You've carried that for so long. I'm just happy you could get it off your chest and talk about it. Naruto replied. Yeah, the truth is I wanted to tell you a little bit about my troubles so that I could get you to say why you were suddenly in a bad mood in the car. I didn't intend for this. Urza explained as she wiped her eyes clear of the tears. Oh, Naruto quietly said with a surprised expression. Well, that actually is tied to my family, so you caught that part. What happened? She asked. It was when Morgan was saying that John was struggling and being trained even harder for it. Brought back some pretty crappy memories of my own with my blood mom. He said awkwardly. Urza nodded gently, coaxing him to continue. He sighed, realizing that it was only fair, but he wasn't going to give her much more than the basics. He just wasn't really capable of that at the moment. She trained me from a young age, but not really trained, more like, she overworked my aura and semblance to make it grow faster and have a larger aura reserve. Naruto said. He stopped there and Urza thankfully didn't pry further. She knew what he meant and inside her chest an ache swelled as she leaned against him. The pair sat there silently for a while before Urza finally wiped her eyes again. I really want to help Mordred and Artoria with their family. Anyway, we can, Urza said. I don't want their families to be all messed up like ours are. Me either. We'll help them if we have to. I really want to talk to their little brother though. I'm worried that this training is just a front for punishment. Naruto said quietly. I'll talk to them, and if their father is making it hard we'll find a way to distract him so that you can talk to him. Urza said. Sounds like a plan. Naruto grinned. Wait, we are turning this into an actual mission, Urza whined. Just means we will have to do it more often so we can have an actual vacation. Naruto said, getting a smile in return. Once they had managed to free themselves from the steely trap of their sister's embraces, Artoria and Mordred took their time to greet each of their family members. They were a bit annoyed at their mom for sending Naruto and Urza off already, as they had wanted to handle introducing them to their family, but that ship had essentially sailed. "Where are Dad and John again?" Mordred asked. "They're up on the mountain," Isabella said. "Why?" Artoria asked with narrowed eyes. "Uther took John up there to train. Again," Vera replied with a sigh. The twins shared a frown at that. The mountain, while technically within the bounds of Ark property, was part of the natural barrier that separated the wilds from the frontier. The rough terrain partially acted like a filter, keeping some of the larger and more dangerous breeds of Grimm in the wilds. It wasn't perfect though, not by a long shot. "How long have they been gone?" Artoria asked, her rarely seen protective nature coming out. "Oh, calm down. Like Dad would let anything happen to little John," a bold voice called out, causing Artoria and Mordred to jolt at the familiar voice. Their eldest sister stepped into the room with the rest of the family with a smirk on her face. Her heterochromic eyes sparkled with joy at seeing her two full-blooded younger sisters. Like Artoria, Barghest was an Amazonian-sized woman with massive assets. Both girls having inherited that from their father's blood. She cleared the room in no time before she wrapped the girls in a tight hug, causing her sisters to chuckle and return the embrace. Still, they pushed out of Barghest's arms to give her a look. "PFF'd, you two couldn't find them if you tried. It's the biggest mountain on the continent and they'll be home tomorrow. Plenty of time to meet your boyfriend and girlfriend," Barghest said, flicking her hair over her shoulder. The majority of the women gasped at the news, while Mordred and Artoria turned to look at their mother, who blushed lightly. "Ah, oops, I forgot that I mentioned it to your big sister," Morgan said with a sheepish giggle. With that, the twins were swarmed once again by their sisters as they began grilling them for all sorts of details. Not just limiting it to their new relationship, but also more general things like what it was like being a Knight of Beacon. The focus was easily on what their plans with their not-so-new partners were now that they were something more. The girls had to explain, in very minute detail, how exactly the relationship of Team Emna had come about. How did they feel about Naruto? Why did they feel that way? Were they sure? What was Urza like? Did they respect her as a leader? Was she in charge of the group, or was it more like the way their family was run with no real head of the harem? More and more questions, while Mordred essentially bowed out. Artoria slowly answered each one in quick succession. "We had a discussion about it as a team after we realized our feelings. We might love him. We have spent 3 years with him and seen him in all manner of situations to see what he is like as a person. Yes, we are sure. She is bossy. Sadly, we do respect her. And that last question remains to be figured out," Artoria said stoically. However, the small smile and warm blush told the full truth about how much she enjoyed being able to answer those questions as she had. "Well, I can't wait to meet him, or rather them," Barghest said. "You know, I actually went to school with Naruto's parents," Morgan suddenly said, grabbing everyone's attention. "What?" Mordred asked, shocked. "Well, I think I did. Although, I could have sworn he would have been a Xiaolong with his coloring. I can't mistake that hair and those eyes though. Team STRQ was a few years below me at Beacon, but they were all the rage, like a less popular version of your team, honestly," the woman said as she turned to her shocked twin daughters. "You know his family?" Artoria asked. "Well, knew and really only in passing. Taiyang and Raven. Still, I wonder why he has his mother's maiden name. Wouldn't be surprised by her keeping it, but thought Taiyang would at least get his son to take his name." Morgan rambled lightly, lost in thought. "Hold on, that's not right. His dad is Kiro. He talks about him sometimes, about how he raised him in the wilds." Mordred interjected. "No, that can't be right. I know he is a child of Team STRQ, and the only way he could have his mix of traits is if he was from Raven and Taiyang. Here, look in my old yearbook. They were first years when I was a third year," Morgan said as she went and pulled out a book off the shelf and flipped to the first-year team photos. Sure enough, Team STRQ was easy to find. Summer Rose, Taiyang Xiaolong, Raven Bronwyn, and her twin Kiro Bronwyn. The others crowded around and were surprised by how right Morgan was. It was easy to tell who Naruto's parents were. So they were like the Team Emna prototype? Gwen asked. I guess. They were in a bunch of news stories back in the day, just nothing like these kids. Morgan said with a grin shot toward her daughter. What were they like? Brigid asked. Morgan shifted uncomfortably there. It had been so long and she didn't know them well, but Team STRQ had been practically all anybody talked or thought about back in the day. At least at Beacon. That meant even she had seen some of the good and bad. Well, their leader was Summer. She was one of the kindest people I knew, one of the best huntresses too. I heard she died on a mission a few years back. I guess she had some kids of her own. Morgan began becoming a bit somber at the end. Everyone that knew Summer Rose knew how kind she was. It was a true loss for everyone, especially her family when she passed away. Let's see, Kiro was a bit dark and edgy, but he was the typical bad boy type. We were all teenagers back then though, so hopefully he changed a bit. He was a bit annoying with all the doom and gloom and constant sarcasm in my opinion. His sister was strong, and kind of a bitch. Just don't tell Naruto I said that because I'm pretty sure she is his mother. Morgan said. What about Taiyang? Elizabeth asked. Oh, he was a funny guy. Seemed nice enough but didn't seem to really care about much other than trying to get under Raven's skirt. Morgan said with a shrug. Morgan, Matilda scolded. Oh please, the youngest here is Isabella and she is 14. If she doesn't know that sort of thing already, then she is about to enter high school, the most naive teenager I have ever seen. Morgan said, causing her stepdaughter to blush. I swear Naruto said Kiro was his dad. That's the guy I've seen in pictures too. Mordred said, tapping on the image of the younger Kiro. That just doesn't seem right. We can always ask, I guess. Morgan mumbled. When Naruto and Erza had returned, they had been led into the dining room and sat down at what amounted to a giant table. Which was understandable as the room descended into chaos. Neither Naruto nor Erza were really prepared for such an event. Their families had been small, and eventually pretty distant. This mess of a half-dozen conversations and hectic atmosphere was a bit of culture shock. One that had both of them grinning from ear to ear as the Ark family seemed to welcome them with open arms. Once again they were introduced to each of the twin sisters and mothers. Barghest easily struck the most memorable introduction as she roughly shook both Naruto and Erza's hands, surprising them both with her strength. Clearly, while she was not a huntress, Barghest had some form of training. They met the whole family properly this time. Barring of course Uther and John. Evidently out on some more training. The thought set Naruto a little on edge once again, but with Erza there to quickly snag his hand from beside him. It kept him grounded, which he needed. Especially when the conversation turned to getting to know Naruto and Erza better. It only got worse when Morgan revealed to have been a former Beacon student herself. We were trying to figure out exactly who your parents were. I know they were members of the team. Or Raven and Taiyang your mom and dad? Morgan asked, not knowing Naruto well enough to catch that he was becoming uncomfortable. Mordred and Artoria looked over at their teammate with sorrowful glances. They felt a little guilty. They didn't intend to walk Naruto into some sort of conversational ambush, still they wanted to know more about him. They knew he disliked talking about his family, but it should be fine just answering some basic questions. Right. Naruto cleared his throat roughly but decided he had to answer. Raven and Taiyang might be biologically my parents, but my mom and dad are Summer Rose and Kiro Bronwyn. Realizing they had wandered into very sore territory for the blonde boy, the group turned the conversation to another topic. After slowly recovering from the uncomfortable moment, mostly by focusing on the previous missions that the team had gone on, the conversation got back into the swing of things. As they neared the end of the meal, Naruto chose to bring up the missing Ark sibling. So, you mentioned that John had been struggling in school and in training. What is the problem? Naruto asked, mainly Morgan but to anyone willing to speak. The mothers and older sister each shared a look with one another before a few sighed. Ever since his mother was killed in a Grimm attack he's had trouble. Elizabeth said. If you asked me, I'd have to say watching him train and study, it's like his heart just isn't in it. Morgan added sadly. With another somber note in the conversation, and dinner effectively over, the Ark sisters led their guests to their rooms for the night and let them bed down for the night. None of Team Emna had slept well the night before. 3 years of sharing a small space together had made any time they were separated invulnerable, like when sleeping, uncomfortable for them. Sure, there had been times when one or two of them were separated, but last night they were alone in their rooms. It felt wrong. At least Uther and John had returned before breakfast even began, and the awkward greetings between them were helped along by eggs, toast, and bacon. "I'm surprised you are here. I made it clear to Ozpin I wanted you two to focus on your careers. We have things handled out here. That's why I told him to deny your request for leave. You're needed out there fighting the Grimm, not checking up on your baby brother," Uther said as he tore into his meal. He was a bear of a man with several scars similar to Naruto, as well as short, well-maintained blonde hair. He got the mental image Naruto had managed to form in his mind, while sadly John managed to fit just the same. The kid was only 12 but was at least tall for his age. Sadly that seemed more of a hindrance, as the extra lanky nature of his limbs made him clumsier than he was naturally. Which sadly was very clumsy. He moved awkwardly and somewhat shyly, making Naruto realize he was very much an introvert. A bit surprising since practically every other member of his family embodied extroverts. Realizing this was a chance for their male teammate to try and interact one-on-one with John, the female members of Team Emna began their job of distracting Uther so Naruto could grab the kid and talk in private. They hadn't really made much of a plan before bed the night before, but when an opportunity presents itself, the Knights of Beacon were talented at taking advantage. Like a switch was flicked, at Uther's words Mordred and Artoria seemed to change into something Naruto had never even imagined. Tears began to bubble up in their eyes and they began to shake slightly, trembling as if they were heartbroken. "So, you didn't want to see us anymore?" Mordred choked out from behind her crocodile tears. "We weren't supposed to come home at all," Artoria added, seeming to be equally upset. Uther paused mid-bite as his eyes widened. He quickly realized he had made a mistake, as his other daughters and his wives rounded on him with a mix of various degrees of upset expressions. He roughly swallowed his food, but it wasn't fast enough as Morgan led the charge in chastising the man as his family devolved into a shouting and crying mess. "Wow, when we convinced Morgan to help I figured she would just try and set things up, but she really rallied the whole family into helping with this thing surrounding John," Naruto commented. "I know, right? They're really supportive of one another, even if they are kind of over the top," Urza added. "Yeah, still kinda jealous though," Naruto replied. "Same here." The redhead shrugged, before playing her part and flying into the midst of the mess to comfort the twins overdramatically. Urza wasn't actually all that good at acting. Naruto moved over to the other side of the room beside John as they both watched Uther be overrun by the girls. "No, you are misunderstanding. Of course I wanted to see you both. I just wanted to do what was best for you too," Uther tried. "Is that why you don't call us?" Artoria asked, causing a whole new wave of outrage, this time a little less fake, as Uther really could do with calling his girls more often. "Hey John, why don't we slip out before this turns into a boys versus girls kind of thing?" Naruto suggested, getting the boy to nod as he followed him out of the room. The pair of boys soon found themselves just walking the grounds of the Ark estate. They chatted, a little difficulty at first, until Naruto managed to get the boy laughing as they talked about the sight of Uther being surrounded by all the girls earlier. "I knew Artoria was a bit manipulative, but it was weird seeing Mordred like that," Naruto admitted. I figured you would know she can be really sneaky too." "You guys have been on a team for years now, right?" John asked. "Well, yeah, we know each other pretty well, but there's still a lot to learn. Not to mention we have only recently started opening up about some more private stuff since," Naruto began. "Since you started dating?" John asked. "Yeah, did they tell you?" Naruto asked. "Saffron told me. Some of my sisters are kinda blabbermouths," the younger boy said. "I see. I guess that's kinda what you have to expect in a big family." Naruto shrugged. "Yeah, try living with 7 older sisters and 4 mothers. John corrected himself sadly. Naruto stepped closer and patted the boy lightly on the back. He knew a lot of the feeling John was feeling right now. Out of the Ark parents, only Uther, Morgan, and John's mother Joan had been hunters. Just like Summer, Joan had been retired for several years before taking a mission when the area was low on manpower. No one ever saw her again. The nest she was supposed to clear out gradually grew even bigger until a team of hunters took care of it. So, trying to capitalize on their similar situations, Naruto told him about Summer. About her becoming the mother he had needed and wanted. About how spectacular she was. And about how his adoptive father had come back with some bloody and tattered clothes and a roughed-up weapon. A part of me just wants, John began, to believe she's still out there somewhere. You know, if she was, she would move heaven and earth to get back to you. She would have come home by now, John. Naruto said lightly, squeezing the boy's shoulder in comfort. I know, he replied. Naruto sighed sadly. This was not really how he thought the talk with his teammate's baby brother would go. He really needed to work on his uplifting use of buzzwords or something. Helping someone with grief and personal issues was tough shit to do. Maybe changing topics would be a good idea. So Mordred and Artoria say you are training to become a huntsman. Naruto said. John just nodded with a shrug. Damn, the kid was hard to talk to. Well, I'm only a ways from graduating, so maybe I can help you out. Like I could give you some tips or guidance or something. You never know, it could really help you out, Naruto said awkwardly. That's possible, I guess. Not like Dad is all that interested in teaching me anyway. John grumbled. What? From what I've heard, Uther puts you through the ringer. Naruto says. Where did you hear that? The younger blonde asked. Your sisters and mothers, the scarred boy replied. Gah, no, they misunderstood the situation or something. Dad actually babies me really badly. Yeah, he's hard on me about my schoolwork and yells at me about it, but he never wanted to train me to be a hunter in the first place. John explained. What? Well, he doesn't think it's really necessary for me to be a huntsman. I'll inherit the farm, it's always passed down to the eldest son. Even though I think Barghest should be the one to get it. She pretty much already runs it all. John continued. Okay, but what about the training though? Naruto asked. Dad is paranoid that I'll end up like my mom. He just teaches me the most basic things and then when I mess them up he just has me drill on it over and over. I'm just weak and clumsy, I guess. Most of the training sessions we do is him lecturing me and healing any bruises or scratches I manage to get. He's worse than my mom was when I was little. Just don't tell him I said that, please. John said. I see. Naruto hummed as he began eyeing John in a new light. He realized something straight away. How does he heal you? Naruto asked. Huh. Oh, I don't know. Usually I'm too busy burying my face in my hands so I don't see him being disappointed and worried about me again. John said. Well, I have to guess he uses his semblance to do it. Mordred mentions most Ark males do have roughly the same semblance every generation. Something to heal would be very useful and having your aura unlocked wouldn't hurt either. Naruto commented. Okay, how does that help? John asked. Simple, I am going to help you unlock your aura and semblance. Naruto stepped in front of John and gently placed his hand on the younger boy's chest. There are typically 3 ways someone's aura is unlocked. Most people in the world actually don't have them unlocked and live perfectly fine lives, but the first and most common way of having their aura unlocked was probably the first way discovered millennia ago by ancient humans and faunas. Essentially, a traumatic event occurs that shocks their system into reacting. Naruto said as he began pulling on his own aura. Obviously that comes with plenty of troubles, and like I said, only a small part of the population has their aura unlocked at all. It happens pretty regularly in the wilds for obvious reasons. It can happen even in the cities though. A car crash, any accident, even just tripping badly can activate it. The second method is a bit different. Naruto said as he began to channel his aura into John. This method is done naturally through training. Essentially you just train until you suddenly are stronger, faster, have a shield, and a superpower. It's the most rare because the only people who can use this method and know that it will work are those from long lines of hunters or tribes of nomads out in the wilds. Naruto continued to explain as John began to gasp for breath as he felt something swirl around him. Like wrapping him in a comforting blanket. The second way was technically how I unlocked mine. Naruto said, getting a confused look from John. What do you mean technically? John asked, only for Naruto to wave off the question as another pulse of energy seemed to impact John. The third and final method is to forcefully unlock the person's aura. The only way to do that is for someone who already has theirs unlocked and can manipulate its energy to a good degree to inject it into another person and essentially jumpstart their aura. Like this. Naruto finished as suddenly he stepped back and the feeling of comfort stayed around John before slowly fading away to normal again. That was, John began, a bit stunned. Good. Naruto suggested. Better than good. The kid said looking across his arms as he slowly pushed his aura into a protective shimmering film across his limbs for a second. He watched as it flickered around him before disappearing. With practice you'll control it without thinking, just like using your hands or breathing. It won't be visible most of the time then too. Naruto said while he took in just how much aura the kid had. Nearly as much as Naruto had at 12. The Ark family seemed to be hacks. At least in regards to reserves of power. John seemed to gain a new burst of energy as he began to practically vibrate in place with excitement before Naruto caught him by the arm and calmed him down. Relax. It's not a trump card, John. It's a tool and a lot of hunters die because they use their semblance and aura like a crutch. Naruto warned. Right, so training then, John said solemnly. Training, lots of it. Give me your scroll details and I can send you some of the regimens I followed when I was younger. Naruto said, and John began giving him what he asked for. Will this really be enough? John asked. No, probably not, Naruto said calmly. What? Then what's the point? The boy asked. Oh, simple really, this is just a little helper. Strength will never be enough to do what you really want. Naruto said as he sent the message to John containing all his old training schedules. What I really want? John asked slowly. You want to stop what happened to your mom from happening to other people, mostly your big sisters, right? Well, give up on that. You can't, Naruto said bluntly, stunning the boy before he glared harshly. You don't know what you're talking about. John hissed. Mentally Naruto congratulated himself for galusing exactly what the kid was thinking. No, you don't know what you're talking about. What you think you are gonna train super hard and get real strong and be able to save everyone. Sorry kid, it doesn't work like that. There's too many people and too many grim and bad folks out there for even all the hunters in the world to stop. Naruto said nonchalantly, knowing he was digging it in a bit deeper than necessary, but he needed to drive a point home to John so that his girlfriends didn't end up mourning their little brother because he got too cocky for his own good and ran off on some suicidal quest. Shut up, John growled. Nah, you shut up. You think you are gonna stop the Grimm somehow. Don't be dumb. You can't. You don't even know what you're really saying. Have you ever even fought one? Naruto asked, getting in the boy's face and making him step back. No, John but out bitterly. No, you haven't. Take it from me, it's nothing like you imagined. I killed my first Grimm when I was about 2 years younger than you are now. I beat it to death after it gave me these scars and for trying to get my little sisters. Do you want to know how that encounter ended? Naruto asked. John briefly considered saying something smart as clearly Naruto was there before him, so he must have lived. He held back though. He was smart to do so. I had to be rescued too. I was alone and I beat one Beowulf to death with my hands and feet, and barely had any energy left, and there was still an entire pack of the damn things left. If it wasn't for 2 real huntsmen, some of the best there ever were, I wouldn't be here and my sisters would have died anyway. Just a little slower. So no, John, you aren't going to stop it from happening. But you can make it better. Train yourself till you break and keep training. Make sure this is what you want and commit everything to it. Naruto then patted the silent boy on the head as he sighed. He probably came on a bit strong, but his job was done the best way he could. Naruto left the clearing they had stopped in and headed back up toward the house. Once he rounded a bend, suddenly John found himself ambushed and trapped in a pair of slender arms as Artoria and Mordred pulled him into a hug. The older girls cooed at him over how cute he was and how proud he made them. John blushed brightly at the affection, but still he is happy that they clearly support his wish. Thanks, it means a lot to have your approval to try and become a huntsman. Wait, how much of that did you hear? John asked. Oh, you know, pretty much all of it, Mordred said with a grin, causing John to sigh out and, of course. Speaking of approval. Artoria began sharing a conspiratorial glance with her twin. What's your thoughts on our boyfriend? John sighed again. He had known this was coming. On his way back up toward the house, Naruto suddenly found he was not alone as Urza stepped next to him and picked up his pace. She was silent, simply entwining her fingers with his as they walked holding his hand. "How much did you three hear?" Naruto asked with an amused sigh. "More or less all of it," Urza replied before she leaned her head against his shoulder. "Whenever you are ready to talk to us, you know all three of us are here to listen," Urza said. "I know," Naruto said with a small smile. "Same to you." Urza nodded silently as they continued up to the Ark family home. Sadly, the team had to leave the next day. All things considered, their mission vacation had gone by far too quickly. Still, they were committed to doing it again sometime. Maybe to a beach or something, just the four of them though. That was the only real complaint. The four teammates felt like they hadn't seen each other but for a few minutes over the entire weekend. Sadly, they couldn't really extend their stay. Ozpin had probably checked what mission they were doing, even with Glinda running interference for them by now. "It was a pleasure meeting all of you," Urza said for the team. "Of course, make sure to come back, we loved having you all visit." Morgan replied. "Take care of my big sisters, or you'll have me to worry about, in a few years," John said, losing his confidence easily. Naruto laughed and shook the boy's hand happily. "I will, and I look forward to seeing the kind of huntsman you become, John." Uther swayed slightly side to side as the two girls trapped in his arms kicked their legs in a vain attempt to find purchases on the ground. Finally he dropped them, causing them to send him unamused looks, though they knew it was partially payback for the day before. The final two to say goodbye before Barghest drove the teens back to Arkswell. Uther tried to crush Naruto's hand in his grasp as they shook. Unfortunately, Naruto simply smiled, unfazed by the vice grip as he shook back with not too little and not too much pressure on return. Uther got the message and huffed faintly as he released the younger man's hand. Naruto had made it clear he was going to date the girls with or without Uther's say-so, not that the man really intended to get into his girls' love life. He trusted them to make good choices. Mordred and Artoria were all smiles as Uther seemed to accept their boyfriend while being led away by his own wives. They wrapped the arms with either one of Naruto's, and Urza does the same with Artoria as the four rode back to Arkswell. "We really should do this more often," Mordred said with a yawn. They still hadn't slept well in their separate bedrooms on the second night either. "It's awfully peaceful out here. Not too many Grimm and none of the craziness that comes with the city life," Urza said. "Yeah, kinda reminds me of Patch," Naruto said wistfully. He wondered how they were doing. He wouldn't be surprised if Yang and RWBY hated him for leaving. He wouldn't hold it against them if they did. By now though he knew his team's siblings better than his own, and his chest ached at the memory of little Yang and RWBY eating the breakfast he had made for them. He pushed the thoughts of himself being so similar to Raven out of his head. It was time to leave. The four Knights of Beacon were in pretty high spirits as they made their way back up to their dorm. Talking about how traveling made them want to take a shower, leading to Artoria lightly teasing Naruto about saving water. The conversation died as they froze on their floor when they saw the headmaster and his deputy headmistress standing outside their dorm room. Ozpin looked his typical aloof self, calmly sipping at his drink while Glinda looked borderline murderous. Furious was an apt description. That confused the team briefly. Glinda couldn't be mad about their vacation mission, she'd helped them plan it. She had been of the mind they needed a break too. If she wasn't angry with them though, who exactly had made her so pissed? "Ah, Team Eminence. I hope you enjoyed your sojourn to the Ark family territory. I'm glad you are back though, as I have an important mission for you to complete," Ozpin said, causing them to look at one another. "It is an anti-personnel mission," Ozpin finished. That bombshell let them realize why it was Glinda seemed so angry. Anti-personnel missions were controversial. They amounted to hits put out by the government on groups of people, typically groups of nomads in the wilds or bandits. There was a reason that such missions were not taken by students. It had nothing to do with safety though. What was worse, Ozpin would not have come to their dorm directly if they honestly had any say in taking it. "Please follow me to the briefing room," Ozpin said as he started down the hall. Glinda shot the team a sorrow-filled glance before following after the headmaster. The team didn't wait much longer before bringing up the rear of the group, headed back toward the elevator. Glinda Goodwitch was a great many things, but one thing that she was not was disloyal. She had bitten her tongue and nodded her head like a dutiful second-in-command should for practically all of Ozpin's eccentric ideas and plans. Over the last few years though, she had been placed in direct responsibility for Team Emna. She was 8 years older than Naruto, only 6 older than the girls, and despite her place as their mentor, Glinda had become close friends with the 4 of them. More and more the loyalty she gave only to her own mentor Ozpin felt strained when it seemed to clash directly with her responsibility and loyalty to the team. At first the manipulations that the man planned for them were for the most part benign. They also led to helping not only the 4 students but Remnant as a whole. Slowly though, Glinda felt like the true Ozpin was revealed to her. He was a unique form of egotistical. So certain he was the only one capable of combating Salem, and that meant everyone, literally everyone in the world, was either a piece to be played or an obstacle to surpass. She could sadly live with that. She might disagree, even vehemently so, but the reality was there was no one else in the entire world of Remnant that knew Salem better than Ozpin. After all, he was her immortal rival and had been for 1,000 years. Though Glinda privately suspected there was more to the connection between the two. Now though she knew she would need to begin making plans of her own. She refused to let what she believed his end plan for Team Emna to play out. Not when she was beginning to feel certain that the headmaster planned for the team to eventually be martyred for the people of Remnant to rally around. That was a ways out, thankfully, but she had grown far too familiar with his plans to not see what the end result would be. Even if he planned for himself to die alongside them, only he would come back. Glinda. Naruto's voice broke her out of her frantic thoughts. Since she had realized what the end goal of Ozpin's moves with her team would be, she had been all over the place scrambling mentally for some sort of strategy to employ to save her subordinates without totally breaking the connection with Ozpin and possibly exposing them to be recruited by Salem. It had happened before after all. Hazel Reinhardt was a tragic man, even more so than his sister. Yes, sorry. Here, these are the target packages prepared for the group you are being assigned to eliminate. Glinda said as she handed out the 4 prepared packages of documents and diagrams as well as a few photos taken of the site from a distant aircraft. Ozpin sat silently at the table while he watched the 4 students flip through the booklets quickly. He occasionally glanced toward Glinda. She had been acting standoffish with him for a while, but since he had brought up the next 3 assignments for the team she had become outright cold toward him. That being said, he knew her well enough that something was going on in that mind of hers. He didn't really know what to expect from her, but he knew it would likely be some sort of demand in regards to Team Emna. That was fine. He knew he had to indulge his people at times to keep them loyal. It was to be expected. He likely would have been the same a few lifetimes ago. So we are going to track down and take out these purebred psychos? Mordred asked with a shrug. Yes, as well as rescue a number of hostages they have. The purebred militia formed some years ago and has terrorized the Faunus population of Anima since. With what happened in Greenmarket and the growing support for the White Fang even among humans, the purebred have become more violent and inventive with their operations to try and cause turmoil between human and Faunus populations. Ozpin explained. So they have started kidnapping kids. These kids are all human too. What's their plan? Urza asked. As an educator, I have always upheld the principle that the next generation is our future. It would seem the leadership for the purebred follow a similar, albeit twisted, ideal. The headmaster replied. They're hoping to indoctrinate these kids and turn them into soldiers for their movement. Naruto realized aloud. Yes, from what we have gathered, the town of Limani is the home of one of the organization's founders. Around 10 miles away from the town a compound has been constructed by the purebred for training its fighters. Recently they have quietly gathered nearly 50 orphaned children from across Anima and imprisoned them within the compound. We've seen images that suggest the purebred are forcing them into physically and emotionally damaging training exercises while surrounding them with anti-Faunus propaganda. Ozpin further explained. So we get in, kill all of these purebred creeps, then grab the kids and book it? Mordred asked. More or less. However, we have reason to believe that the children may fight you as well. They have been held by the purebred for months at this point. They could be indoctrinated or simply convinced they will suffer worse if they don't fight you with everything they have. Glinda chimed in. Great. Naruto grumbled. This mission will not be easy and it will also be your first mission outside the familiar lands of Sanus. Still it is imperative that you succeed. Ozpin said as he stood up. No pressure. Mordred sarcastically remarked only to be ignored. Any questions? Glinda asked. Besides dumb ones like what kind of stupid name is the purebred, not really. Artoria shrugged. Ozpin hummed at that. Actually I believe I have an answer for that question. The purebred are human supremacists and thought the name mocked faunus is a reference to purebred animals as well as a reference to their supposedly pure human genes. Just makes them sound like dogs to me. Naruto scoffed. Ones that are marked to be put down by us, I guess. Mordred murmured. Quite. Now you all have until tomorrow morning to prepare. Your transport leaves at sunrise so try to get some rest. Glinda said as she shooed the students from the room and quickly followed them out, leaving Ozpin alone in the briefing room to sip at his drink and stare at the aerial photos of the compound his best team of students was gearing up to assault. The team spent most of the night quietly readying themselves for what was to come. They showered, ate, prepped their gear and then got ready for bed only to sit quietly in their beds. No sleep came for them as the impending mission loomed over their heads. The many missions they had taken for Ozpin in the past had occasionally led to conflict with other people before and they had even been forced to take a life here and there, but there just seemed to be a different weight to the fact they were going in with full intent to kill every one of the purebred. They were terrible people and needed to be handled. None of them felt that conflict even began to raise its head, but an anti-personnel mission meant no prisoners. They were expected to act without mercy. What made things worse, the people they were there to rescue were likely to resist them as well. That didn't just complicate the mission, it filled the team with dread at the prospect of what could happen in the heat of battle. They were some of the most mature hunters in training out there, more mature even than some fully fledged hunters, but this was a bit much and none of the team was sure they could handle such a weight on their soul. It's almost midnight, Naruto mumbled. Can't sleep either, Artoria asked. Why even ask? We're all wide awake, Mordred said with a sigh. Urza sat up in her bed slowly followed by the others. She walked over and turned on the TV before setting play on one of the few series the entire team could compromise to watch. We're not sleeping anyway. We may as well try and enjoy some time together, she said as she dropped onto the space between Naruto and Mordred who had hoped into his bed already. The perks at being the physically smallest of the team. Move over then, Artoria said to her twin pushing her practically into Naruto's lap. Naruto twitched slightly as the girls pressed into his bed and effectively took it over. Only slightly before he felt their bodies pressed into his own and recalled that he didn't mind at all for the close contact. The Knights of Beacons spent the rest of the night doing their best to ignore the oncoming challenge and simply enjoy one another's company. It worked surprisingly well and the four of them were all asleep in a mess of bodies before the end of the episode Urza had started. That was the site that Glinda had found when she came to make sure they would be awake and ready for the mission. The woman smiled slightly at the sight though she did feel a bit envious of how loving and close the four teens were. She put such thoughts aside. They were useless and wouldn't help the team at all. That was her primary concern. Wake up you four, you need to eat before you leave. I want you all loading onto the airship with full stomachs so that means you need to get up and around. Glinda said as she turned on the lights and loudly clapped her hands for their attention. When did you become my mother? Artoria groaned as she and the others slowly rolled out of bed. Glinda shot the girl with an unamused look before huffing slightly. I'm nowhere near old enough to be your mother, even if you all act like little children most of the time. Now get up and around, we don't have a lot of leeway this morning. Yes Mom, Mordred drawled sarcastically only to help loudly when Glinda used her crop to actually sweat her across her panty-clad ass. Finish the mission fast and come back to me. I like that a little bit too much, Glinda said with a sharp grin before slipping out of the room to let them dress. The 14 stared at the closed door with shocked expressions and slack jaws. That was so out of place it simply didn't register in their minds. Did that really just happen? Urza asked. Glinda is spending too much time with us, Naruto replied as he turned back to getting ready. I think she could spend more time with us. What about you, Mordred? Artoria said as her shock gave way to interest and no small amount of amusement. That amusement skyrocketed when she saw Mordred still completely stunned, silent and rubbing the spot on her rear end tenderly. "Oh dear. Naruto, I think one of your girls has a thing for spanking." Artoria teased, causing Naruto to snort in amusement while Mordred snapped back to reality and blushed before chucking one of her boots at Artoria, who dodged while giggling lightly. Urza let them continue to play fight for a brief moment before clearing her throat. "I'm happy to see everyone so lovely, but Glinda was right. We don't have a lot of time." "Right. Let's hurry up, she's right about getting a full belly too," Naruto said, feeling quite a bit hungry and in need of a meal. Just as Ozpin had said, the airship taking Team ENMA to their mission was set to leave upon sunrise. It was Ozpin's typically dramatic flair that caused it, they assumed, as they piled into the small aircraft's cargo and passenger section. The craft had nothing on a bullhead in terms of size, but in terms of speed and firepower the Mudjack possessed. It wasn't really meant for supporting the people or cargo it was dropping off, but it could pack a surprising punch and travel incredibly long distances in a short time if it sacrificed that firepower for more fuel. That was exactly what this airship was doing. The target was across a continent and an ocean, so every drop of fuel was needed to get there and back again with little issue. "Wait, how are we extracting the kids? We could fit maybe 10 in here with us. Not even half of them all could load up in here if we all stayed behind," Naruto pointed out as the engines began to roar to life. "A pair of bullheads with Valine troops will follow behind you. Obviously they won't arrive till after you have already hit the target. They are going to secure the compound and transport the children back to Vale to be placed into new homes," Glinda explained over the high-pitched screech of the engines. "Will we come back with them then?" Naruto asked. "No, this ship has enough fuel for there and back with a couple of hours of buffer. It will land outside the compound, and when the army relieves you get back to the Mudjack on the double and return straight to Beacon," Glinda advised. "What if we don't?" Mordred asked. "What?" Glinda asked in confusion. "What if we don't return straight back to Beacon?" Mordred asked more clearly. Still Glinda misunderstood the girl. "You'll be fine. All of you. The purebred are just upjump thugs. They aren't on your level, so handle them and come back to me or you'll get more of what you did this morning." Mordred looked away from Glinda with a small blush at that while the rest of the team chuckled. "I wish I could go with you, but I have some things to handle as well. I will see you all once you've completed your mission," she said as the door slid shut. Glinda made her way off the landing platform and watched on as the ship jumped into the sky and shot through the sky. She continued to stare after it till it disappeared into the sky and she turned to leave. She didn't return to Beacon though, she had some people to speak with. The Mudjack was indeed much faster than a bullhead. It raced across the skies over Sanis in a third the time that it would take a bullhead at full speed. Then again, this was the cruising speed for the Mudjack. The two aircraft were really only as similar as both being aircraft. Besides that, in Naruto's opinion the Mudjack was infinitely more impressive. By now they were flying over the ocean and Naruto felt an odd sensation roll through his being. The last time he had passed over the sea had been when he left Patch all those years ago. Thoughts on his sisters and what they were doing now filtered into his mind. He missed them but couldn't help but feel it wasn't the right time to reunite with them yet. His biological father being there as well made it all the easier to push aside for a later date. Still, he silently promised himself to visit once he and his team graduated, if he hadn't been before then. He wanted to visit his mom's gravesite as well. He didn't really need Summer Rose haunting him because she was worried he wasn't taking care of himself. That, and he wanted to introduce the girls to her. He just hoped it wouldn't seem too weird he was introducing them to a gravestone. He had the inkling that they would understand though. Naruto blinked as the scenery far below their aircraft began to change. Deep blue sparkling in the afternoon sunlight gave way to dark green and gold as forests and sandy beaches appeared. "We'll be passing over Limani in about a half of an hour. Prepare yourselves everyone," the pilot called back. The team jumped to action, readying everything they needed and checking one another over. Their armor fitted into place and sealed up ready for battle the moment they stepped out of the Mudjack, just in case things went sideways the moment they set foot in their landing zone. "I'll be setting down a few miles away from the compound out in the forests. I need time to spin this bird back up whenever you load back up, so if you come in with company we'll be sitting ducks, kids. The pilot advised. We'll make sure you won't have anything to worry about. Urza reassured the man before the angelic face plate on her helmet popped into place and she joined the rest of her team at the sliding side doors for the muntjac. That guy isn't filling me with confidence. The metallic voice of Mordred commented through the team's helmets. He's no huntsman, and we are landing pretty close to a terrorist organization's headquarters. Naruto's voice replied. All right, enough chatter guys. Let's get serious. When we land, secure the landing area and set up the perimeter alarms, then rendezvous at Point Alpha. Urza said sternly. Got it. The team replied together as the door slid open and the 4 young hunters took off into the woods. They split up to set up the perimeter alarm system more quickly. Each of them carried a set of thin spear-like rods that they would stab into the ground in a rough circle around the landing zone. Once they were set up, the team took off through the woods toward Point Alpha, which was a well-covered outcropping of rock on a ridge nearby to the purebred compound. It took the team a few short moments before they reunited and looked down at the compound together. This was their first time seeing it in person. The aerial photos weren't of especially good quality and had been too blurry to get exact ideas on the number of guards and other staff present. Now though, they realized they were dealing with easily more than 50 of the human supremacists. The compound itself was built into a rock outcropping of its own, with buildings built up along the slopes of the stone and a large metal gate at the only real entrance to the compound. We'll need to come in from the top. Get ready to climb, you guys. Urza pointed out. There are sentries all along the rocks too, so we need to get rid of them quietly without them figuring out what's going on. If they scatter, it could be forever before all of this organization is centered in one spot like this. Artoria added in. No, they'll never group up like this again. We get one shot, Naruto said with a shake of his head. Look there. It's the training yard, Mordred said in disgust as the rest turned their eyes to where she was pointing. Similar feelings of disgust swept over the rest of the team as they saw the conditions of the children. There were less than they had been told about, and that was easy enough to tell why. A line of smaller than normal graves lined the far corner of the compound. Not a single one bore a mark. Besides the initial anger and disgust they felt at the knowledge so many children had been needlessly murdered by these people, further outrage bubbled within them as they saw how the remaining children were being treated. Around a dozen were running, despite looking completely exhausted, while a small selection of men and women chased them with electrified batons to encourage the children to keep pace. Another 2 were locked into cages raised off of the ground, most likely as some sort of punishment. The young boy and girl inside were skin and bones, and the reason for their imprisonment was clear at the sight of a sign below them stating simply that cowards die slowly. They must have tried to escape. Naruto growled out at the sight. We'll get them out of there. All of them. And we'll make those bastards pay for this. Urza agreed with her own bloodthirsty tone. Then let's get to it. Mordred eagerly chimed in. Right. So we'll scale the rocks on the outside. Stay in contact over your communication units and we'll take the sentries out simultaneously. Artoria, you'll take that one there. That one's position gives you an almost complete overwatch of the entire compound. You'll do what you do best, Urza instructed. And pop bad guy heads. Artoria replied. The agitation could only be picked out in her tone because the team had known one another for so long. Artie, you need to center yourself and calm down. We go in with revenge on the mind and we slip up. Nobody saves those kids then. Naruto chided softly. The older woman clicked her teeth but nodded her head all the same. She knew he was right, and she quickly ran through some of the exercises that Glinda had taught all of them to remain in control of their emotions when on the job. Let's move out, you guys. We have about 4 hours until the army troops arrive. I want to have taken care of the purebred by then so that we don't risk the soldiers or the children being caught in gunfire. Urza said. The team didn't verbally respond. Instead they split up once more to attend to their tasks and eliminate the sentries as the first step of their mission. The armor that each team member wore made scaling the steep rock faces surrounding the compound far easier than it would have been had they not had their equipment. Another team would have had a much harder time or even been forced to try the main gate. Naruto finally reached the top of his targeted rock and crawled into the shadows as quietly as possible as the pair of sentries marked as his targets. He had to wait for the go-ahead, but the moment it came the two guards only heard a soft whirring sound and a rush of wind before they were cut down. Naruto swept Bane through the two figures as they turned around in confusion. Simultaneously the rest of his teammates took out their opponents just as silently until the sentry spots had been captured. Rally up at Artoria's position, Urza commanded. On the way, Naruto and Mordred responded. The team quickly moved the remains of their victims into covered spots as best as they could before bounding across the ring of rocks that made the wall for the purebred compound. There was some basic scaffolding though, so they no longer had to climb the rocks and were linking back up at Artoria's spot on not time at all. Artoria had already set about getting her position set up to provide the support her teammates would need when they really got started. She had drug a couple of large stones and sandbags that had been around the late sentry's position into a position that gave her a good stand as she flattened herself into a prone position. We have a better angle to see the compound properly from here, so everyone memorize the layout and places of interest. Artoria advised over her comm set. Good thinking. Let's take a look, Urza said as she and the others activated their suits. Limited optics, they got a good look at the compound from an almost bird's-eye view. Looks like that building there is the barracks for the kids. Naruto pointed out a short long shack that the children were being filed into after completing their run. They posted a guard outside. Mordred added. That big building seems like the barracks for the actual members of the purebred. I think that's an armory just next to it. They welded some bars for extra security and have guards posted outside, Urza mentioned. Most of the purebred walking around don't seem to be armed beyond a stun baton and maybe a handgun for some of them. If we can hit the armory first and lock it down, we take away their weapons for the most part, Artoria said as she peered through her scope at the three guards slouching around the entrance to the armory. They would be almost completely defenseless, Urza quietly commented as she also realized the majority were only armed with stun batons. Those would be completely useless against the armor of her team. Hey, it sucks but these guys have to go. It's for the best. Naruto tried to reassure her but it didn't really work all that well. He could understand where she was coming from. Killing someone that posed no real threat to you was not what they had signed up for. It was their task though, and as harmless as some of these people would be to Naruto and the girls, the same couldn't be said for others. If given a chance, the terrible things these people had done to the kids would only be the beginning for what they planned. Let's focus, all right. That there is the boss and his lieutenants. Armand Howell. He has to die. Mordred pointed out someone further up the compound walls beside what was easily the nicest place in the area. Underneath it is the mess and recreation hall. Lots of bad guys inside, Artoria said as she tried to get a good look inside the building. She could only see there are 4 of the people inside at a time, but there was definitely a lot more going by the look of shadows passing by the window. So what's the move here, Urza? Naruto asked their team leader. The Angel of Beacon was silent for a moment before her head turned to Mordred. I want you to only use 2 rockets. We can't risk splash damage on the kids when this gets crazy, so once you fire those 2 shots you head down to get those 2 kids out of the cages, Urza commanded. Makes sense. Sure, but boss lady, where am I putting my explosions at? Mordred questioned. The first I want you to put through the window of the armory. Blow it sky high. The second I want you to put in the doorway of the barracks. I don't know how many of the purebred are inside, but I want there to be that many less of them when you are done, Urza said. No problem, Mordred replied with a wicked smirk clear in her tone. Naruto, I am going to focus on getting to the kids in their own barracks. I want you to handle Howell and his lieutenants. Then make a ruckus with those ones in the mess hall, Urza said. I got it. Naruto nodded as he adjusted his grip on Bane and readied to jump into action. And me? Artoria asked. Take out the guards around the children's barracks first, then keep the mess hall doorway locked down until Naruto gets in there, Urza said. Easy, Artoria said simply. Urza took a moment to take in her teammates before nodding. Let's get into position then. The team separated once more. Mordred moved a short distance from Artoria and loaded a high explosive round and took aim. Meanwhile Naruto moved to a place just above the meeting group of Howl and his men while Urza crept closely to the area where the children were kept. "Everyone ready?" Urza asked. A series of affirmative answers ran through her ears before she took one final moment to collect herself. "Mordred," she said simply. "Here it comes." Mordred replied as she fired and sent a rocket exactly where Urza had wanted it. The rocket's fin caught the lip of one of the welded bars over the window as it shot inside, sending it just barely off course. Rather than hitting the floor just inside the building, it instead embedded itself in the wall right beside the crates of ammunition the purebred had been stockpiling. There was a heartbeat of silence as the three guards outside the building as well as the quartermaster within could only widen their eyes in terror before the rocket detonated, causing secondary explosions of all of the ammunition and explosives stockpiled within. The explosions removed the armory from the face of Remnant along with vaporizing the guards and quartermaster in a massive ball of flame. The Knights of Beacons didn't stop and stare at the explosion as their targets did. Artoria culled the guards outside the children's barracks while Naruto dropped down onto the table of Howl and his lieutenants. The purebred leader proved why it was that he had his position as he rolled under the spinning slash Naruto made with Bane. The attack easily killed all of Howl's subordinates, splattering both himself and the room with their blood. Howl scrambled for his handgun, ignoring a second explosion as Mordred removed the purebred barracks much like she had with the armory a moment ago. Naruto stood up from the crumpled ruins of the card table and turned to face the frightened and furious Armand Howl. The man got his handgun free just as the thumping booms of Artoria's rifle trapping his men in the mess hall below began sounding off. Armand joined in with the fire by trying to empty the magazine into Naruto only for the rounds to not so much as dent the Beast of Beacon's armor. "Fucking who?" the terrorist leader began to shout, only for Naruto to bring Bane down and end him. "I don't really have time to banter," Naruto said as he advanced to the ledge and dropped down in front of the mess hall and waved up at Artoria to cease her fire. The sniper had done her job well. 4 purebred fighters lay piled around the doorway while several more remained inside taking cover. None of them were armed with more than stun batons. Naruto took a shaky breath on that realization before moving into the room while Bane mecha shifted into its chain gun form. Back outside, Artoria had turned her attention to the gate. It seemed that a handful of purebred militia had been sent for a supply run and had been on their way back when the fireworks started. The lead truck, a heavy-duty cargo hauler, was making a beeline for the gate with the obvious intent of smashing through it. Artoria took exception to that strategy and instead planted a round through their windshield about where the driver's chest was. A puff of red splattering across the windshield marked her kill and the truck careened off of the roadway and smashed into a tree instead. The other drivers seemed less in line to be shot and quickly piled out of their vehicles looking for cover. 2 of them never got close and one fell behind the collapsed tree his comrades had taken cover behind as his last act on the mortal world. "Heads up, we have perhaps another 12 armed fighters outside the gate wanting in. They have better weapons, but I don't know if they are good enough to stack against our armor," Artoria warned the rest of the team. "I'd rather not find out," Urza began. "Actually, after that whole time with Naruto bashing his knee, I reworked some of the armor. It's not a huge improvement, but it does stand up to just about all manner of small arms fire," Mordred advised. That is until a full thump was heard and the gate was blown off of its hinges and sent skidding into the compound. "Not really meant for explosives though. Don't tempt fate, you guys." Her voice came back over the link, getting a deadpan from both of the other girls. Naruto was too preoccupied with his own bloody business to worry about the gate at the moment. As he expected, the mess hall was effectively a one-sided slaughter in his favor. He wanted to feel the same sense of success and joy he did from wiping out Grimm, but this didn't give him any emotion approaching that. Instead, he felt almost ashamed about how he had cut these men and women down with such ease as they screamed in terror. Naruto, we are going to need Bane on this gate. They have a couple up-armored trucks with some boosted firepower that they are wanting to move up," Artoria advised. "On my way, but wouldn't it be better to have Mordred blow them up with a couple rockets?" he asked as he strode out of the bloodied cafeteria. "Well, I'd love to, but my hands are full. These 2 cages are welded shut. These fucking sickos really intended for these poor kids to starve to death and rot in them." Mordred replied as Naruto caught sight of the girl digging through a couple of tool caches in what looked to be the compound's makeshift motor pool. Alright then, how about an update on those kids, Urza? Naruto asked. We're in good shape here. They're hungry and a bit bruised up but they will be fine. They have been hugging me and crying and cheering like mad since I showed up. Evidently they know who the Knights of Beacons are. Urza replied, the muffled sound of several children all talking at once could be faintly heard over her radio. Well, at least these stupid-ass titles are good for something. Mordred commented as she stormed out of the motor pool with a small handheld torch in hand. The two in the cages are in a lot worse shape. Tough little ones though. They are a bit beat up but practically skin and bones. I thought they were just little kids too, they are just so malnourished, but evidently they're both 12. Mordred rambled a bit. The state of the children had shaken her a bit and she was clearly stressed out. She had a pretty good grip still though. Naruto turned his attention back to the gate where the vehicles Artoria had pointed out crept forward. A pop sounded and the front truck's gunner dropped dead with one less head, giving Naruto the window that he needed. The Beast of Beacon rushed forward while Bane transformed back into its bladed form and the ammunition retracted to the pack on Naruto's back. As he closed in, the front car slammed itself into reverse to try and escape only to slam into the front of the second. Trapped, the driver could only bring his arms up to shield himself uselessly as Naruto swung Bane back and brought down on the cab. The driver blinked in shock when he realized he was still alive. Bane was caught in the splintered and warped armor that had replaced the exterior of the vehicle. He took a ragged gasp in relief at the sight only to widen his eyes in terror once again as Naruto ripped the blade free and shifted his grip to stab down directly through the mesh the driver had been seeing through as he drove. With a grunt of exertion from Naruto, the blade plunged through the weakened metal and through the driver himself. Naruto yanked his weapon free just in time to roll off of the front of the vehicle as the second truck's gunner opened fire. The heavy weapon in the truck tore the top of the first vehicle to ribbons, but the gunner was too slow in following his target to stop Naruto from circling around the two vehicles. Suddenly closing the gap before the man could spin his weapon around, Naruto chucked his sword like a spear, not only impaling the man but hurling him off of the back of the vehicle. Naruto left his weapon for the time being as he forced the fingers of his armor into the small gap that made the doorframe for the driver's side of the truck. His armor whined faintly as he used both his own enhanced strength and that of his armor to break the latch and force the door open, allowing him to reach in and grab the driver and pull him out of the truck. The man screamed shortly before Naruto broke his neck. He could feel the pop even through his armor and struggled to keep the thought of the act out of his mind as he retrieves Bane from the chest of his previous opponent. Not opponent, victim. Another pop from Artoria's rifle let him know the fight was not yet over and he reset his mind on his objective. The remnants of the purebred were breaking and running at this point. They clearly realized that they couldn't win and hoped to escape. However, even in that they had no chance. Naruto transitioned Bane back into its ranged form yet again while Artoria kept up her steady pace of picking off exposed and vulnerable targets. The end of the fight was as unfair as the start had been. A long burst of gunfire and the last of the purebred fell dead, leaving only the objective of saving the children. Naruto was happy to take his attention away from the carnage he had wrought on their targets. Hopefully helping take care of the kids would keep his mind occupied until the army arrived and they could leave this place. Fortunately, the valiant soldiers sent to clean up the mess that Team Eminence had made of the purebred compound. Unfortunately, they were still too slow to stop Mordred from becoming especially attached to the two children who had attempted to escape the compound and been locked in the cages as a warning. The others had spent a couple hours trying to explain why it was better that her new unofficial adopted siblings be taken to a new home by the soldiers. They had actually lost the argument when Mordred fired back that nowhere they took Rennie and Nora would be acceptable or anywhere near as good as back home at the Ark estate with her mothers and big sister. Artoria had agreed to that, plus she knew how much the mothers and their elder sister wanted more kids to baby back on the farms. What sold Urza was that both had their aura unlocked and would do better being raised by a family familiar with the needs of a budding pair of hunters. For Naruto, it had been the thought of them being separated into different homes. The sight of Rai Ren, as the boy very clearly preferred being called by a bit Nora, holding the smaller and more friendly Nora close to him like he was trying to shield her from the world. Nailed the coffin shut for Naruto as he agreed they should go to the Arks. The plan was easy enough to come up with. Artoria and Mordred would get a hold of their sister, Barghest, so that she could meet them in Vale. The Ark family had some aircraft of their own. Nothing truly fancy, but they were one of the wealthiest families in Vale's territory after all. Naruto and Urza on the other hand had the unenviable objective of trying to run interference with Ozpin and Glinda. So while the twins rode back with the army and set things up for Ren and Nora, Naruto and Urza made their way back to the Muntjac. They told the pilot the other half of their team would be heading back with the troops and piled into the aircraft for the ride home. It was a quiet ride. Despite being in their armor still, the two held each other close and silently struggled with the looming thoughts of what they had done. Urza was less bothered. Her only kills had been the sentries she had eliminated and one guard inside the children's barracks. She didn't really know how to comfort her shared boyfriend though. He had clammed up about the ordeal entirely, but she had come to know him well enough to know he was feeling like a monster. Any words she could have used to try and reassure him felt hollow to her, so she settled with holding tightly to him and removing their helmets. She'd planned to use his scroll to contact Kiro about what had happened. She was thinking about calling her mother as well, though she wasn't sure what to expect from the woman so far as support was concerned. Either way, at least they had one another and soon enough would have the rest of their team as well. She also planned to reapply for some actual time off for the team. They needed it now even more than they did before visiting the Ark family. When the Muntjac set back down at Beacon's airfield, boy Naruto and Urza felt a mix of emotion at seeing Glinda waiting for them. The woman had worried look that morphed into abject terror when she didn't see half of Team ENMA disembark from the Muntjac. Whoa, relax, they're fine. Just wanted to be extra sure with the kids being safe is all. Naruto said, trying to calm his mentor down. What? She asked in mild shock. They went to make sure the children got settled all right. Urza said. Glinda stared at them for a minute before a thin blonde eyebrow arched upward. She didn't say anything, simply giving them a clearly disbelieving look. Both knew that she saw through them too easily, so had to accept they would be explaining everything to her later. As if to literally save them by the bell, Glinda's scroll went off and she stepped away from them to answer it. She spoke in hushed tones before shooting a glance back toward Naruto and Urza. She quickly ended the call before sighing and readjusting her attire. Both Naruto and Urza cringed slightly at that. It was a tell that the entire team had noticed. At the moment Glinda was rather frustrated. That probably meant there was something bad about to happen. It would seem the three of us are to be summoned to Ozpin's office. Come with me, Glinda said stiffly before leading the way toward Ozpin's tower. The walk there was quiet beyond a few students murmuring and pointing. The two knights cringed slightly as they glanced at the blood on their armor. Urza had some, enough to easily notice on her bright silver armor, while Naruto was nearly painted in the red fluid. Despite his red and black apparel hiding much of it, the slick substance was still very clear to those who watched them closely. Which was most of Beacon, unfortunately. I wish we had time for you two to get cleaned up, but the headmaster sounded rather agitated over the scroll. I think it's best if we get this handled as quickly as possible so his anger doesn't build. Glinda said. Naruto and Urza shared a look at that. They couldn't even picture Ozpin being angry with them. They were about to see it firsthand though. As the elevator doors outside of Ozpin's office slid open, the three occupants frowned at the sight before them. The typically calm and collected headmaster stood before his desk, clearly waiting for them to arrive. Come in and close the door behind you if you would, he said simply with a clipped tone as he turned and made his way around his desk to his chair once again. The deputy headmistress ushered the two students forward before she closed the door behind herself and took a place standing behind Ozpin and to his left. Naruto and Urza remained before him, standing in the center of the room as if they were on trial. I see your teammates are not present with you, he began with a raised brow. Clearly not asking a question but making a statement about something that was not what he had wanted to happen. Yes, they went with the soldiers to make sure the children were taken care of. Urza defended. Ah, well, more specifically two of the children, correct? He asked, getting a blink of confusion from the other three in the room as he continued on. They contacted Miss Barguest Ark to come and retrieve 2 of the children you all rescued, am I correct? Glinda realized in that instant that Ozpin had bugged the communications of the team. He was spying on his own students. Naruto and Urza hadn't quite narrowed it down to that, instead thinking he had some informant from the soldiers he had sent for the children. I commend your compassion, especially in the face of such a mission as what I sent you on. Your actions were not cleared by myself or Professor Goodwitch. I now have to explain to my contacts in Atlas why it is you will not be able to attend this week's tests as I had planned. Ironwood was especially displeased to hear of your tardiness. Ozpin spoke quietly but sharply, looking more displeased than either Naruto or Urza had ever seen. The pair were a bit confused as their own team mentor looked especially pleased at the moment. Almost like the 2 professors were set in contrast to one another. Sorry headmaster. Urza tried. Ozpin adjusted his glasses but otherwise said nothing in regards to Urza's half-hearted apology. As you will not be able to attend the planned test, I have another mission that perhaps would be better suited for you too. A guard detail. The Junior Mistral and Veil Fighters tournaments are both set to begin this weekend. You 2 will attend the tournament in Mistral and provide security. Your other half will do the same for Veil. Go and clean up, you still have classes to attend. Ozpin said as he clearly dismissed the pair. They had the decency to flee from the room, shortly followed by Glinda, who was still in the process of making calls and plans for how to properly shield her team. Ozpin simply frowned from his place at his desk. His frown deepened as a quiet alarm went off on the screen beside him and displayed the word incoming call from General Ironwood. The man that would be on the other end would make it clear that Ozpin was not upholding up his side of their bargain as he had promised. It was bound to be annoying. It was strange being on Ozpin's bad side. He usually seemed to be impossible to agitate, but clearly the man was unhappy with them. After all, he knew how much they had slowly come to dislike being around the public with their growing fame. Only worsened by their newest mission that was being proclaimed as a daring rescue of imprisoned children from a terrorist group. The headmaster's punishments were unnecessarily creative and easy for him to pull off. He knew that making them act as additional security for such an event as the junior tournaments would be the equivalent of throwing them to the wolves. No doubt they would be swamped by adoring fans. If that was all they were, it would be fine. Somehow things had taken a bit of a dark turn in their fanbase though. The going rate for an autograph from Naruto was insane at the moment, and for Urza it was even worse. Especially with how many creeps wanted a chance to try and cop a feel while snapping a picture. They couldn't even kill anyone who tried to pull that shit. Just hospitalize them. Ozpin had made things even worse by spreading word that they would be there and that Naruto had recently started dating his teammates. They weren't exactly sure why he made sure to know about their relationship status or why he was so intent on making every aspect of their lives public knowledge, but it was beginning to really wear on the team. Especially on Naruto and Urza, who took nearly 2 hours to get to their hotel room from the airport when it was normally a 20-minute walk. They were both exhausted by the time they got into their room, a cramped little single-bed room rather than a suite that they knew Beacon could afford. Probably another little addition to their punishment. It didn't have much of an effect though. They had gotten used to sleeping in the dirt, besides they would be curling up together on that bed to sleep for the rest of the day after the trip from Beacon. Naruto tested out the springiness of the bed and frowned a bit when it barely had any give. Gonna be like sleeping on the ground again. We've had worse. Remember that mission to the northern border of Vale? Nothing but mud and so cold. Urza commented as she set their clothes into their proper places. Yeah, well, it did give us an excuse to share body heat. Naruto chuckled, getting her to smile over at him. That part wasn't bad, she admitted before turning back to the task at hand, while thinking back to the closeness they had all had on that mission. If it hadn't been so damn cold, she would have tried something. Then again, despite what she knew she would have to face on this mission, perhaps this week would be the perfect time to actually take her relationship with her boyfriend to the next level. Her grin turned a bit sultry and devious at the ideas of how to angle their time into that course of action. Maybe direct would be the best path, or she could do that thing that she and Artoria had talked about. Just come out of the shower dressed in nothing but a towel and slip into his arms. Then oh dear, she would just have to. Urza, you all right there? Naruto asked as he noticed his girlfriend standing frozen with a glazed look in her eyes. "Oh, I'm great. Just great. Actually I am going to get a quick shower," she said as she stepped into the bathroom. Naruto shrugged before blinking. Did she take any clothes into the bathroom with her? He shrugged again. If she needed him to pass her clothes to her he would, plus it might give him a chance to put the moves on her. Just imagining the slip that would push the door open a bit too much, and he would be such a gentleman as he made an effort not to ogle her assets. Then he would suggest that it's only fair if she sees him naked as well. He shook his head with a grin at the stupid idea in an attempt to go further with her than they had in the past. His train of thought was interrupted by a heavy banging on the door that caused him to sigh. No doubt that it would be some fan that had tracked them to the room. They'd probably be trying to get revealing pictures of them again or something. As he stepped up to the door and opened it just enough for him to stick his head through, though, he didn't expect a very large man to shove it open wide enough to get half of his body into the room. Naruto was not necessarily an aggressive person, even when dealing with the paparazzi assholes that he and his team had begun to collect as a following. This was going too far though, and Naruto felt his body instinctively push into a combative mode as the man tried to force his way into the room. Without thinking, Naruto slammed the door back against the man trying to come in. It shocked him when the door bounced back by a clear use of aura. One that came almost instinctively to the man, meaning he was either a huntsman or had been trained extensively in the use of his aura. "Why the hell are you in this room?" the man demanded from the teenager in front of him in a deep baritone. "I'm pretty sure that's my line," Naruto snarled as he yanked the door out of the way and grabbed the man by the lapels of his suit and made to bounce his head off of the wall. Naruto had been right about the training as the man twisted around and tried to reverse the maneuver on Naruto. The Knight of Beacon was too well trained and experienced to allow such a thing though, and quickly went from grappling with the big man to landing a series of rapid and brutal blows across his face and chest that drove him back. With a hop, Naruto snapped a roundhouse kick square to the man's stomach and sent him back into the hallway and into the opposite wall. "Dad!" a young girl cried out as the man slumped down on the floor with a look of surprise at what had just happened. The girl, and who Naruto could only assume was her mother, rushed to the man's side while the man stared up at Naruto for a moment until his eyes focused on something beyond him, causing Naruto to turn. Urza stood with a shocked look on her face, wrapped in only a towel. She grimaced at the sight of the people in the hallway before sending Naruto a small look of confusion over what exactly had just happened. "Dad," Urza murmured, causing Naruto to blink before turning back to face the man as he slowly stood back up. "Dad," Naruto repeated her words briefly as his mind rebooted for a moment. "Urza, why are you undressed?" the man, who evidently was her father, demanded. Urza paled for a second until Naruto saw a familiar look appear in her eyes. He instinctively took a step out into the hallway and clearly out of Urza's way as she began to advance and thump her own shocked father in the chest with an index finger. "After all this time, that's all you have to say to me?" "Nothing but, why are you undressed? What is it to you, huh?" Urza began to rant, all the while jabbing a finger into her father's chest. Painfully enough that he began bringing up his aura to shield it from her tirade. Naruto awkwardly glanced around as Urza quickly worked herself up into a fury pointed at her father. A few other people staying on the floor were beginning to come out of their rooms to watch the commotion, and Naruto could easily pick out the pair of photographers snapping shots of the situation near the elevator door. "Great, Glinda is going to be really pleased with all of this." Naruto quietly mourned their future selves as Glinda was very particular about the image they presented to the public. Excuse me." The young voice beside him returned his attention to the girl that was clearly Urza's sister and the woman beside her that was clearly her mother. "Oh, hi." Naruto awkwardly greeted while forcing a grin onto his face. "Hello there. My name's Nikos. You're on my sister's team from Beacon, right? You're the Beast of Beacon," Kiro said with a bright innocent smile on her face. "Yeah, that's me. Just call me Naruto though," Naruto replied, trying to be polite. "Nice to meet you. You kind of already met my dad Liko, and this is my mom Fetus." Kira introduced her parents. "It's a pleasure, really. I just wish Liko hadn't tried to barge in on you like that." He's been all worked up to lecture Urza since he found out about her being in one of those frontier relationships. He doesn't exactly approve, Thetis said as she glanced back at her husband. The man seemed to hear her as he turned the tables and began ranting at Urza only for Urza to brush past him, snatch Naruto's hand and drag him into the room with her once more. Mom, Kira, I'll see you both down at the hotel cafe in an hour if you want to talk. Urza said as she stormed into the room. It was nice meeting you, Kira said to Naruto as Urza slammed and locked the door, ending the interaction. Kira slammed the bathroom door behind her as well, and in the quiet that followed Naruto heard the shower kick on. He blew out a sigh and shook his head before moving over to where his things were and organizing them for his stay here. And I thought things were going to start out so good this week. I should have known better, he grumbled as he set to work. Urza, before we head down, shouldn't we talk? You've never been so pissed before. At least I've never seen you so pissed before, Naruto said as Urza quickly dressed beside him. Had they not been dealing with things now, he would have loved to try something. She hadn't cared about changing in front of him at all though, so he knew she was still boiling with anger at the moment. The redhead bit her lip for a moment as she looked over at her partner and boyfriend. She very nearly clammed up entirely as she did so. However, the look he was giving her melted away any hesitation she had, and she felt herself flop onto the bed beside him with a groan. I don't know how to deal with them. My dad pushed me around and even just aside for so long that it all sort of came back to me at once. He hasn't even checked in with me except when we first became kind of famous here in Mistral. Around the time of the Helldrake mission. Before that, he hadn't even seen me for a few months prior to when I left for Beacon. She admitted. That's been years. What about your mom and sister? He asked, hoping a better situation was there than was with her father. The guy seemed like he was used to being able to just push his way into whatever he wanted. The fact that he was surprised Naruto was willing and able to lay him out supported that theory too. My mom tries, she just makes excuses for my dad though, so I sort of cut her out of my life too. As for Kira, I haven't been fair to her. I know that, but how the hell do I make up for just separating myself from her? I haven't even spoken to her in years, and all because I was jealous that she got all of dad's and most of mom's attention. Urza shook her head, close to tears now. Not for the failing relationship with her parents, though that did upset her greatly. It was because she was certain she had ruined any possible relationship with her baby sister over childish reasons. His girlfriend's words struck a nerve with Naruto. Recent conversations with Kiro pushed their way to the forefront of his mind for a split second before he pushed them out of his head once more. Kira had a similar issue with her little sister that he did with Yang and RWBY, but at least she had spoken to Kira through her mother while at Beacon. Naruto had never contacted his sisters at all. He knew all too well the weight that stopped Urza right now. Shame. It gnawed at both of their hearts and hurt so terribly, but still there was nothing they could accomplish in fixing it here in this room. Who knew, perhaps helping Urza to reconnect with at least her mother and sister would allow him the strength to reach out to Yang and RWBY too. You want to be closer to her? Naruto asked suddenly after both had laid in the quiet for a bit with their hands intertwined. Just thinking about the situation. Yes, but the closer I am to her, the closer I am to him. My dad might not have considered me as valuable as Kira when she discovered her semblance, but now that I am the damn angel of Beacon he wants to just come in and run my life for me again. I forgot how bad he was until the first thing he does when we see each other for the first time in years is try to force his way into my hotel room, try to fight my boyfriend, and then try to yell at me for wearing a towel when getting out of the shower. Urza huffed. She also refrained from thinking about the fact that she most definitely planned on many things that Nikos would not approve of her doing outside of marriage. Especially with her boyfriend who was an open polygamist. Naruto was silent for a BTI as a bitter truth sank into his head. Something he thought that Urza was likely overlooking. Something he had overlooked with his own situation until now. Urza. You've told me a bit in the past how brutal your dad could be in training you and pushing you to the limits with your semblance. How really bad it could get. Naruto slowly said with a soft voice. Yeah, she slowly replied, turning her head to look him in the eyes, trying to discern where he was going with that but already feeling a pit form in her stomach. One that turned her shame at practically abandoning Kira to more of a sense of immense regret. Do you think he has changed at all? Naruto asked. Urza frowned more deeply at his words. She knew the answer before he had even asked. Judging by what had happened in the hallway earlier, her father wasn't changed a bit. No, that was wrong. He had changed. He seemed even worse than she remembered. Once more Naruto kicked himself for never checking on Yang and RWBY, leaving it to Kiro instead. Both Naruto and Urza could leave such responsibilities on the adults that should be taking care of their younger sisters, but it was difficult not to feel some responsibility toward them. Especially in Naruto's case, after all he was the one responsible for Yang and RWBY when their mother had died. Why did he think leaving it to Kiro had been in any way a reasonable idea? He and Pyrrha both could argue being kids themselves impaired their judgment, but such arguments didn't really work all that well against your own mind. With his girlfriend not answering his previous question, but Naruto having figured the response out for himself based off of her expression, he decided they needed to make their choice. Urza, this is up to you now. Are we going down there to meet them or are we keeping our distance? Naruto asked her. She bit her lip in thought as her eyes slid closed to block out other inputs and focus everything she had toward what should have been an easy decision if not for the baggage that hung from the situation. Urza Nikos was no coward though. While she preferred showing that bravery against Grimm or terrorists or something, she knew that sometimes the thing she feared, her enemy, was herself or rather her emotions. We're going down there, she said resolutely as she stood to her feet and quickly smoothed out her clothing. Naruto smiled softly at her as she did. You got it, Captain. With that, the pair wasted no time in making their way down. The hotel was pretty crowded, but by now Naruto could see that his and Urza's images from the debacle in the hallway was already on display on a few of the televisions running in the lobby and cafe areas of the hotel. The fact Glinda hadn't called them yet made Naruto a bit nervous, but maybe the news just hadn't spread too far yet. The camera doesn't do you justice. Naruto teased lightly to try and ease Urza's tension at meeting up with her family again. She blushed quite a bit at the fact that she was clad in an incredibly revealing towel on the national news. Somehow, the fact that she was here in Mistral for the tournament, even just as security was big enough new to be mentioned, the fact that she was caught in the hall fighting her apparent family with nothing but a towel on while her publicly recognized boyfriend manhandled her father was something that made headlines. Great, she murmured with a dead voice. Hey, no worries, I kind of think it's funny you were teasing the country with a hint at a sight none of them will ever get. Only me, Naruto said with a smirk, getting her to chuckle a bit at his words. A little bit of her tension drained away at his joking. The two young hunters noticed Pyrrha and Thetis both sitting alone at a table in the back corner of the cafe. Both had been turning their heads back and forth between the various entrances until they spotted Naruto and Urza. Pyrrha excitedly waved at them while Thetis held up a hand for them to easily pick them out, as if the bright red hair of both of them didn't stand out clearly. They both seem really happy to see you, Urza. Naruto quietly told her, but still grabbed a hold of her hand as she seemed to wilt at the sudden reality that she was about to see her family again. Right, they're happy to see me, she mumbled. Slowly they made their way over to the pair of redheads and Naruto for the first time got a chance to see just how physically similar all three were. It was almost like looking at the same person at different stages in their life. Urza, sit beside me, Pyrrha said as she hopped up to pull the chair closest to herself out for her elder sister. Naruto nudged Urza when she hesitated, but thankfully Pyrrha didn't notice. The older girl took the offered seat while Naruto sat beside Thetis and gave a reassuring smile to his girlfriend. All the while, her mother watched the interaction between the two with obvious interest. She didn't say anything against it, but her expression was unreadable for him. Where is Dad? Urza asked. He had some paperwork to fill out so that Pyrrha could enter the juniors tournament. Thetis answered. I'm going to fight in the official tournament for the first time, a year younger than everyone else. Pyrrha said while glancing toward Urza shyly. Clearly she was trying to sound humble but wanted to impress her sister. Urza blinked before giving a more natural smile than the tight one she had sat down with. Naruto began to smile more as well as he saw her slowly begin to relax and even enjoy the company of her little sister and mother. I can't wait to watch it. I'm helping with security this year so I hopefully won't miss a second of it. Urza said with her beautiful smile in place. Kiro brightened up considerably, the shy nature she had beginning to fade as she beamed up at the older redhead. That is until she shot a glance over toward Naruto. She smiled still, but it lessened quite a bit. Are you going to be doing security for the tournament too? She asked. Yep, Naruto replied easily. He chuckled as Kiro nodded her head before turning her attention back to her sister. It was a bit awkward at first, but steadily, with the lack of Nikos to ruin it, the conversation kicked off. Thetis was an extremely kind woman as far as Naruto could tell, and it seemed like the absence of Urza from her life had been breaking her heart. She never said so much openly, but he could tell how much she longed to be around her daughter again just by noticing the similarities to his own thoughts toward the girls. The amount that this situation was forcing him to think about his family was more than a little concerning. Especially as he saw Kiro completely ignore anything regarding the fact that Urza had essentially moved away to avoid her in particular. The girl just wanted to get to know her sister better. It was moving really. The way Urza melted under the adoration of her baby sister wasn't something he thought he would ever see. That wasn't to say that Kiro didn't have plenty of questions for him. Most were basic things, or occasionally a question that was meant to get more information about her sister through him. He didn't mind answering. That is until she began asking him much more personal questions in such an innocent way he couldn't help but answer. Even if he felt a bit vulnerable in doing so. At least he could tell that Kiro was perhaps the most genuine and sweet person he'd ever met. She wasn't asking the questions to get at him, just to try and get to know her big sister's boyfriend. So he answered everything she asked to the best of his ability, even the ones he realized made things a bit awkward. Like the questions about how he was dating all his teammates. The Nikos family wasn't from the wilds or the frontier, and so multiple partners like he had was incredibly rare and even considered taboo. He also awkwardly answered her questions about his family, getting Kiro interested in meeting his younger sister at some point since they were both her age. Thankfully after that, Thetis took some pity on Naruto and bid them both farewell and led Kiro away, back home. As they watched them leave, Naruto slid over a seat to be beside Urza and take her hand once again. She practically worships you, Naruto said, getting Urza to fight back tears. But why? I ignored her and avoided her. Why does she love me like that? She didn't seem to have any kind of resentment toward me at all, even though I used to. Urza trailed off as she realized she couldn't finish that sentence. It would kill her inside a bit to say such a thing out loud. Naruto just comforted her as best he could. Finally he broke the comparisons between their situations. While Urza's father had created the problems within the Nikos family and they had been fueled by Thetis' docile nature, Urza had come to resent Kiro because she had effectively replaced her. Now though she didn't see the replacement that she had been avoiding for so long. All that there was her sweet little sister who adored her despite everything. Urza, don't dwell on your past. It will poison any relationship you might build with her. Unless you still, Naruto began. No, of course not. She interrupted him before he could continue. It feels like I'm lying to her by just putting all that behind me. How is it a lie? You want to be around her now and you want to be a part of her life. You love her and that's why it kills you to have missed out on time with her. I think that the whole phrase, don't look a gift horse in the mouth, applies here. She wants to be around you and you want the same, so just forget the past and be happy. Naruto said, and slowly Urza's damp eyes dried as a determined look entered them. She squeezed his hand in appreciation of his words. Let's go back to the room. We don't have any tasks or meetings till the morning and I could use a nap, I think. Urza said, getting Naruto to nod. Really, she wanted to just curl up with him and relax. Her nerves were a bit frayed, and everything from shouting at her father, which was a first for her, to realizing how badly she wanted to be around Kiro, she felt drained. That sounds pretty nice. Naruto agreed with the idea of a nap. A tiny voice in his head was upset that their apparent window to take that next step had closed, but he stamped it out ruthlessly. That could come anytime. For now some cuddling and perhaps kissing was the way to go. The next morning Naruto and Urza had to sit through a mind-numbing briefing for the security operations of the event. Joining them were a handful of other hunters, mostly from Mistral for obvious reasons, as well as roughly 3 dozen other security officers. Some were off-duty police or in some cases retired military. Their numbers would be bolstered by on-duty police who would be primarily focused on the exterior of the arena while Naruto and Urza's group were the acting security for the building itself. The entire overly long meeting could have been summed up as de-escalate any fights between the audience and otherwise be easy to spot for the spectators. Nothing more than overzealous fans were really expected, but it was best to be on guard for the possibility of some sort of agitators to make an appearance as well. At that point they were to make sure everyone was safe and call the police in to handle it. Naruto had to wonder why Ozpin thought this might be a good punishment for them. Really the only negative part had been the fans. That thought led him to realize they would be essentially in an arena full of thousands of people that worshipped the ground hunters walked on, and as two of the most famous hunters in active service right now, Naruto and Urza would be effectively walking into the lion's den. After the meeting, Glinda had managed to get a hold of them on their scrolls. The lecture about proper decorum had been expected. The blushing and weirdly interested way she spoke about their apparent exhibition fetish had been too much for Naruto, who had hung up on the woman. He knew he would suffer for that later, but honestly, from the way she had been acting, Naruto wasn't sure he would be opposed to her punishment for him. After that, the couple had most of the day to themselves as they were not expected at the arena until 5 in the evening. So they decided a nice brunch and a tour of Mistral was best. They had a pretty decent time as Urza showed her boyfriend around her home city with an innocent excitement they rarely got to enjoy. Of course the occasional person recognized them despite their civilian attire, and a few pictures and greetings were required. Thankfully the average fan wasn't as crazy as what they had gotten used to dealing with. Eventually they made their way to the arena. The fans were already starting to show up and the crowds were growing in size rapidly. Rather than immediately head to their places to stand watch near the arena floor, the pair headed for the competitors' boxes where Urza's family was gathered with Pyrrha as she was getting ready to compete. The girl happily chirped a greeting to Urza and Naruto as they stepped into the room. Nikos seemed to simply content with shooting a glare Naruto's way before briefly glancing at Urza. His expression was conflicted before it became blank, and he turned his focus back onto Pyrrha and pulled her focus back to getting ready for her upcoming fights. Naruto and Urza wished her luck and headed back up to their positions. They were both hoping for a bit more conversation, but Nikos seemed intent to interfere with anything he considered a distraction for Pyrrha. Their place was thankfully out of reach of the majority of fans. Plenty took a quick picture of them, but the focus remained primarily on the arena floor. Naruto and Urza both breathed a sigh of relief at that, as they had grown a distinct dislike of attention being showered on them. The first of the fighters were impressive for their age, but compared to what Naruto and Urza had expected from their own childhoods, it was a bit lacking. Thankfully, as the event progressed, the opponents involved seemed to grow greater and greater in skill. By the time Pyrrha stepped onto the arena floor, the crowd had been stirred up by a series of 4 excellent fights between aspiring students at Sanctum Academy. They still were less impressive than Naruto personally had expected, but he realized that his training under Kiro and interaction with prodigies like Urza, Artoria, and Mordred had skewed any sort of perception of fighters he had. Naruto and Urza cheered for Pyrrha as she stepped into the ring. She appeared confident and ready to fight, though both of the more experienced warriors could see some hesitation, not due to the fight but due to all the attention turned her way. It seemed being the sister to the Angel of Beacon had already made her a crowd favorite. They hadn't even seen her fight before and already expected amazing things from her. No pressure at all. Opposite her was a larger girl, like a couple of years older than Pyrrha and armed with an oversized club-looking weapon that doubled as a cannon. As the older girl leveled the barrel of her weapon at Pyrrha and the bell rang for the match to begin, things started off with a bang. Pyrrha easily avoided the cannon's shot by catapulting herself over the attack. It was a bit of a gamble as she couldn't maneuver while in mid-air, but she has bet correctly that the large weapon took time to reload. Time Pyrrha used to shift her weapon to its rifle form and open fire on her opponents as she closed the distance. Not only was the older girl's aura taking hits, but she also stumbled back at the hail of fire Pyrrha sent her way. Enough that she was on the back foot when Pyrrha reached her target. While shifting her rifle to its sword form, Pyrrha slammed her shield into the other girl and sent her sprawling. Her aura flickered from the assault and fell into the yellow, never needing to fall lower as Kiro tapped the tip of her sword against her opponent's nose. With little other choice, the older girl yielded to her, giving Kiro the quickest victory in the tournament so far and without having her own aura used at all. It was silent as the audience stared at her in shock until first Urza then Naruto began hollering their approval and cheering for her. The announcer joined in next, bellowing about the outstanding display of Kiro Nikos and touting her as the most impressive contestant so far. Kiro happily waved at Naruto and Urza before bolting back to her parents waiting in the competitor boxes for her. She didn't quite know how to handle the attention of all the audience members as they began to roar and scream her name and cheer her on. Her next fight came soon after as the tournament bracket began to quickly shrink in size. Time and again she bested her opponents until she found herself in the semi-finals, having not lost a bit of her aura in any of her fights and simply waving to Naruto and Urza before silently returning to her locker room over and over. Kiro had already won her place as the sweetheart of the audience. They adored her apparent cheerful and slightly shy attitude while loving the fact that she seemed to be following in the footsteps of her older sister. As the festivities wound down for the night and the time was set for the semi-finals the next day, Naruto and Urza again approached Kiro to congratulate her. Urza froze for a split second as the younger redhead barreled into her with a hug. Once she got over her surprise though, Urza eagerly returned it, fighting back the flood of emotions that such a simple gesture brought out in her. Naruto stood off to the side as he watched the two sisters and mother all talk animatedly. It brought a smile to his face to see Urza happily spending time with her family. Most of her family. Nikos approached Naruto and actually looked over him a bit that it bothered Naruto. Nikos might have a reputation here in Mistral and might be considered a rough and tough bastard by the majority of people who interacted with him, but Naruto knew the man was past his prime and he couldn't back up his talk anymore. At least not against Naruto. Bronwyn, I want you to end things with my daughter. That polygamy that you have somehow tricked her into is a shame to my family. You're a distraction she doesn't need as she is starting her career. The man stated bluntly. Naruto could appreciate that. He didn't want to sit and chat with the man either, but he also wasn't about to give in to his demands. He and Urza had a connection even stronger than that with Artoria and Mordred. He loved all of them. He was certain of it by now, but he especially cares for Urza. She wasn't just his girlfriend, she was his partner in pretty miserable everything. You don't beat around the bush. I won't either. No, Naruto said simply as his focus turned back to look at the girls chatting about some of the moves Kiro had stored away for her upcoming fights. I wasn't asking. Nikos ground out. It's gotta kill you to control them their entire lives and now have absolutely no control of Urza at all. Just makes you sick, huh? Don't worry, I'll take excellent care of your daughter for you. Naruto said as he let a smirk that he had picked up from his time with Kiro slip into his face. Nikos grew extremely cold as his face became devoid of any emotion. That set Naruto on edge slightly. He had picked up from his time dealing with nomads alongside Kiro that the ones that seemed to be emotionless when angry were the most dangerous to deal with. I will pay you a sizable amount to end your romantic interest in my daughter. Nikos muttered stoically. The girls couldn't hear what the two of them were talking about, but they had clearly noticed that neither was getting along as Naruto's grin had become especially toothy and less happy, more manic. Nikos remained emotionless as he stared at the boy in front of him. Urza slowly stood to her feet ready to intervene. She had never seen the expression Naruto currently wore on his face. He looked ready to snap and beat her father down at any moment, and as much as she didn't get along with the man, a lifetime raised by him had made sure she loved him in a twisted fashion and wanted the best for him as well. You can't buy her from me. I don't own her, and even if I did have the ability to sell her like that, I wouldn't. She's worth more to me than anyone could offer. Naruto hissed out, still too quiet for Urza or the others to hear. I'm not offering to buy my daughter from you, you little creep. I am offering you money to publicly end this little farce of a relationship you have the media eating up. Nikos growled back softly. Pretty sure I already told you no, you old bastard. Get those big ass ears checked. Naruto said before turning to send a much more relaxed smile toward Urza. She remained concerned but returned a weak smile and rejoined her mother and sister in their conversation. You have no idea what Liko began only to stop as Naruto pushed off of the wall and leaned into the older man's personal space. No, you have no idea what you're dealing with. Keep pushing it. See how that ends for you. I will warn you though, you think you can get whatever it is you want by throwing your weight around and making threats. That works here in the cities. There's a million assholes just like you. Where I was raised though, you don't get shit till you're the only one to take it. That's why I'm going to take your daughter and walk out this door and up to my hotel room with one bed, and I'm going to be in there for hours on end with her while you get to imagine all the things she and I do together. Naruto all but whispered to the man. You, Liko began, his voice beginning to raise. You want to try some shit with me? Tell you what, the night after the finals I'll be here in the arena with Urza. You come too and it can be settled there. Naruto said as he walked over and took Urza's hand. Hey, let's go get some rest. Kira needs to do the same, right? Gotta knock 'em all dead tomorrow again, right? Naruto asked as he sent a wink toward Kira, who smiled brightly up at the blonde. You're right. I do feel pretty tired, Mom. Kira said as she turned her attention to Thetis while Naruto whispered into Urza's ear, causing her to flush slightly. Liko looked ready to blow a gasket, but he simply stood there as Naruto and Urza bid their goodbyes to Thetis and Kira. That had Naruto smirking his way all the way out of the door. By the time they had reached the hotel room though, Naruto had psyched himself out of going forward with trying to take the step with Urza. It felt entirely wrong and petty to do it simply because he knew it would infuriate her father. Sadly, had he known that Urza was just waiting for him to proceed and initiate something, she would have happily reciprocated. She was still waiting for him to make an attempt when they curled up into bed and slowly drifted off for the night. That left both a bit frustrated and disappointed. Though Naruto did take consolation in the fact that Liko had no way of knowing what they had done once the door to their room had closed, and sometimes the act of not knowing was more torturous than the act itself. The next morning they repeated much of what they had the day before. They went to see more sights, including the training gym that Urza had frequented with her father until he had a private training center constructed. Now he kept it mainly for Kira's use and rented it out to other wealthy families for exorbitant amounts. The exclusivity and old fame of Liko and the Nikos family did all the advertising for him. They noticed the people were a bit better at keeping respectful distances in that area, less tourists, more locals, though plenty still took a quick picture when they recognized Urza. They also began chattering with abashed looks as they looked at the two young adults. It didn't take a genius to figure out that Urza's old neighbors were scandalized both by her current relationship and the images of her standing in a crowded hallway in nothing but a towel. The pair decided it was for the best to head back to the arena sooner than they normally would before the stage whispered insults and rumors put a damper on their mood. They managed to catch Urza's family before they headed into he competitor boxes, so once again Urza began talking with her mother and sister animatedly while Naruto and Liko both more or less stayed out of the way. The blonde couldn't help but smirk a bit as the man glared at him with rage burning in his eyes. Oh, the thoughts that must have been going through his head. Eventually the group separated and Naruto and Urza once more found themselves waiting for the matches to start up as a few people snapped some pictures of them or waved hello in excitement. They played their parts well and waved back, being the friendly and perfect examples of huntsmen that Ozpin and Glinda desired them to be seen as. Kiro was the first to fight today. Just like the first day though, she showed no hesitation or weakness as she started the fight with an intensity none of her competitors could match. Her opponent was a boy nearly old enough to graduate into the senior academies that Naruto and Urza currently went to. Even still he couldn't land a hit as she danced around him and put her shield to use. Soon enough the fight was over as she shattered his aura and knocked him unconscious. The crowd went wild, none more so than Naruto and Urza though, who were close enough to the ring that Kira could hear their words over the others. Like the day before, she shot them a broad smile and boisterous wave before racing back to her competitor box. Most of the fights at this stage were impressive. Naruto and Urza both picked out various things they considered best from among the competitors. Of course, whenever Kira was in the ring their focus was honed in on how well she was doing. No one could touch her. Any that came close still missed somehow, though both Urza and Naruto had a good idea how. Kira had begun to use her S-Blance in perhaps the most subtle way either had seen before. She just offset her enemy's weapons enough, set herself up for perfect attacks that she made look easy. Her semblance is powerful, but to be able to use it to that extent is insane. Naruto muttered to Urza. She trains incredibly hard. Harder than I did at that age maybe. Urza whispered back. She'll go far, but Liko has reached his peak at what he can teach her, I think. She needs another mentor. Naruto pointed out. Urza knew what he was trying to say, but both remained silent after that for a time. They continued to watch the next fight. Eventually Urza leaned back and to whisper to Naruto. What did you say to my dad yesterday? He's been glaring at you even more than after you manhandled him at the hotel. Urza asked. Well, promise you won't be mad, Naruto awkwardly said, causing her to lift an eyebrow up. He had expected her to be angry at him for saying something like that to her dad, but instead she cackled almost like a villainess from a children's cartoon. At least until her face became very serious as she stared into his red eyes. You were just gonna leave it all to his imagination? She asked. Naruto swallowed thickly at that. Well, I didn't want to do something like that for petty reasons. But you did want to do something like that. She pressed on. With that, Naruto realized that Urza actually wanted to have sex with him as much as he wanted to with her. Tonight, when we get back to the hotel, he said, simply, causing her to blush slightly and smile. Both of them silently cheering, finally, in their heads. Down in the arena, the last match of the semi-finals ended. Kira's opponents for the finals the next day would be a girl that would be entering Haven Academy in 6 months. By all accounts it was an unfair match-up. Still, neither Naruto or Urza doubted Kira would pull out on top. They'd seen both finalists fight for the last 2 days and they had full confidence in Kira. Like the day before, the two of them went down to the competitor boxes to greet Urza's family. She had a bit of fun in mind though. She wrapped her arms tightly around Naruto's own and enveloped his limb within her very well-developed breasts. She even leaned into him, practically dry humping his arm as they greeted the rest of the Nikos family. Liko looked outraged but remained silent as he stormed out of the room. Thetis looked a bit scandalized but bit her tongue and instead happily greeted her daughter and once more joined in the excited interaction between Kira and Urza. Tonight Naruto joined in as well, though the conversation was shorter as Liko returned and drugged Kira and Thetis off while saying Pyra needed her rest for the finalist fight the following day. Naruto wasn't complaining a bit as he and Urza made a beeline for their hotel room. Ignoring the intrigued looks at the much closer body language the two had than before. Nothing like that could ever be missed by their fans after all. Urza clicked the lock on the door before slowly pivoting to stare at Naruto, who stood before her with a bit of excitement and lust burning in his eyes. Slowly she stepped over to him and leaned up on her toes to kiss him. As she did so, Naruto wrapped his arms around her, even groping her ass and hiking up her skirt lift her up into his hold more. Their lips melded and tongues played with one another. They'd kissed plenty of times since starting their relationship, but tonight it was only just the beginning. Slowly they maneuvered toward their bed, all the while not breaking their kiss as they did so. Gently the couple lowered themselves down onto the bed, breaking their kisses long enough to get situated and more properly positioned. Both of them were still clothed as they say on the bed. Urza reached over to begin undoing Naruto's buttons on his shirt before she slid it off completely, quickly followed by his undershirt. Both were tossed to the floor and soon followed by her own blouse, leaving her in a purple bra that strained lightly with the load that it was forced to bear. They went back to kissing once again, all while running their hands across one another's bodies. Just as Naruto's fingers managed to get Urza's bra unfastened, only for them to both jolt in shock as Urza's scroll alarm began going off and pulled them out of the moment they were in. The redhead glared at the device across the room on the television stand. She hopped out the bed and grabbed the scroll only to notice it was a call coming from Mordred. Agitation slid into worry as she made to answer the call and Mordred's face appeared on the screen. Urza. Hey, I just saw that stuff about you in a towel in a hotel hallway. Did you and Naruto finally take the first step? I can't believe you get the first shot. Wait, why is your bra falling off? Oh my god, Artoria, they were about to do it. Mordred said in a flurry of words only to take off across her own hotel room to try and share the call with her twin while Urza's breasts breathed fresh air when her bra slid down her arms. The team leader of Emna did the smart thing and hung up and even muted her scroll. No more interruptions. She spun on her heel and jumped into the bed with her boyfriend getting a laugh from him as she did. With a tug, her bra was pulled off the rest of the way and pitched onto the floor with the rest of their discarded clothes. Naruto sat up on her bouncy tits like a man starved as he kissed and sucked at them, catching her off guard at the intensity he went after them with. She hummed in approval at the feeling of his lips and tongue as they worshipped her boobs. Still, that wasn't what she really wanted. Years of putting it off and a full week of nearly getting there only for something to keep getting in the way had finally made her impatient. Urza had Naruto's belt undone easily and was tugging his pants down while he continued to massage her tits and suck at her nipples with a dedicated fervor. She decided to not bother getting his boxers off as well and instead fed his dick through the opening. She had never seen one up close like this before, only catching the sight of Naruto's on occasion when they had accidentally walked in on one another taking a shower. She knew she was doing something right though as she felt the sudden intake of breath he made when she wrapped her hands around it. The sudden gasp had been in the middle of him sucking on her left nipple and she let loose a small moan from the sudden feeling. Naruto heard her and picked up the intensity of his suckling at her tit, causing her to gasp more at the application of pressure. As if they were building a feedback loop, the more he played with and silucked at her tits the more Urza began to stroke and rub his cock. Soon Naruto had enough of this though and he released her boobs to grab her by her hips and roll her onto her back on the bed. He kicked his pants off the rest of the way off and yanked his underwear off after them. He didn't feel like leaving Urza in her own panties either, and with a hook of his thumbs under the edge of the fabric he slid them down her long smooth legs before tossing them down to the floor as well. "I'm already wet, just come on," Urza commanded. They could try out more foreplay at another time. She wanted the main event right now though. Naruto didn't disappoint. He had heard stories, so Naruto was slow as he pushed into Urza, savoring the looks of pleasure that ran across her face at the sudden spreading of her pussy and the full feeling that began to fill her up. He kept that slow pace as he backed out till he only the head of his dick was still within her, and then he pushed back in again. He had to be careful though. Between the build-up and their lack of experience, both of them were already very close to coming. They had all night to go again and again though. "It's okay, you can go faster, you won't break me." Urza coaxed Naruto into picking up the pace. He didn't reply, but the gradual acceleration of thrusts was more than enough to tell her that he had heard her. Soon enough the headboard of their bed was popping against the wall and could probably be heard across the entire floor of the hotel. Neither slowed down though. They stopped speaking and instead began kissing one another again, at least until both clamped down more tightly onto one another. Urza moaned into her boyfriend's mouth as her pussy clamped down on his cock to milk him of any cum he could give her. Likewise Naruto felt his balls contract as they dumped an absolute load of cum into the waiting pussy that was trying to take as much as it could. There was a bit too much though, and both lovers could feel it gush around his prick and splatter across their groins and thighs. Both took a moment to breathe and kiss yet again as they rode out the feeling, so finally having sex with one another and even coming as one. The reprieve didn't last long though, as their kissing grew more heated once again, and soon both were ready for round two. By the next morning both of them needed to shower to purge their bodies of the sticky and sweaty feeling they had. Urza was glad she had been taking medication in preparation for finally having sex with Naruto. Otherwise she would be scrambling for a morning after solution. Neither one of them had even considered a condom. They had both decided to not have a repeat performance in the shower that morning, though they struggled to stick to that choice as they washed one another's bodies. As they took their time to enjoy the morning, not even the addition of photographers and interviewers bothering them at breakfast could ruin their morning. They both were simply too happy and blissful. Something both Thetis and Liko took note of as they met one another again before the finals fight. Thetis seemed conflicted but happy as she saw how happy Urza was, while Liko literally snapped a clipboard he had in his hands in two. Naruto began really looking forward to the night he and Urza had planned for the man throughout their day together. Kiro of course was oblivious to the situation. She simply thought that Urza and Naruto were so happy and relaxed because they should be as a couple, and that they were excited for her fight, which they were indeed excited for. As they settled into their places for the final fight, Naruto and Urza were even more vocal than before in their support for Kiro. Now that there were television crews for the finals fight as well as actual broadcasters for news programs, the atmosphere was even more excitable and chaotic. Plenty of the reporters mentioned Naruto and Urza's presence as they hollered their support for Urza's sister. Kiro was already national news as she had reached the finals in her first year without so much as a hit to her aura. The country was enamored with the Angel's baby's sister. Everyone, let's give a great big welcome to our two contestants. Our first fighter, returning champion Rosa Star. The announcer hollered over the sound system, sending ripples of cheers and applause through the crowds. Rosa is here for the last time, win or lose, but she is going to be trying for that record of first to win 2 championships in a row as her last act on the circuit. He continued before turning his attention to the much smaller figure on the opposite side of the arena. Now let's welcome our challenger. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Nikos. The announcer continued, getting a huge amount of applause that caused the 13-year-old to blush slightly. Still, she looked the picture of confidence as she stepped onto the stage for her fight. Little Kiro had already set records this year for being the first to ever make it this far without even having a solid blow land on her. The question is, can she keep it up and take the title of champion, the first to ever do so under the age of 15? He continued. With a ring of the bell, the two girls began circling one another, looking for a weakness to exploit and launch their attack. Rosa truly was good and wasn't about to underestimate Kiro. She knew the little redhead had earned her place in the finals and she had no intention of losing to her now. Kiro acted first. Her rifle transformed and snapped off 2 shots of dust-charged ammunition. When they impacted the ground just in front of Rosa, they burst into a cloud of smoke and Kiro then launched her true attack. The crowd screamed and roared. Some booed as they couldn't see anything due to the smoke, but the occasional clash of metal and the rapid-fire pops of their weapons told everyone that the girls were fighting harshly. However, those that were paying attention would notice that Rosa's aura meter had taken a handful of hefty losses while Kiro's had been untouched. Rosa seemed to realize that remaining in the smoke would lead to a very fast and humiliating loss, and so she launched herself in a back flip out of the smoke and toward the edge of the arena. Just as she landed, though, a spear shot out of the smoke and slammed into her gut, shattering her aura and causing her to stumble back. Just as she seemed to recover, Kiro herself rushed toward her, shield held up protecting herself, until it slammed into Rosa and smashed her into the ground, just outside the edge of the ring. And it's over in a matter of moments. Kiro is the newest and youngest champion of the Mistral Juniors tournament. The announcer declared, sending the crowd into a frenzy as they heard that. They cheered and shouted for Kiro. For the first time ever, a contestant has won this tournament without so much as a scratch on them. This girl is invincible, he declared, and the crowd cheered again and again, even louder, as Kiro helped her opponent up in a show of good sportsmanship. The cameras followed after her as she ran off toward the stands and wrapped both Urza and Naruto into a big embrace, still riding high off of her victory. It was short before Liko dragged her off for the post-final interviews. It was time. Her fame made him rich in his mind. Liko would market Kiro on everything he could get his hands on. Naruto and Urza helped to clear out the arena for a couple of hours after everything. They wished they could spend more time with Kiro, but a few hours later Thetis sent a message to Urza saying the girl had practically passed out after all the interviews. The fight hadn't taken as much out of her as the circus of people congratulating and talking with her. For tonight they were fine with that. Especially since they could see Kiro in the morning before they left for Vale. Right now their attention was focused on Liko as he strolled into the arena clad in his old battle armor and armed with his old weapon from his time as a champion fighter. So, boy, I hope you brought some gear to fight. Otherwise showing you what for just wouldn't feel as good. Liko stated as he stabbed his long sword into the ground. Huh, why would I fight you? I already whooped you back at the hotel, remember? Or did I hit your head against that wall too hard? Naruto asked. Liko's eyes narrowed into slits as his anger finally began to get the better of him. You cowardly bastard. You dragged me out here too. I didn't say you weren't gonna fight, but the thing is, it wouldn't matter if I whooped your ass here or there, or you beat me to a pulp or anything. See, the thing is, Urza chose to be with me. Despite me being in a relationship with 2 other women. That's too much for you to handle, I get that, but the thing is, it doesn't matter because I would still be with your daughter even if you won. You could put me in the hospital and we would still be breaking the bed just like in that hotel room. Naruto said as he stalled for Urza to retrieve her weapons. He had stalled all that he could though. Liko let out a roar of fury and tore his blade back out of the arena floor to charge at Naruto. The team didn't even move a step back at the sudden attack, instead he simply smirked as Urza's weapons clashed with her father's and she forced him back out into the center of the arena. Urza, what the hell are you doing? Did you not just hear how he spoke about dishonoring you? Liko demanded. Naruto didn't say anything that I wouldn't. We did break the bed. It'll be fun when the headmaster gets that addition to the bill. Urza said with a forced chuckle. This isn't how I raised you. Liko shouted. You're right. You raised me to be a perfect tool to make you money and fame. Then you threw me away to try and do the same to Pyrrha. You are the only one that dishonored me, and you are doing the same to my sister and my mother. But I'm going to be staying in contact with them from now on. If they ever want the chance, I will be giving them all the opportunities that they need to leave you behind. Urza ranted as she pointed her blades at her father. Liko shook his head in disgust. Are you done crying like a spoiled child? I gave you everything. Your status as the Angel of Beacon is because I trained you to be that. You have the gall to spit in my face like this. I hope your sister grows up to be more grateful. Urza didn't respond, she just launched her attack at her father and moved to take the advantage she created for herself by seizing the initiative in the fight. Liko attempted to dodge out of the way, but the weapons had only been a ruse to give her an opportunity to close into him. She literally slapped his sword away and then slapped the chest piece of his armor before cartwheeling back, war with her blades forming a sort of protective shield for her. Is that all? Liko asked in genuine shock. No, don't you find it odd that I had the confidence to fight you in nothing but a blouse and skirt? That I didn't even bring my own armor. It's because I knew you would show up dressed in your gear. I know how skilled you actually are. You're a tournament champion, but you've never been in a real fight. And worst of all, you forgot what my semblance can do. Urza calmly explained as Liko suddenly felt his sword pulled free of his grasp and joined with the circle of floating blades that Urza had hovering around her. Urza, he began only to yelp as he was lifted off of his feet and then slammed back down into the arena floor, causing his aura to drop nearly by half. She lifted him up again and shattered his aura before tossing him aside like he weighed nothing at all and turning away. She hesitated a moment as the badly bruised Liko struggled to his feet. She contemplated saying something, but instead she just left, brushing past Naruto on her way out. The blonde Bronwyn stepped forward a bit so that he could better talk directly to the man that had upset his lover so badly. Don't contact her. If you want information about how she is doing, talk to your wife, because only she and Pyrrha will be able to speak with her. You're lucky I believe Urza can handle herself. Because if I handled you for her, I would show you how pieces of shit like you are handled in the wilds. Naruto said before turning and leaving after Urza. Liko rested for a time in the arena before slowly making his way home. He came home to an empty house and a note simply telling him that Pyrrha and Thetis were having dinner with Naruto and Urza because Pyrrha had woken up again. They were also staying at the hotel to enjoy the jacuzzi and have breakfast together. The head of the Nikos family had to find his own dinner for the night, something that he didn't usually have to do as he made sure Thetis knew what he expected of a housewife when they first married. He sat alone and ate a poorly made sandwich as his family spent their time with the boy that had stolen his daughter's heart. The return to what Naruto and his teammates had come to consider normal was rather nice. Sure, they still had to deal with the boredom of classes that they were just a little too advanced for. Yes, they were more or less held apart from the rest of the student body in one shape or another. They were likely the only team to spend most of their meals with a member of the faculty. Glinda wasn't really all that fond of eating team meals with them at first, but they had long since made it clear that she was a part of their little close-knit group and couldn't escape them that easily. Since their most recent missions, things had been a bit different. Not bad, of course. Simply put, Naruto was starting to feel like he was in the lion's den though. He had opened Pandora's box and none of his teammates were about to let him forget it. Urza was doing her best to balance between bragging to her two female teammates that she had essentially taken the next step while also trying to act like it wasn't a big deal to her. The smiles and blushes she now wore an almost bubbly nature while around her partner had made it very obvious that it was in fact a big deal. So of course now most meals were spent with Artoria teasing them, Mordred interrogating them, and Glinda trying and failing to get them all to act with some form of propriety as well as trying and failing to hide the fact that she was also interested in hearing details. Again really? Naruto groaned. Hush, girls are talking. Mordred snapped while motioning for Urza to continue with the detailed description of how they had more or less ruined her father's week while they were in Mistral. Seriously, again, you have already heard her explain, literally everything like 5 times. What more can you get out of this? Naruto asked. You wouldn't get it. You're dense as a brick. Let us have our fun. You clearly had yours, Artoria said, getting him to roll his eyes. I think I get it well enough. How am I the only one on our team that isn't some form of pervert when I'm the only dude? Naruto asked. I take offense to that, Urza said with a frown. Didn't you make a point to have sex with him just to mess with your dad? Artoria asked. Well, not just to mess with him. I was already looking for a good opportunity to Urza began to explain herself only to stop at the blank stare from Naruto and the twin grins that both Arks sisters wore. This is what I'm talking about, Naruto said with a sigh. Well, it is perfectly healthy for young women to discuss their escapades with their lover with their close friends, Glinda said while adjusting her glasses. Naruto gave her a full look that she expertly ignored as she too motioned for Urza to continue. As Urza began explaining the week yet again Naruto rolled his eyes. She was exaggerating heavily about the fight with her father as well as the actions that the two of them had committed together. She really was bragging. Oh man, when is it my turn? Mordred whined. Well, I would think that you should receive a proper date and day of pampering before moving on to that stage with him, Glinda said. We really should have more one-on-one time with you. When are you taking one of yous to Vale or something for a date? Take me to dinner and I'll take you the moment we get back to He dorm, Artoria stated bluntly, causing Naruto to accidentally swallow his drink of water too suddenly and begin coughing violently. The extremely gifted woman crossed her arms beneath her chest and leaned forward to eye her shared boyfriend. What? Don't feel like you should take me out for at least a meal before we have it? That's not it, Naruto managed to get out as he cleared his throat. I just never expected you were so ready to go that far. Really? I mean we are dating and have been just as long as Urza. If anything you should be surprised I haven't decided to skip the dinner altogether. Artoria chuckled. God, sis, and you were calling me thirsty for grilling Urza for details. Mordred jeered. I know what I like. Plus I kind of want to go before you, she said with a shrug. Mordred found far less humor in that than her sister did. As fun as this conversation topic has been, I'm afraid we all have to head up to the headmaster's office soon. Why don't you 3 head back to the dorm room? I have to be there a half hour early for some reason, Glinda said with a small frown. That can't be good, Naruto said as he and the rest of his team stood to leave. Is it ever? The blonde woman replied before heading toward the elevator. A short while later and the group was reunited in the headmaster's office, though the teasing and playful banter that had come so easily to them earlier was impossible here. Whatever the headmaster had spoken with Glinda about had clearly ruined whatever good mood she'd had, and the team could practically feel the tension between the two leaders of Beacon. More specifically, it obvious that Ozpin was making Glinda tense and that in turn made the team tense. None of them had to suggest it for all 4 of the Knights of Beacon to agree to not poke their noses into that mess. Thank you all for coming in a hasty fashion. I know it has been a short while since your last set of takes outside of Vale, but I'm afraid you will be leaving the kingdom once again, Ozpin began. You will at least all be remaining together this time though, Glinda added in a clipped tone. Yes. Now, this task was one that I had planned for you all when you decided to figure a mission request and take your brief vacation at the Ark estate. I hope you had fun, ladies and gentlemen. Your actions had repercussions that I have had to shoulder for you all, he explained, causing the 4 students to shoot Glinda a look. The woman looked incredibly unamused with the man's wording but didn't say anything. As you all know, I had effectively owed the good General James Ironwood a favor after that situation with the Helldrake that you all handled. That being said, after effectively standing him up a few weeks ago, we now owe him twice over. Especially being as he had to cover for our lack of a presence before the Atlesian Council. Ozpin explained. The knights remained silent but exchanged worried looks. They didn't like where this was going and not one of them missed how Ozpin had shifted from him owing the general to them owing the general. Owing the general is not something I enjoy. I apologize if it made me rather unfriendly when dealing with the four of you recently. However, I have heard things have worked out for the better for you all in one way or another. The headmaster said before approaching a screen and tapping his scroll to activate it. Originally your mission was to test several new pieces of equipment and weapons for General Ironwood in front of the Council of Atlas and their military approval committee. Now, truth be told, I am not certain what all he intends, however I can assure you that you will likely be put through some sort of ringer. James is, Ozpin trailed off looking for the proper words. Petty. He will take the delay out on you all as much as he can. Glinda commented. Yes, quite. Either way, the four of you will be leaving for the facility that James has set up for this event. If we hadn't unfortunately forced him to postpone his event, we might have been able to limit your involvement with him to simply testing the equipment. Now however, in order to keep the status quo, you are all effectively on loan to Ironwood for the next few weeks. Ozpin said. The team frowned at that and Glinda tightened her grip on her crop. She seemed more agitated than any of the others. I wish you all luck. It's best if you go pack and prepare yourselves for your brief stay at Atlas Academy. Ozpin said. The team nodded and headed out. They returned to their dorm and began readying to head out on what would likely be a mix of boring and annoying tasks. They had dealt a little with the likes of the committees and council in Vale, and from what they had all heard, Atlas was far worse when it came to tedious and uptight interaction. Everything they said and did would be weighed and evaluated, and they could only imagine how obnoxious the Atlesians would all be since they had inadvertently stood them up once before. Deciding to avoid Mordred's colorful complaints as they packed, Naruto slipped out of the room to make a call to Kiro. His latest mission with Urza had driven home the thoughts that had been circulating in his head for some time, and he wanted to set things in motion to finally lay such thoughts to rest. Good or bad, whatever the result might be. Hello. The slightly slurred voice of Kiro came through as the slightly drunk man blinked tiredly at the screen of his scroll. Kiro. Naruto said with a small smile before blinking. Are you in a janitor's closet? Huh, Naruto. Oh hey kid. And yeah, I didn't want to go to a faculty meeting, so I found this little spot and hid out. Think I overdid it though, pretty sure I missed a couple of classes. Kiro replied shrugging. Kiro. You're a teacher, you can't just, never mind. The teen said with a slight groan, getting a snort of humor from his adoptive father. What's up kid? You normally only call me on the weekends and ask for updates on Yang and RWBY. Something going on? It's nothing too big really. Going to Atlas, gotta be Ironwood's guinea pigs for a little bit cause I guess we owe him or something. Naruto groaned out. Huh, smells like Oz to me, but I'm sure you and your girls can handle that. Kiro said with a knowing smirk, getting Naruto to look away from the screen. He was not about to discuss his relationships with the man. Listen, it's getting pretty close to, you know. Naruto awkwardly shifted as he tried to change topics to what he called about. Kiro was fully awake in an instant. He knew precisely what day of the year that Naruto was talking about. It was the day that had changed everything for the family. One that still loomed over them all like a shadow years later. Probably always would too. The anniversary of Summer's death. What are you trying to say to me, Naruto? Kiro asked softly. We should be done with this stuff in Atlas by then. I want you to pick me up afterward and to go out to Mom's headstone. Naruto said. He never said grave. There was no body buried there, so it wasn't really a grave, was his argument. You want me to bring you out to her headstone? I can do that. No problem. Kiro said with a shrug. They had done it a couple of other times, though never on the anniversary of her death. Kiro knew Naruto wanted to avoid it on that day in case the girls decided to visit. Not just that. I've been stupid for way too long. I need to see them. Naruto said seriously. Kiro stared for a moment before a smile spread across his face. Finally. I'll pick you up when you're done up there in the Winter Wonderland. Tell the good general he's a prick from me. And take care of yourself kid. Naruto smiled. You too old man. With a content sigh, Naruto ended the call and turned to re-enter the room only to pause at the three heads poking out of the doorway and not even trying to hide the fact that they had been eavesdropping. "You're finally going to see your family?" Mordred asked with a smile. "Yeah, I would bring you all with me, but I think this time it's best if I go alone. I am not even sure if they will want to see me after I pretty much ran out on them." "Naruto, your father pretty much sent you away. They won't blame you. You'll see," Urza confidently said. He had explained the situation to the girls recently, and of course they had all added to his growing desire to reunite with his sisters. "I might have been sent away, but nothing stopped me from calling or messaging them but myself. Kiro even tried to make me call them for years. That's all on me," he replied. "You're making the effort now. No matter what happens, we'll be here for you when you need us, or when you want to introduce us to the family," Artoria said with a reserved smile of her own. "I know. Thank you, all of you. I promise to introduce you all to at least Kiro someday though." Naruto had gained a soft content smile. With that, the team finished preparing and then headed down for the docks for the airships. The trip took quite some time, though it was faster than if they had flown using normal commercial methods. A direct route cutting through some relatively testy skies got them there faster than the normal station hopping path most airships used. Being as this was one of the Academy-owned ships used for fast transport of hunters between the various academies and kingdom capitals, it was armored and armed well enough to nearly be considered a warship. As expected of Atlas, the skies were far thicker with air traffic than back in Vale. Between the large number of military vessels patrolling, the fact that Atlas itself was airborne and regular traffic between Mantle below and Atlas kept things crowded. Added on top was the fact that Atlas was the technological and thereby air capital of the world, and it was no surprise to see it crowded with all shapes and sizes of air vehicles. The airship Team Emna was riding on moved past the crowded airspace of the commercial and civilian air docks and on over toward the academy and military sections of the city. The aircraft circled the academy and slowly settled over one of the many air pads that Atlas Academy provided. As Naruto and the girls disembarked and made their way down the ramp to the pad below, a small collection of white and gray uniformed hunters made their way down the stairs from the academy's main hall and across the docks toward them. The two groups met halfway with two very different auras about them. Those from Atlas were rigid and militant. Their uniforms looked almost identical to that of the Atlas military uniform. Each of them stood at parade rest behind their leader as if they were soldiers. Their leader herself brought a new meaning to the term rigid and would have easily put Glinda to shame in the realm of strict attitude and demeanor. In contrast, the four knights of Beacon had chosen to make an impression upon their arrival. They stood in full armor, complete with face guards, and practically loomed over the young woman standing to greet them. Unlike their counterparts though, the knights took no stance or formed into any kind of militant rigid position. Instead, they almost seemed to be relaxed despite looking ready for combat. "Welcome to Atlas. I am Specialist Winter Schnee and I am here to escort you all to the testing facility. It's in the older section of the military facility beneath the academy." The woman introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Urza Nikos. These are my teammates Naruto Bronwyn, Artoria Ark, and Mordred Ark. We're in your care," Urza cordially replied. The knights left their additional baggage to be cared for by the large number of support staff scrambling about. As they walked, they couldn't help but feel awkward with the Atlesian hunters surrounding them and all but marching along as an escort. Winter herself walked alongside the team as they made their way up into the hall and down the corridors toward the stairs to the military sections of the complex. "Are all of your academy's students a part of the military?" Naruto couldn't help himself but ask. "No, but most leave the academy and either join the military outright or become contracted to Atlas. It just seems like the obvious next step for most of us. Plus, the military only allows those with huntsman training into the senior officer positions and only those who graduated from Atlas into the specialist program," Winter explained almost robotically. "Seems a bit like indoctrination to me." Naruto grumbled, getting a mild glare from the Schnee and silent look from his team leader telling him to stop. "Perhaps to you, but in Atlas such order and structure is celebrated. Besides, no one is forced into anything," Winter argued. "Just told what to think for years on end while being educated right." Artoria jabbed, getting a long-suffering sigh from Urza. It seemed they would be doing this then. Is Beacon all that different? Winter asked with some actual emotion in her voice for the first time. Sadly, it was only agitation. Beacon is a completely separate entity from the Vale government. Like Atlas, or rather Alceus used to be. Mordred threw into the conversation. Winter simply frowned but didn't respond. She didn't need to keep the argument running. Naruto was happy to chime back in and keep stirring the pot. Don't you think it removes the integrity of a hunter if all their decisions are made by military command? Naruto asked. Hardly. We simply trust in our leadership to make the proper decision with the larger picture in mind. Winter easily answered. Wouldn't that rob you all of any sense of control over the morality of your mission? Urza finally added in. Is acting at the beck and call of Headmaster Ozpin really so different? A new voice asked as the group stepped into the testing room that they were to be working in. General Ironwood looked practically the same as he had when they had last met him. Unruffled and rigid. Fitting of his name, he seemed unflinching and hard. Despite that, he did smile toward the knights as they entered with his specialists. It felt rather hollow though. Welcome, Eminence. I hope you don't mind my desire to get started immediately. I feel like we've all waited long enough. Ironwood said as he took the lead now and led them into the testing range. Naruto and the other members of his team shared a look. Petty had been a perfect descriptor of the man. Ironwood led them up to a row of humanoid-looked robots. A clear step up from Atlas, current combat drones. The old types still retained the RC car look. Like miniaturized tanks. These however were slightly taller than the average full-grown man and clearly divided into two types based on the different weapon that they had in place of a left hand. These are the latest in Atlas, line of robotic soldiers. I introduce to you the AK-100. Soon they will be filling the ranks of our military. The general said before motioning one of his specialists to stay behind while he led the group back into the viewing room. As the specialist engaged the machines, Ironwood began further explaining. These, Atlesian Knights, Ironwood began causing the teens to narrow their eyes at the obvious reference to themselves. Are intended to act as fodder for our forces or as crowd control. They really are perfect for use against Grimm if you think about it. No negative emotions for the Grimm to be drawn to, so they already have an intrinsic advantage over the normal flesh and blood soldier we would traditionally use. Add into the fact that the loss of one of these machines is nothing compared to the loss of a life. They are the next step for the war against the Grimm threat. They watched as the specialist in the testing range battled the machines. The specialist was clearly not going all out, but the machines were surprisingly agile and flexible for drones. As the more engineer-minded pair among the team, Naruto and Mordred paid a bit closer attention than their teammates did. Why are you limiting yourselves by building the weapons into their form? Naruto asked. I wouldn't say we are limiting ourselves. Currently we have two main variants of the Knight. The first, AK-100s are standard, is fitted with the standard battle rifle used by our current soldiers. The AK-100B or blade instead has the battle rifle replaced with a blade, as you can clearly see. Ironwood replied. But why not just design it with two hands and program it to be able to switch between different weapons? Mordred asked. That is something that would need to be discussed with our engineers, I suppose. Ironwood said with a glass smile. Is it a true drone or something controlled by its own AI? Urza asked. It is AI, we intend to have whole companies of them in the field so they would not be realistic to control like normal drones. Ironwood answered. I would think they would need better oversight in the field then. What's to stop them from unintentionally targeting civilians or surrendering enemy combatants? Unless they are really only intended to be used against Grimm, but you mentioned crowd control and I can see that going very wrong. Urza pointed out. Ironwood clearly was not happy about the team poking holes in his flagship program. The specialists were none too pleased either as Winter stepped up to bat for her mentor and leader. At least Atlas is developing technology and equipment to support our soldiers and hunters in the field. Vale and Beacon have begun to stagnate. Winter said hotly. Specialist Schnee. That's unnecessary. Ironwood lightly reprimanded the young woman. My apologies, sir, I forgot myself. Winter replied as she stepped back with the rest of the specialists. Are the machines showing any improvement in testing? Artoria asked, ignoring Winter's interjection entirely. The general looked even less pleased than he had when the knights were poking holes in his knights. Still he turned to Artoria to answer her, even if the answer wasn't one he wanted to share. Unfortunately the knights have recently hit a plateau in their development, he admitted. Maybe it is because of who they are being tested against. Artoria snidely remarks with a glance shot toward Winter, who bit her tongue but practically shook with fury at the continued attitude of the Valine hunters. Actually, perhaps a test is worth having. We could iron out some of our clear cultural differences as well. Nothing quite works as well as a healthy sparring session. What do you say, Miss Nikos? Do you think your team of knights could give a challenge to a team of specialists led by Winter here? Ironwood asked. I don't have an issue with that. Will this testing range work for an arena? Urza asked, hiding the fact she was chomping at the bit to slap around the specialists a bit. Of course. And all of you are welcome to cut loose. It's only natural that such top-tier fighters as our two groups hold would find themselves needing to establish a pecking order. Ironwood cheerily stated as he had several robots rush in the room and clean up the remains of the defeated AK-100. It was the most emotional that the knights had seen the man so far. Clearly he expected his specialists to put them in their place, as it were. In a few short moments the two teams were standing across from one another in the testing range. Winter stood at the head of her team's formation with her saber leveled toward the knights, who all seemed far more comfortable here than they had with the conversation with the general and his little henchmen. Are you ready? Urza's slightly metallic voice echoed out from behind her helmet's faceplate. If nothing else, the four knights of Beacon truly appeared intimidating even to the likes of the specialists. Heavily armed and armored, they were veterans at even this young age and clearly were looking forward to a challenge. Winter planned to give her juniors just that. Whenever you are, Winter replied. Good, came a voice that was almost halfway across the room already. The dark monstrous-looking armor of Naruto was crossing the space faster than Winter or any of the other specialists expected him to be able to move. His massive blade was already in mid-swing. The specialists had planned for a speed and agility advantage over their opponents, but especially over Naruto. They did in fact have one, though it was far less of an advantage than they had first thought, as they narrowly escaped the cleaving arc of his blade. Further surprising them though, rather than stop his momentum and turn about to face them again, he allowed the weight of his weapon and the force of its swing to carry him with its own momentum into a spin that sent him chasing directly after one of the specialists. Winter moved to intervene and help her teammate, only for Urza to suddenly appear between them and steadily drive her back as more and more blades joined Urza's original sword, attacking Winter from every direction, forcing the Schnee woman to defend herself from seemingly every direction. Unlike with Naruto and Urza, who had pressed on the offensive and scattered the specialists, Artoria and Mordred had remained close together. Artoria opened fire with her rifle straight away and had already dropped one of their opponents into the red with their aura. Little stood against the powerful blast of her gun after all. The second had been more prepared though and tried to rush her, only for Mordred to step in between them and force them back again. Already at a disadvantage, Winter tried to break off her engagement with Urza to try and join back with her other teammates, but it was useless. Even when Winter managed to plant a gravity glyph beneath the Angel of Beacon, it didn't stop the onslaught of blades that continued their assault. It was as if Winter was fighting a dozen or more opponents at once, all without bodies that she could actually attack. She persisted though, her mind whirling through possible ways to break free of her fight with Urza and try to turn the tables on the knights. Slowly a plan formed in her mind. Dropping the glyph under Urza, instead she created a new one, underneath the Beast of Beacon himself. One that she hadn't really used outside of fighting with the AK-100 in testing. Naruto felt a sudden massive force pulling him down toward the floor. It wasn't the only thing either. Suddenly the blades that Urza had been using against Whitner changed targets and raced toward him, only to abruptly freeze in mid-air as Urza struggled to stop them from finishing their flight toward the magnetic glyph beneath Naruto's feet. Freaking clever. Naruto groaned as he managed to stay on his feet and keep his own opponent on the ropes despite the massive force pulling him downward. What the hell are you? The young man facing off against Naruto asked just before Naruto finally managed to bring his massive blade onto the helmeted head of his opponent. Unfortunately, now he struggled to lift the hulking metal of his weapon back up off of the floor. even as he could see the figure of winter closing in on his peripheral. He felt the pull of the gravity well below him lessen rapidly, but not rapidly enough for him to properly block the incoming attack from Winter's saber. He would have to hope his armor and aura could simply tank the blow. Just as the saber began its descent toward him from Winter's leaping strike, a shot impacted the side of her head and shattered her aura, sending her sprawling across the floor of the testing range with a groan. "That's enough. Eminence is victorious," Ironwood's voice called out over the speakers of the testing range, clearly through clenched teeth. Naruto blinked as he shot a look over toward Artoria, who sent him back a mock salute. The Beast of Beacon made his way over toward where Winter had sprawled out and was relieved that they hadn't gone too far and caused any real injury to their counterparts. Winter's aura may have shattered, but it had done its job in protecting her from the blow of Artoria's rifle. He extended a hand down to her to help her to her feet as his helmet retracted back and allowed her to see his face for the first time. Hesitantly, and with obvious difficulty accepting the loss, Winter took his hand and let him heft her up to stand once more. "You almost had me there," he said with a smile. "Almost," she replied a bit coldly. "I am going to guess that these three aren't who you usually work with?" Naruto asked her. "No," she again replied a bit coldly as they made their way back toward the others. "I want to see how you and your normal companions stack up against us then. Clearly you are a bit ahead of these three, and me and the girls have teamwork down so well it's almost a sixth sense when one of us needs some help." Naruto tried to be genial with the woman and smiled slightly as he saw her glacial expression begin to thaw slightly. "It would be interesting to see then. Also, it's the girls and I." She corrected his grammar. "What?" he asked. "The proper usage is the girls and I." "Never mind. It doesn't matter," she said with a huff as they rejoined the rest of the group. "That was an excellent showing. Specialist Schnee, please show our guests to their temporary quarters. I need to meet with some representatives from the council." Ironwood's voice came over the speaker. "At once, sir. The rest of you are dismissed. Eminence, if you would follow me," Winter said as she led the group off toward the same door they had entered. Her cold and rigid demeanor back in full force despite the brief lapse when she was speaking with Naruto. "Geez, and I thought Glinda had a stick up her ass." Mordred groaned as the knights followed after the specialist. "Maybe the specialist just needs something stuck somewhere else to relax," Artoria joked. "You two know she can hear you, right?" Urza asked. "Maybe she wants the general to stick something," Mordred began as her sister egged her on. "This is where you will be staying for your visit." Winter cut in sharply through clenched teeth as she stepped around a final corner and all but slammed her hand into the button on the wall to open a barracks room door. "Thank you." Urza tried to be friendly toward the woman, only for Winter to all but storm past them and back down the hall. Artoria and Mordred giggled between one another as they stepped into the room, followed by Naruto and finally by Urza, who could already feel the lecture about controlling her teammates from Glinda in the future. It had been roughly a week and a half since Naruto and the rest of his team had been shuttled off to Atlas. They had done just as planned and acted as guinea pigs for a slew of various new contraptions and weapons for the Atlasian military. Today they finally had a break from the various tours and laboratory visits and could take a moment for some downtime. As it was, both Urza and Artoria had gone off in search of something for the four of them to eat, while Naruto and Mordred remained and pouted over several blueprints and plans for the AK-100 prototypes. They couldn't get their hands on the currently in use version, but in all honesty they found the designs lacking in plenty of ways. That didn't mean that they didn't see some opportunities to improve their own gear. One of the original concepts for the drones had been to incorporate mechashift designs into the limbs so that they could change from firearms to blades at will. Nothing particularly groundbreaking there, but the mechanisms the development team had wanted to incorporate into the design to allow such function were definitely an original idea. One that was not patented. Naruto and Mordred had subtly managed to learn. They already had a plethora of ideas of how to incorporate the technology into their armor systems. Naruto especially liked the idea of his armor being able to carry Bane before effectively materializing the blade right into his hands. That would take a lot of work and time, not something they could really put into place while here in Atlas. The thought remained tucked away though, as did copies of practically any blueprint or plan that they could get a hold of. Whether the Atlesian leadership was on board with such a thing hadn't really crossed their mind. Then again, what they didn't know wouldn't hurt them. At the moment though, Mordred and Naruto were discussing other things regarding their current hosts. It's just such a waste. All this brilliant work wasted on people with the same creativity as a slug, or some other super bland gross thing. Mordred complained. Naruto chuckled but didn't reply verbally. His mind focused down on a contraption one Atlesian was in the experimental stages of that could potentially allow a machine to bear aura. It seemed completely theoretical from what he was seeing, and honestly he kind of worried about the morality of such a thing. The aura would have to come from somewhere. He wondered if there was a secret program up here to siphon off someone's aura already, or if the theorist in this program hadn't thought about where the aura for such a machine would likely come from. He set that set of plans aside. It opened a lot of interesting and potentially horrifying avenues in his head. "Hey, you notice the tenseness that is hanging over the city?" Mordred asked him as she too set aside her handful of blueprints. "Hard not to. It's like people have their status printed on their foreheads here. They practically don't interact with anyone outside their little groups either," Naruto replied. "No wonder they have to have so many war machines. Just keeping the Grimm under control when everyone here is practically miserable in one way or another is a hell of a feat." Mordred agreed. "It also tells me just why they are so intent on all these crowd control bots succeeding. How many worker revolts do you think they have regularly? The White Fang protests were one thing, but this place feels like a powder keg. I mean, they pretty much lock all the poorer folks down in Mantle and ignore them," Naruto said as he pushed up to his feet and stretched. Between the hours spent looking at engineering plans and the thought of such violence right around the corner here, he wanted to move around a bit. "And we're getting invitations to ritzy parties that probably cost thousands to throw." Mordred frowned. "Well, I don't imagine it's so different from Vale and Mistral. Those places just mesh more because they don't forcefully separate the groups by area like Atlas does." "Maybe. Like we said though, kind of explains the whole obsession with their military and why practically every student at their academy is pushed into the military," Mordred said. "It's going to bite them in the ass sooner or later, but as long as it happens after we leave this place, they can do as they please," Naruto replied. Mordred hummed at that. "I kind of expected you to want to interfere somehow." "How? This isn't some racists trying to make child soldiers or a pack of Grimm that needs purged. This is an entire continent of people set in their ways. They aren't even our people," Naruto replied. "We're hunters. Everyone is supposed to be our people," she pointed out. "What's supposed to be and what is are practically never the same. What has got you feeling all altruistic?" he asked. Mordred frowned at his words before also standing and starting to clean up the room ever so slightly. "Maybe what they keep saying about us on the net is starting to make me want to live up to it, you know." Naruto frowned at that. None of them had wanted to be regarded as these superhero-like characters. They wanted to help people, sure, but none of them had any fantasy about saving the world and exterminating the Grimm or anything like that. They hadn't even graduated from Beacon yet. "This party is gonna be a real shit show," Mordred groaned as she glanced at the time. Naruto couldn't help but agree. All their distaste for the social structure here in Atlas aside, they would be attending a party hosted by the Schnee family either way. They had been formally invited by both Winter and her father on separate occasions. They had hoped to squirm out of attending, but the general had contacted Ozpin on Winter's behalf and now it was unavoidable. The Knights of Beacon would be making an appearance at the Schnee Manor and they had already seen the interest that the Atlesian media was giving them. Polls about who would look best dressed up for the event and who could dance and who couldn't, and 100 other stupid things. More idiocy to distract the people of Atlas from the score of issues that was slowly eating their society alive. Not for the first time Naruto briefly wondered about his life if he had simply remained a wanderer in the wilds. He dropped that line of thinking almost immediately as he recalled he would not have Urza, Mordred, Artoria, and even Glinda if he had done that. Then again, he also wouldn't be dreading the inevitability of forcing himself into a suit and trying to play nice with the likes of James Ironwood and Jacques Schnee or Gell, whichever he was. Winter had been insisting on the latter the more they had gotten to know her. Enough thinking about this crap. Let's get back onto something worth talking about," Mordred said. Naruto drawled out his question. Like our armor systems, duh. She replied. Of course. Well, I noticed something after our tests with the Atlesian Knights and our spars with Winter and the other specialists. Naruto began. The effect of ballistics and dust rounds at close range, right? She said. Exactly. Naruto agreed as he sat beside her and pulled his scroll out to full size and began running through the diagnostics and plans of the armor systems. It's the point-blank shots that are the highest risk. Especially with dust rounds. The armor isn't designed for a blast right against the plate. It causes it to buckle, and the weakened structure is what's making it more vulnerable. Mordred said as her fingers danced across his screen. Agreed. We need something that allows the blast to be better absorbed without losing the durability against the normal attacks we face. We'll be facing a lot more Beowulfs than Atlesian Knights after all. Naruto said as his free hand joined hers in interacting with the plans on the screen. Yeah, Mordred murmured until she realized she was effectively sitting in Naruto's lap and their faces were just inches apart. Not one to waste an opportunity as both she and Naruto became very aware of one another, Mordred pressed forward and caught his mouth with her and began kissing him. The scroll clattered to the floor and closed itself down as Mordred turned around in Naruto's arms and their kissing became more heated and passionate. Just as she began to push her boyfriend back onto the bed, he stopped her short and broke the kiss. Are you really sure you want to do it here and now? I mean, it's your first time, so I kind of figured you might want something more special. He said, hoping she would tell him to shut up and continue. You and Urza did it to mess with her dad. I can do it to forget about this stupid gala and have a fun memory of this shit kingdom. Mordred replied. Actually, if it got me out of going to that damn thing, I would drop to my knees and swallow you whole. She laughed before slapping the thoughtful-looking Naruto on the chest. I have to save some moves for later, right? She asked with a grin. Well, that's all good with me. He happily replied before wrapping his arms around her and bringing her back in for another heated kiss. Soon she was straddling him on top of the bed and slowly working her shirt up while trying not to break contact between their lips as she did so. Rather than take it all the way off, she left it hanging like an oversized necklace while quickly removing her bra and slipping her shorts off as efficiently as she could manage in the moment. It took a lot of rocking her hips and twisting, but if anything that just made the situation more pleasurable for Naruto. I'm just gonna pull my panties to the side. We have to be quick. Who knows when the others will be back? Mordred said as she pulled her tiny thong over. Naruto managed to glance at her clean-shaven pussy as she shifted above him. With her tits free and her cunt exposed, he felt himself harden fully. She might be considered small compared to Urza and Artoria, but Mordred was no less of a beauty than either of them. Naruto didn't even attempt to hold back as his hands settled onto her hips and he began pressing himself up into her for the first time. Mordred let out a long groan as she felt her body stretch to accommodate her lover. She shook slightly at the strain, but her pussy took all it could greedily. The petite huntress leaned forward and began kissing him, once again moaning with even the tiniest twitches, as both got used to the new sensation of him penetrating her. Slowly Mordred began moving again, sliding back and forth on his lap as she began riding his cock. The couple began to pick up speed and get into the rhythm in no time at all. They did have to be quick after all. Oh God, she moaned in a brief break of the kiss. Yeah, you like it? Naruto asked as he suddenly thrusted harder, intending to catch her by surprise. The sudden thump of her head against the bottom of the bunk bed above them killed the sexy mood he was aiming for. Ow, fuck, Mordred cried out. Shit, sorry, you alright? He asked as he began to sit up and stop fucking her. Yeah, just don't stop, she said as she tried to push him back into the bed. Here, try this, Naruto insisted as he overpowered her and maneuvered them into a new position. Now both of them were laying on the bed with Naruto just behind Mordred. From behind he slipped his cock back inside her, earning a pleasurable moan from her as he did so. He wasn't finished though as his hands began to slip across her smaller form. One sliding beneath her to begin toying with her nipple and the other crossing over her wrist to her sensitive and now easily accessible clit. Wait. Mordred muttered with a pleasurable shudder as his fingers began playing with her and he returned to his earlier rapid and steady motion of pumping into her pussy. What's wrong? He asked her as he nibbled the lobe of her ear tenderly. I'm gonna, she stammered as her hands latched onto his and her entire body felt like it was clamping down onto his dick. Come baby. It's okay, he said as she shook ever so slightly and let out a long cracking moan. As he let her ride out her pleasure, he placed soft kisses along the back of her neck before he felt his own release beginning to build up. Mordred, I'm close, he grunted into her hair. Not inside, she managed to get out in a dazed and husky voice. He grunted but managed to pull out just in time to blow his load across the blanket and up along her thighs and stomach. They both stayed still as they caught their breath from the moment. Sadly the brief peace was ruined as Artoria and Urza both strode back into the room. Initially both women had smiles on their faces until they caught sight of their partners on the bed and the mess they had made. Urza simply sighed as Artoria began to scowl. You should have at least waited until we weren't on mission anymore, Urza said to Mordred. Right, like you. The more petite girl fired back, causing Urza to shut her mouth with a click. She couldn't argue that point. I don't care that you two fucked but you jumped turn order, Artoria complained from beside them. Turn order? Oh shut up, you were just pissed because I bagged him before you. Get your shit together and tug his pants down. He won't say no, Mordred replied. I'm right here, you know that right? Naruto weakly said, only to be completely ignored. We were supposed to wait till we were all back in Vale, then we were going to take turns on dates and do it at a hotel, Artoria argued. When did you all decide on this? Naruto asked, starting to feel a bit annoyed they were deciding all this for him. Did you want input on which hotel we let you fuck us at, or? Artoria asked as she glared at him. I'm just gonna go use the mirror in the bathroom to help me tie my tie, he said. I knew there was a brain in that head of yours somewhere. You on the other hand, seriously, the door wasn't even locked. What if one of those camera-carrying shitheads barged in, or gods forbid the damn specialists? Artoria said as she turned back to face her sister. All three of the girls were damp and dressed in nothing more than towels as they tried to get ready for the gala at the Schnee Manor. A sight Naruto was a bit sad to leave behind, but he was not hanging around long enough for the argument to somehow blow in his direction. I don't give a shit. Practically all of Remnant knows we're together anyway. What does it matter? Mordred argued as she brushed her hair as best as she could. Mordred, there is a difference between knowing we are having sex and seeing pictures or videos of us getting painted by Naruto, Urza said. She was already done with the argument. She was only a bit mad that Naruto and Mordred weren't being more careful about when and where they did it, not that they did it. Artoria didn't even really care about that. She was just pissed off that she was going to be the last one of the team to do it. More specifically, that somehow her little sister beat her in this of all things. Can we focus on the shit at hand please? Mordred asked, getting the taller girls to roll their eyes. They knew the argument was pointless though and decided to drop it. The three of them continued to get ready in relative silence. Naruto had clearly made himself scarce, so they had to help one another with the finishing touches anyway. Tonight is going to really suck. You both know that, right? Mordred stated as they finished adjusting their dresses. Artoria narrowed her eyes and opened her mouth to make some snide remark toward her sister. No, stop it. Both of you. We get through this party without any problems and it's over. The transport is already getting our luggage loaded. We leave straight for the airship after the party and change on board, Urza pointed out. Good, then we can leave this shithole behind, Artoria said. Too bad Naruto is going with his uncle dad to patch, Mordred chimed in. It'll just be a couple days. Then we will all be back together, back at home, and we can finally relax for a little bit, hopefully, Urza said. Naruto had been dumbstruck by his three girlfriends when they had met up to head toward the Schnee estate. Each of them suddenly felt a little better about attending the party. An infinitely tiny bit better, but better all the same. Who didn't like looking sexy for their significant other after all? Even Naruto was enjoying the way the girls kept laying their hands on him as they enjoyed the appearance of him in a tailor-made suit. Once they reached the manor though, any actually good mood they had drained away quickly. Just as they had expected, they were accosted by fans and sycophants the moment they stepped in the door. They endured through every uncomfortable situation, from old men and oddly enough, old women, making entirely inappropriate comments toward their looks and easily 100 different rich and wealthy citizens of Atlas treating them more like interesting new toys rather than people, or gods forbid, hunters. Each of them almost missed being in such situations such as fighting the Helldrake or taking on the members of the purebred. At least it wasn't here, surrounded by so many rats and snakes, being eyed up like meat. Thankfully their rescue did eventually come. Its form was just not one that they had expected in the slightest. "Welcome, all of you." Winter Schnee greeted them, clad in an even more clean and crisp uniform than the one that they had met her in. "Hello again," Urza politely replied, with nods from the other three. Winter seemed to grin ever so slightly at the somewhat rigid greeting from Urza and her team. "It seems I'm not the only one that detests the type of people that frequent things like this," the Schnee woman said as she steered the group to an area that was, thankfully, a bit out of the way from the majority of the guests. "So, you aren't fond of all this sort of thing either?" Mordred asked. "Not even slightly. I have never liked crowds or being in the spotlight. When my father removed me from the position of heiress, it was a relief, I assure you," Winter said as she signaled one of the waiting staff to give the group each a coupe glass filled with some sort of sweet wine. "That kind of surprises me. You really seem focused on your duty and just kind of fit the role." Naruto chimed in before downing the drink like a shot. Winter eyed his now empty glass for a moment before sighing. "I like things all in order, but there is nothing remotely orderly about the SDC, or the circus of politics my father enjoys so much. My sister is a far better fit for running the company anyway. She has the patience I lack." "We met her once actually," Urza said. "Oh, yes, after that Helldrake incident. You four were practically all she would talk about for weeks afterward. She still gushes about how amazing and heroic you all were if anyone makes the mistake of asking," Winter said with a soft smile. "You almost sound jealous," Artoria said before yelping softly as Urza kicked her foot. "Maybe a little." She let the jab slide. "I actually should apologize. I am the one that convinced the general to pull strings and made sure you all had to come tonight." The group of Beacon students glanced at one another. That wasn't expected. At least not entirely. They assumed the general wanted them there to show off his connections with the Knights of Beacon, or perhaps Jacques wanted the Knights of Beacon to be seen attending one of his parties. "Wait, so you manipulated the general into getting us to attend because your sister is a fan of ours?" Naruto asked in a bit of admiration. "Let me introduce you to her and it would all be worth it," Winter said, causing Naruto to share amused glances with the rest of the team. With that, Eminence began to open up a bit more to the specialist. She might have been a bit too rigid for their own tastes, but she had her moments, and before long, the lot of them had fallen into casual and comfortable conversation, sequestered away from the droves of the sickening socialites that Atlesian high society was so chock full of. They even apologized for going out of their way to antagonize her during their stay, though she did silently note they refused to apologize for doing the same for General Ironwood. The four Beacon students clearly had grown a healthy dislike for the Atlesian headmaster, and were beginning to birth the same disdain for their own from what Winter could tell. Before long, Winter apologized and sadly said she must do her duty and introduce them to her parents. So after taking a last drink to steel themselves for the circus once more, they ventured back out into the party together. Thankfully by now, most of the guests had found specific people they wanted to pester for one thing or another. Most of them, their designated targets of conversation, stood almost bereft of anyone but attending staff and bodyguards nearby. Clearly, besides the image that it created by hosting the event, neither Jacques nor Willow Schnee actually wanted to be present. "Ah, Winter, I see you have been growing acquainted with the esteemed Knights of Beacon," Jacques cheerfully greeted, a clear departure from the man they had met outside the ruined mine in the past. "Yes, Mother, Father, this is Team Eminence of Beacon. I'm sure you already know their names by now. Eminence, this is my mother, Willow, and my father, Jacques," Winter stiffly introduced. Despite clearly sounding far more rigid and fake compared to when she was speaking in private with the team earlier, Winter still managed to pull off a naturally cold and calm demeanor flawlessly. "A great pleasure to meet you all once again. You've done Remnant and by extension my family a great many services with your work. Come, we must get some photos to remember your time here." Jacques insisted, not even bothering to actually talk with them as his staff hurriedly snapped dozens of photos that would, no doubt, be in the media within moments. Afterward the man gave a swift polite goodbye before slipping away into the crowds and passing between various important-looking politicians and businessmen with a wide smile and a warm handshake as he went. Thank you all for humoring him. Sometimes it's best to simply let small things like that go his way so that he doesn't make a problem. Winter said before taking her mother's hand. By now they could clearly tell that Willow Schnee was at the very least doped up and well on her way through her second glass of wine since they had been introduced. Winter practically had to carry her toward a seat near the side of the room. You mentioned your younger sister earlier. Is she here? Urza asked. She didn't want to crush the younger girls' hopes of seeing them before they all left, but they hoped that they could slip out and head home if they met with her sooner rather than later. My father has lined her up as tonight's entertainment. She'll be up there in a few moments afterwards if you wouldn't mind speaking with her even for just a moment. I know it would mean the world to her. Winter said. Right. Arturia awkwardly agreed for them. Entertainment? Mordred asked. Oh that's right, Weiss Schnee has a couple of singles out, she's actually a pretty talented singer. Urza said as she recalled listening to one of the younger girls' songs before. Well if it's something to fit this party, I don't think it will really be my kind of music. Mordred sighed. Maybe, either way it won't kill us to meet with the girl. Imagine living with Jacques and Willow and tell me you couldn't use something to lift your spirits. Urza pressed. I imagine I would cry myself to sleep every night and wipe my eyes dry with spare 500 lean cards. Arturia replied blandly, but still she didn't make any attempt to leave. Well at least we won't have to wait long. She's already taking the stage. Naruto pointed out. The stage itself was less of an actual stage and more the top of the massive ornate staircase at the center of the room. Like Mordred had suspected, Weiss started with several traditional songs from Atlas, though they were a bit surprised by the inclusion of older songs from Mantle dating back before Atlas became the heart of the Northern Kingdom. As she continued to sing and perform, the music gradually shifted to more modern and pop stylings. Many of which were original songs from Weiss herself. As she not only sang but danced at the top of the stairs, the four hunters in training easily recognized the beginnings of a huntress, training in her movements. Clearly the girl was taking more after her elder sister than either of her parents. It endeared her even more to the four of them, as they caught her frequently glancing directly at them and trying to gauge whether or not they were enjoying her performance. They most definitely were too, which seemed to push the girl onward into putting more passion and heart into her show. As the music winded down and she finished her set, she looked genuinely happy, and the nearby Winter looked almost as pleased. Unfortunately, Willow was clearly too out of it to even understand that it was her daughter performing, and Jacques seemed more interested in a heated discussion with General Ironwood and several politicians along the far wall, to pay attention to her performance. The man never even glanced toward Weiss as she sang and danced. Not that it seemed to bother Weiss at all. She looked completely used to both of her parents' behaviors. After she finished her songs, she quickly made her way to Winter, graciously accepting the applause and well wishes from her audience as she went. The sisters hugged one another lightly as they met near where the team still stood before Winter led Weiss over toward them. Weiss, I know you've met them once before, but these are the Knights of Beacon. Winter introduced. Weiss curtsied deeply, trying to control the nervous smile on her face. It was honestly cute how innocent and polite the girl was compared to the rest of her family. Clearly Winter had worked hard to shield her as best as she could from the reality of the Schnee family. Though the girl that they had all met previously seemed perfectly aware of the issues that plagued her family and remained a reasonably decent person despite that. Forgive me for being so excited. I just didn't expect Winter to pull something off like this for my birthday. When Father told me I had to perform tonight, I assumed that he had forgotten entirely. Weiss excitedly greeted them all. The entire team winced internally but managed to barely keep the smiling facades up for the young girl. Well, I have to say it's all on Winter. She pulled all this off for you. Arturia managed to recover first. I'm glad you performed tonight. You're amazing. Urza praised, causing Weiss to blush faintly and Winter to mouth, "Thank you," to the team from behind her sister. If I'm not mistaken, I saw some moves that remind me of a certain Atlesian huntress I know. Naruto cheekily pointed out, causing the girl to blush even more heavily. Don't tell anyone please. My father wouldn't approve of me becoming a huntress. Weiss said quietly. Parents can often be incredibly selfish. Naruto said softly, causing her to stare at him. Follow your own desires. You are obviously talented enough to do anything that you set your mind to. His teammates smiled, though Artoria rolled her eyes at him. Weiss however blushed nearly scarlet, but nodded her head as her voice failed her. I know you four were hoping to leave soon. The journey back to Vale isn't short even on the academy transports. Let's get some pictures before you go though, if you don't mind. Winter suggested. They easily agreed. They didn't really imagine Weiss was going to be spreading the pictures she got around like her father planned to do. Afterward they continued to chat for a while. Weiss tried to be as polite as possible but was just a bit too excited to hear stories from them that she couldn't help herself from asking to hear more. They didn't mind though. Telling a prospective huntress about their time spent on missions or in training was a definite improvement from the normal interviews they suffered through. Eventually the party began to wind down and Emna bid their goodbyes to Weiss and Winter. Technically to Willow as well, but the woman was busy sucking on a bottle of bubbly like it was a toddler's sippy cup, so they didn't think she really even knew they were there. They left the estate and took a car to the air docks. Something that felt a bit odd because they were all still dressed for a high-class outing. Before they climbed aboard their airship though, just as he had promised, Kiro seemed to appear from thin air and scared the life out of the three girls on Naruto's team. Girls, this is Kiro, my asshole dad. Naruto introduced, trying to act angry that the man had scared them by suddenly appearing from the darkness. He wasn't quite successful though, as the sight of the older Bronwyn's grin had Naruto already grinning as well. No wonder you forget to call me sometimes. I would forget to call me too. Kiro said as he looked the girls over, causing each of them to frown. Relax, I'm kidding. Well, not really. You all are actually pretty hot. Well done, kid, he said, turning to Naruto who only sighed. Are you sure about going with him? Is he drunk? Urza asked, a bit worried for her partner. It will be fine. You guys should get aboard. I'm sure your feet hurt from those shoes or whatever. I'll be back at Beacon to see you all before long anyway, just cover for me with Ozpin please. Naruto reassured them. No worries there. I talked to him myself. Me and Glinda, you're all getting a little bit of a break finally. You probably need it after spending a few weeks here with all the Atlesian stuffed shirts. I know I would, Kiro said as he waved at the girls and pivoted to head toward the craft he and Naruto would take to patch. Okay, I kinda like him a bit more after that last part, still your dad is, Mordred trailed off. Trust me, he's better than he makes himself out to be. Naruto weakly defended the man. Just make sure you actually get to where you're going and come back to the academy in one piece. Urza said. Yes, Captain, Naruto chuckled. After a series of goodbye kisses he rushed to catch up with Kiro who was all smiles as he ribbed Naruto about the girls he was dating. It's good to see you for real, kid. I mean it, Kiro said a bit more seriously. Same to you, Naruto said as they boarded Kiro's ship. And you are sure you are ready for this? They are both a lot different from the girls you used to know. They're 13 now, teenagers, think they know it all. Just like their big brother. It's been too long already. I can't keep avoiding them. Hate me or love me, they deserve me to at least face them. Naruto replied. If you're sure, just remember what I said, and think about this piece of painful knowledge. Hate and love are not mutually exclusive. If anything they feed off of one another. Kiro said before he left Naruto to head into the onboard bathroom to shower and change out of his suit into more casual clothing. Naruto frowned at that but knew his adoptive father well enough not to ignore such advice. Even if it made him start to feel even more anxious about the upcoming meeting.